Roland Jones. Ooh, goes for the pull shot there. David Lloyd gets the toe end on it. It's the World Championship snooker, of course, at the moment.
But fast approaches in bowls, and that one is punched away in front of point this time. And there'll be a couple of runs there. At least, in fact, there'll be all four as Holden doesn't catch the ball.
The racecourse end bowls to Caleb Jewell, who's edged and caught at second slip by Leas Deploy. And that is a huge, huge blow for Derbyshire.
Patson bowls, forward goes. Oh, goodness me, with a lovely shot, came to get off the mark. Pushes it straight of Holden at mid-off.
As Roland Jones is in, that one is driven away by David Lloyd for four out to the point boundary. In the air for a short while.
Deploy the last to crouch down again at second slip as this ball's punched in front of point. That's going to be four more. Fernandez low to his right, trying to get a in bowls. Oh, it's an inside edge, punching off the back foot. Away for four, and Lloyd will tick to 22. Here's a punch off the back foot down to deep backward point. 4 runs. Kane moves to 10. 48.
Me. Cullen bowls, that's beautifully driven by Harry Kane down the ground for 4 runs. You can hear it smack into the familiar. Here is Cullen in again. Kane drives again, 4 more, over pitched and on his toes, and Harry Kane moves into the 20s. Mikes and Zaffa bowls, that's bottom edge of the bat, but it's an effective shot nonetheless from Harry Kane, who's going to get 4 runs down to the vacant third man area. For that, he'd overtake David Lloyd, in fact. Zaffa is in. Lloyd goes back and cuts and gets 4. Dropped that one a little bit short, too wide. He did take a step into the leg side, but yeah.
Here's Cullen in bowls, and that's flashed through point for 4. Width offered past the umpire. He bowls and down the leg side, pace and bounce, but
to bowl the first delivery after lunch to David Lloyd, who defends it out into the offside. In and bowls him edged, and that might be the 50. It will be the 50, down towards the vacant third man area. Possibly the first false shot he's played for some time, David Lloyd, but he reaches 50 for the first time this season. Roland Jones bowls, and that's off. It was off the face of the bat, but it was guided down towards third man. The 2 fielders giving chase, and the ball wins the race.
It's Patson in, and it's edged high up the outside edge of the bat. A grunt and a groan from somewhere out there, and you can see that Lloyd almost gives it away a little bit.
Higgins in and bowls to Lloyd, who cuts this one away. Doesn't really time it, but it's racing away to the boundary. And he picks up 4 more as Higgins bowls, pulled into the leg side, a long way in front of square by Lloyd for 4 runs. Short and just sat up, really. The draw at Leicestershire was good, I think, in previous seasons. That might not have quite have gone the same way. Cullen bowls. It's just turned around the corner. It's gone over the man at backward square leg and gone for 4. Cullen bowls to him, and he turns that into the leg side, and there it is. He's got to his half century. There is a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and the ball does hit the stumps, but Kane was home in plenty of time. The 14th time in his first-class career that Harry Kane's got to 50s. Zaffa in again, and it's edged and past the slip fielder as well, so Lloyd gets a little bit of good fortune there. He picks up 4 runs as well down to the vacant third man to move to 90. Genuine edge though. He got to his half century with an edge down to third man. Higgins is in, and that one is pulled into the leg side. Is he going to get caught out in the deep? Oh my word, he is going to get caught out in the deep at long leg. And David Lloyd perishes on 93. This next one is defended by Harry Kane into the onside, and that will be a tee. A very good session for Derbyshire.
Short leg in place, and that's pulled hard. He nearly didn't have a short leg in place there for a moment. Kane moves to 68. Bowls, and that is punched for a moment in the air, backward a point. Holden got a hand to it. It had bounced by the time it had reached him.
Metro Bank Cup. There's a sweep shot from Wayne Madsen, and there's a boundary for Wayne Madsen. Out to the square leg. Rope. That's twice they've shown it to the umpires now. He bowls. This one's played a long way in front of square. There's a run round the boundary for Patterson. He's not going to get there. And that's 4 more to Madsen. Out towards the straight mid-wicket kind of area. He's bowling to Harry Kane initially. He's on 73. Bowls a full delivery, and Kane has cracked it, and he's been caught. What a catch that is by Eskenazi.
with one maiden. Doesn't quite tell the full story because he's being asked to be the battering ram. He's got Madsen on strike on 16 as he bowls, and Madsen drives upishly just shy of Holden, who went for the catch, and as a result it pitches in front of him, bursts through the hands and goes all the way for 4 at deep backward point. This is Cullen in bowls, and this is driven back down the ground. That's a gorgeous shot, just over pitched from Cullen. He gets off the mark with a boundary. Lovely way to do so as well. Gorgeous straight drive.
Sorry, at the oval as Higgins bowls. Madsen clips that nicely into the leg side. This might go all the way to the back.
Just as quickly as it comes. Full and whipped. Patterson to Madsen, and that is 4. That was what he was intending earlier in the over when he got a couple through the covers off the leading edge, but that's a lovely shot. He moves to 48, and that got nice.
In bowls edged and down to third man, where a second slip would have been really. There's a first slip and a gully, and it went through the gap, because it always goes through the gap.
Patterson bowls. It's driven down the ground. Glorious shot, over pitched. Guessed. It's full reward. He moves to 24.
It's as good a shot as we've seen today.
Here's Patterson in bowls. Oh, he's bowled in. Top of off stump. Brilliant ball. Fine dismissal. Just nicking the top of the outside of off stump.
Into bowl to Madsen, who's bowled him. Top of off again. Well, it works, you see. Madsen, again. That one might just have moved away from him a little bit. Roland Jones in and bowls to Anderson, who drives and beats the man at mid-on. Well, I say beats him. He rather dived over it there. Did Cullen. Goes Roland Jones and bowls. That's driven down the ground as well. That'll be 4 more.
I think that's what Stuart Law was talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. He moves into double figures. He's on to 11.
Here's Higgins outside the off stump through to the keeper. 2, 6, 7 for 5. And that is the end of the opening day.
The knocked-out batters for Derbyshire are Martin Anderson and Lewis Rees, to bowl from the racecourse end, Toby Roland Jones.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the County Ground at Derby for this, the second day of the Championship match between Middlesex and Derbyshire. Just about to get underway with Toby Roland Jones bowling the first ball of the morning. Comes forward to Anderson, who blocks it up to mid-on, and there is no run. I'm here standing in for Dave Fletcher, who's off on football duty with Burton Albion this afternoon. But alongside me, my old friend Kevin Hand from Radio London. Good to be working with him again. It's been a while, and we've been reminiscing about some of the great games we've covered in the past already. But I won't mention too many of them. Kevin?
Why, because Derbyshire were winning back in those days.
Well, the only one, the odd one. But good to be working with you, Kevin. Good to have you along as Roland Jones is in again and bowls. Oh, and beats him. Is he taken off the edge? Not out.
Ooh.
A big appeal from the slips and the wicket keeper. Roland Jones continued his run through as if Anderson had taken the edge, but umpire Redfern answered the appeal in the negative.
That was what the fella down below thought as well. The big laugh as they all had to turn around and go back.
Yep.
Ah, lovely to see you, Dave. Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? I think you thought I was going to open up. My dear sir, I'm not going to be coming in here and swinging things around. This is your game.
You are very much the senior part.
No. You're the hosts. You're the hosts.
Anyway, Roland Jones in again and bowls, and Anderson drives into the offside, takes a quick single to mid-off. He'll have to run, and he's safely home as the throw actually hits Anderson. And the first run of the morning accrues to the board. So 268 for 5 then. Derbyshire resuming at 267. Anderson now has 12. Rees, who is with him, has 5. And if you were watching and listening yesterday, an interesting day in which Derbyshire really just dug in. I think yourself and Dave referred to it as attritional.
Yes. Well, we found out at Stumps why.
Oh, really?
A hybrid pitch.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Nobody had informed us that it was a hybrid. It's not particularly a question because they'd already had one this season. So the assumption was, oh, well, we've had the hybrid game, so on we go.
Right.
But it's a hybrid surface.
Interested to know what difference that really makes. As Roland Jones is in again and bowls, and Rees, the left-hander, just comes forward and bluffs it into the offside. And again, there is no run.
Well, it's so funny because on any given day, you kind of watch the first day and then you go and pull it apart. And as they say, wait until both sides bat. But equally, you've watched the first day and then you come away and you think about it. I mean, the big questions that we had yesterday were the ball was coming onto the bat nicely. There were good runs down the ground, around the grounds, but nothing was happening at a great pace.
Yep. 2 slips and a gully in place at backward point as Roland Jones is in again to Rees, who again comes forward and off the inside half of the bat plays it into the leg side. There is again no run.
That ball's a good example there. Onto the bat, just sounded sweet. So the ball's coming onto the bat nicely. The batters are trusting the surface, but they're not scoring at a great pace. The bowlers are getting it through. They're getting some good bounce. The pace is consistent. And from our angle here, where we're not quite, you're thinking, all right, well, maybe there's just not enough sideways movement for them to challenge the batter. Maybe it's just coming on too nicely.
Roland Jones comes in, bowls, and again, Rees forward with plenty of time to just push up to mid-off to completely over. Just a single from it then. We are underway this morning here at the county ground under a very pleasant sky. The sunshine is out. It's a very pleasant day out there. I think it's going to be quite warm. Derbyshire 268 for 5. Then Anderson has 12. Rees has 5.
But from by all accounts, from the bowler's perspective on a hybrid pitch, everything just happens a little bit slower than usual.
Right.
So the ball, although yes, it's got consistent bounce and consistent pace, it isn't quick. Whereas we're looking at it yesterday, and you see that consistent bounce, and you can see that consistent pitch, bounce and pace, not knowing it's a hybrid, and you think, oh well, this is, ball's hitting the gloves, it's not taking off, it's not keeping low. But for the bowlers, there's just that. There's not a zip off the surface. There is a consistency, but there's not a zip off the surface for them. As here's Patterson running in from the city end, 2 slips and a gully. He's right arm over the wicket, bowls, and this is defended from within the crease by Anderson, the former Middlesex man. But yes, that was, it kind of cropped up at the overnight interview then, that it's a hybrid. And, well, because they played their last game here on a hybrid, the expectation wasn't that you'd ask, oh, is this a hybrid as well? So playing back-to-back hybrids has surprised everyone up here and only came out at the close. As Patterson turns again. Eskenazi at slip, deploy at second, Higgins is the gully, and Patterson's in. He bowls a solid defence on the front foot from Anderson once more. And no run. We saw a couple of deliveries when we watched back the wickets yesterday. The Roland Jones one, we're not perfectly in line. We're down at, well, what at the moment is probably 4th slip, really. So you can't tell the sideways movement as much when you're not straight in line. What you can tell is the bounce, and that was where we were saying, oh, decent pitch, reasonable pace. It's consistent, all of it, but it's slow is the point. And there is a bit of sideways movement out there, as we saw from that Roland Jones one that was nearly a leg break, the one that took the top of the off stump. Let's get rid of Madsen. As here comes Patterson, and a little shuffle down the pitch from Anderson, which we saw yesterday even again, which tells you there is a bit of sideways movement. That's the reason why he's coming out of his crease. And he's trusting in the surface that he's able to do so. So it's a real game of cat and mouse, which, as you put, Dave, quite rightly, attritional was the feel yesterday, and it does feel as though that's probably going to be the way for the match now. It's who blinks first. Can Middlesex rattle through the second half of this innings quickly with the second new ball, or can they hang in there for a big score? As Patterson hits the crease now, he bowls on the back foot. That's punched away as far as point. We're racing around is Nathan Fernandez to make sure that there's no run, but 2-6. 8 for 5 it is. 2 balls to go. Patterson's 20th over of the innings, 1 for 54. And where yesterday morning again, his first spell, he went for 25 of his first 5 overs. His 6th over then was a maiden, and that was the end of his first spell. But going at 5 and over, there was punch after punch through the covers, and he thought, oh, well, you know, batters are enjoying this. Patterson in, bowls, just full of a length, forward defence from Anderson. Again with a shuffle, it's turned to mid-wicket. Now you look back on those first 5 overs, and he was a fraction short, considering it was a hybrid, because they were sitting back and punching off the back foot in front of point, and yeah, the boundaries racked up in the first.
Did the newness of the ball have anything to do with that as well?
Oh, absolutely,
harder
yeah, exactly.
ball?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe came on a bit more, and maybe bounced a bit better for them as well.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But once Patterson pitched it a bit fuller, if you think his first 5 overs went for 25, his last 15 have gone for 19. As this ball's pushed away, quick single is taken. Just in front of point, little fumble from Fernandez. They'd have got through anyway. I don't think it would have affected it. Have I said that right? Yes, because it sounded wrong, but I have. So, no, I haven't. His last 15 overs have gone for 30. There we go. So he's gone 2 and over for his last 15 overs. So that's a big difference. And the biggest difference that Patterson's made is he's gone that little bit fuller, which, you know, I think Middlesex bowled a little bit more wicket to wicket, particularly after lunch, which really slowed Derbyshire down. 269 for 5 it is. Anderson has 13. Rees has 5. You're listening to BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London live on the BBC Sport website and app with myself, Kevin Hand, and Dave Jepson.
Roland Jones to continue. Stands tall in his approach, with a very nice tall action, and that's played nicely through mid-wicket. I'm not sure he'll have the pace to go to the rope. There's a big chase on as the ball just slows up over this outfield and is pulled in a couple of yards short of the boundary, and they will take 2. The outfield here is somewhat uneven. I think it's where the drainage... has that been polite?
Yes, yeah, no, it came up yesterday with Fletcher.
Yeah, it is somewhat uneven, I think, where the drainage lines are in it. And no doubt exacerbated by the dry weather that we've been having for the best part of a couple of months, and are going to continue to have as well. Looking at the forecast. As Roland Jones is in again to the left-handed Rees. And pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run. So 2 slips and a gully in place, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg. Ground bathed in sunshine and a modest crowd in at the moment, I think it'd be fair to say. One gentleman at the far end sitting as far to the roped off part of the temporary permanent stand as he can. As Roland Jones is in again and takes an inside edge there for Rees into his thigh pad, and there is no run.
Best spot to watch the cricket in this game, isn't it?
He's got as straight as he possibly can to the pitch, and there's a temporary permanent stand at the far end of the ground. And the left hand, as we look, third portion of it is roped off to be used as the side screen. One gentleman is sat on the very next seat, determined to get the best possible view. As Roland Jones is in again and bowls with this nice tall action down the leg side, and Rees has a bit of a flick at it, but with no real intent, and Davis coming across collects in one glove.
The gentleman that was sat there yesterday, maybe it will be the same, wrapped up, hood up. Wasn't that, I mean, yesterday morning, we probably didn't pay enough attention because that hood must have come down across the day, but placed a bag next to him as well. So the second best seat in the house was for his bag.
For his bag, yes. Nobody sitting there.
Yes.
Roland Jones in again, past umpire Redford, bowls, and this time Rees does attempt to flick off his pad. I think it will be a leg by off the thigh pad indeed. There's the signal from umpire Redford. And one more will accrue, 273 for 5. I think I said earlier in the over that Anderson took a couple through mid-wicket. It was 3 actually. I was too busy watching the ball and not the
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. Sorry. It's a bit cloudy this morning, but not much. It's the temperatures are expected to get up again tomorrow, aren't they?
It's very, very hazy up in the sky. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and Anderson comes half forward, propping forward really, Pushes into the covers, no run, end of the over. Derbyshire 273 for 5, Anderson 16, Rees 5. I guess we will only really know how good an innings this is from Derbyshire when Middlesex
Exactly.
bat.
Yeah.
Given the tempo of it.
Well, it puts
Is this indicative of the pitch and the game as a whole, or having dug in, are Derbyshire leaving themselves a bit short?
it puts a pressure on Middlesex in some way that you get in and you score the runs first, and if you do get, 400 was talked about last night in the overnight interview. Yep, we'd love it if we got to 400 was the reply from David Lloyd. As his Patterson around the wicket, 2 slips in a gully. Hits the crease now, he bowls, and the left-handed Rees leaves alone through to the keeper. And it would be, 400, very fine score. Against a good attack as well, it has to be said. Roland Jones, Patterson, Cullen, Higgins, Zafar Gohar, the spinner. I think Derbyshire haven't been put in, absolutely delighted with that. Middlesex then, it's not that they have to stick or twist, but there will be, where Derbyshire have been kept at 2.5 runs per over, if Middlesex want to win the game, then they're going to have to go very big in their innings. Now, they can do that at a slow pace and bat once, but, they'll need to be hitting 650 nearly, won't they? So here's Patterson in bowls, and forward goes Rees pushing back up the track, and there's no run, or they bat at a quicker rate that moves it along. But batting at a quicker rate than Derbyshire have brings more chances into play.
Yes, and that's the interesting conundrum, which we won't know until later on today and maybe even into tomorrow.
Well, it should be fun. Should be fun to watch. But yeah, let's say both first innings are parity. We'll probably be here midway through tomorrow by the time that happens. As Patterson approaches around the wicket, he bowls, and that's driven by Rees as far as mid-off, no run. It's pretty much a carbon copy of the game, that one. Bowler gets it up there, just full of a length. Batter gets into a good position and strokes it away, but for no run. So yeah, midway through tomorrow, then it's over to Derbyshire. Do they get themselves into the third innings wobble? Or do they get themselves into a good position? But even if they do, time-wise, they'd then have to think about a declaration.
If they're trying to force a result,
Yeah.
yes.
And, well, let's not ride any of it off yet, because I never like going too early in a cricket match with opinions and thoughts. As here's Patterson in bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Rees, and there's no run. But the hybrid pitch puts that pressure on.
You know as well as I do that things can change very quickly
Exactly.
in a game, and we're still comparatively early in it.
Very, yep. But the hybrid certainly. It could look. You can have a flat pitch that isn't a hybrid, but the pace of what's happening out there, obviously, it's going to take one of the sides to somewhat implode, either with bat or ball, to allow the other to really get an ascendancy. You'd have thought. As here's Patterson up to the stumps, he bowls, and that's bumped back to him by Rees. Again, nice position, nice stroke. But no great pace about anything at the moment. And very much this particular passage of play now is a game of cat and mouse. It's hang in there for Derbyshire, see off the opening 2, and then get a partnership build by 2 batters who are still, making their way in the middle. It's 33 balls for his 16 Anderson, Rees 37 balls for his 5. So they've been there a while in that sense. Batters like to say that once they get to 30, then they feel like they're in. They feel like they should go on to a 50 and keep going. As here's Patterson in bowls outside the off stump. Left alone through to Davies. A couple of slips still in place for Patterson, but not required in this over. 273 for 5 it is. Derbyshire. Anderson will have a strike on 16 and Rees has 5.
Fair to say in the early part of this second day that the tempo of yesterday has continued. There's no particular urgency with the batsman to push the scoring rate along, quite happy just to occupy the crease.
And Anderson against his former county as well.
Of
That's
course,
the other bit. They beat the edge of his bat this morning, and that wasn't said often yesterday, particularly after the opening spell, that the edge of the bat was beaten. Cullen got a little bit to happen from the city end. They felt that there was better bounce from the city end, and he was getting it through a little bit better as a result.
Roland Jones to continue from the racecourse end of the ground in bowls to Anderson, who rather wafts at that with a one-handed drive, was never at the pitch of it and continued to follow the ball. Rather fortunate not to take an outside edge there. Walks away to square leg and has a little think about what he just did.
What I am going to do today is get the live stream up for us to be able to watch in line, because we are at quite the angle here. And just to see what sideways movement there is, because it wasn't apparent that there was a huge amount because things weren't happening at pace yesterday, but apparently there was.
As Roland Jones bowls again, and this time Anderson plays a better stroke through mid-wicket, similar to the one in the previous Roland Jones over, but this one might just have enough to reach the rope. Indeed it does. The first boundary of the morning. 4 to Anderson, timed that nicely off his pads. And despite the vain chase, the ball just had enough to reach the rope. So 4 to Anderson, he's now up to 20. And Derbyshire 277 for 5. So of course the other thing in here is, in terms of bonus points, is that they cease to be a part of the game after 110 overs. And we are already into the 101st. Derbyshire at the moment just have 1 to their name, as do Middlesex. Roland Jones on his way again into Anderson outside the off stump. That one keeps it a little low, and Anderson's shoulders on. But Davis takes it right down by his ankles, on all fours really. Just a little uneven, the bounce there.
Yeah, as I say, that wasn't something we particularly noticed, and a slight slope here at Derby, isn't there? Uphill, downhill. From the city end, you're running uphill. They said that Cullen running from the city end up the slope yesterday, it was just getting a little bit more bounce, whereas Roland Jones running down the slope here, not quite getting.
As Roland Jones is in again a buzz. Well, that is edged, but short of the second slip. It's actually a good take there at second slip, but it was on the bounce, and again suggests that
Slow.
Just quite slow, yes.
Yeah, the edge wasn't engaged much yesterday.
That was a genuine edge that you very often see carry into slip. And you wonder how much closer the slips can really get to take a catch there. Because, yes, you've got to be close enough to actually have a chance to catch it, but you've not enough reaction time as well. Maybe a bit of a let-off for Anderson there, as Roland Jones tries again. Balls, and that's driven back down the ground. But, will beat mid-off as the dive comes in, and it's only half stopped. And they'll come back for a couple there. Middlesex players all wearing jumpers with no names on, which makes it very difficult for me.
It's a cable net.
I'll try and pick them as
Don't worry. Go with the field in position. I'll jump in if the identification's needed, if someone does something brilliant.
Got 1 or 2 down, but and we'll pick them up as we go along. But anyway, 2 to Anderson there on a misfield at mid-off. And he's up to 22, 279 for 5. As Roland Jones is in again and bowls, and Anderson stoically forward, blocking into the colours. There is no run. End of the over. Derbyshire 279 for 5. Anderson 22. Rees 5. This partnership now worth 30. Has Roland Jones reached the veteran stage yet?
Yes, 37. Yeah. Had a chat with him this morning. He's feeling all right. He said, doing okay. What did occur to me, Dave, which was slightly worrying thought, as you mentioned there about the games that we did of yore.
Yes.
Our first one, we think, was 2007 at Southgate.
That's been brought up, correct. And I certainly remember that because it was a narrow Derbyshire win, and I remember getting rather excited.
Yes, Tom Lungley, we think, took a 5 in that game.
Yeah.
Here's Patson around the wicket. He bowls. And this is down the leg side. Good take by Davies. I wasn't sure if he got a little clip on it. There was an ooh and an ah from the field that started to suggest maybe there was something. But
so that's 18 years ago then.
Well, then what occurred to me was Anderson, who he's not a youngster anymore, but he was a Middlesex youngster for a while. So I was thinking, how old's Anderson? Was he born in 2007? That was the horrible thought of where my mind went to. And, when you were talking about games that we'd done many moons ago. No, we did a few on the far side of the ground, at the city end as well, didn't we? In the above the greasy spoon opposite. Here's Patson bowls. Forward goes Rees, pushing back to him, and there's no run. Is it still a greasy spoon? I don't think it is over there. The boundary bar now. But it used to be a greasy spoon, and we'd sit up above it and smell the bacon butties all day.
It did. It was a very leaky porter cabin.
Yes.
Not sure it was entirely safe, to be honest. And it wasn't the best view in the world because it was down at third man, or fine leg.
Then it became the groundsman's hut for a little while,
And
didn't
then
it?
there was a groundsman's hut, and there was a press office in there. There was various things. Thankfully, long since gone.
Is the bottom bit still what it was before, and they've taken the porter cabin off the top? I assume it
Yes,
is.
yeah, it's still the same building below.
Yeah. But it's not a greasy spoon anymore.
No.
Does it still smell like a greasy spoon?
I don't know. I don't around there.
Here's Lungley. He's in. Bowles. That's chipped over mid-on. Cry of catch. We saw that a few times. There were a few leading edges yesterday, and, well, Rees was very much looking to mid-wicket, but in the end ends up with a chip for 4 over mid-on, and a leap from, I think it's Cullen there who's retrieved the ball. Let's have a look and see. Yes, it is. But over his head, and he's a tall chap as well. So safely away in 4 runs. Rees moves to 9, 283 for 5.
Might help to explain Kane's dismissal yesterday, where he drove to mid-off and the pitch just maybe held the ball back a fraction. And he was caught.
Yeah, it didn't do a great... Kane, let me think. I have to look back now. Patterson's in, Bowles, and... Oh, there again. Whippily looking to play that through the onside. But the ball bobbles up to mid-on.
Almost a leading edge, really, there.
Yes. I think he just about checked the shot in time, didn't he? I'm going to look back now and see Kane's dismissal. Because there was the beaut from Roland Jones to get rid of Madsen.
Which I haven't seen, actually.
Oh, I'll show you now. Let's get him
He was
up.
on 49, wasn't he?
Yeah, it really did. You know, it was angling in. You're thinking that's clattering middle and leg, and it takes the top of the outside of off. Patterson bowls and onto the pads, looking to whip through the onside again, but hitting outside the line of off if there wasn't any bat involved, which there may well have been as well. Fourth wicket. No, that's not the one. Have they got it? Guest was bowled by Patterson. Video connection lost, so we don't have a replay. Oh no, it was Kame you were asking about, not Guest, wasn't it?
Yes, it's Kane.
So Guest was bowled by pretty much just a straight one, hit the top of the outside of off, and he's just slightly played the wrong line. That's his Patterson bowls. Ooh, zips that one through to the gloves of the keeper, which gets the excitement. And that's the thing, every now and again you see one like that and you think the pace is good. That really did nip through to the gloves of Davies, but not quite the pace the bowlers would like is the overall review of day one. 283 for 5. Anderson has 22. Rees survives that one on 9 as it beats the edge. And Derbyshire now have faced 102 overs. So this second new ball is 22 overs old. Let me look back at the Kane one, because the ones that really stick in the mind yesterday, the Guest and the Madsen dismissals.
Roland Jones will continue. To the right-handed Anderson. Still the 2 slips in. That second slip is now very close as he bowls. And that one, by contrast, bounces. And Davis ends up taking it somewhere around his right shoulder. So there's definitely some uneven bounce in this pitch. Suggests it may not be as easy to bat on as we think.
Ah, yes. Now I remember. Sorry, it was Kame. He's chipped it to mid-off, hasn't he, off Safa
Yes.
Gohar. Yeah, I mean, looking to up the scoring rate. Was he just shy of... He was approaching a
70s in
milestone,
his
wasn't he?
70s.
Yeah.
Roland Jones in again, Bowles and Anderson. A little tuck place to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, he's just shuffled to the pitch and... I mean, batsman error of judgment, wasn't it?
Took a step down as well, trying to hit over the top.
Yeah. He was looking to up that scoring rate, wasn't he? And
Yeah.
he had 3 figures on his mind, didn't he? That would have got him into the 80s, as he said. So yeah, it was, and there you go. That's what we kind
Maybe didn't quite get hold of it. Yeah.
Well, that's what we talked about earlier this morning. It's that mindset, isn't it? If you want to up the scoring rate, then it's going to bring risk.
Roland Jones, right arm over the wicket bowls, and Anderson stands tall at the crease in defence, and there's no run.
That's what Middlesex did extremely well yesterday, was keeping that rate at 2.5 and just keeping the pressure on Derbyshire and saying, look, go along at 2.5, that's fine. But you want to up the scoring rate, well, you'll have to make a move. Kane tried to, he departed. Just going to see if I can get up with the dismissal of Madsen. Oh no video signal on that one either, annoyingly. That was a lovely ball, really did seem Take the top of the outside of off.
Roland Jones in again, bowls, and Anderson drives. Oh, nice piece of fielding, extra cover.
Yeah, Ben Geddes getting down there. It's beautiful from him. And it was a lovely shot, though, wasn't it? Stuart Law, I mentioned this yesterday, he heaped praise on a young Martin Anderson, who was a fast bowler coming through the ranks at Middlesex, then got an injury. He's now an all-rounder, but he focused a lot on his batting and turned himself in. Well, Law really thrust him up the order and put a lot of faith into him and said that his driving is up there with the likes of Callis and...
It's very languid.
Yes, exactly.
That
and Mark
drive,
Waugh,
wasn't it?
exactly
Yeah.
that, yeah.
As Roland Jones tries again. And Anderson this time has time to push up to mid-off, although he may have been trying to hit it through the leg side.
Well, I was just about to say, hit that glorious 3, didn't he, down here, down below us, which he clipped, and that was into his arc. You know, that you talk about the drive, there's the drive all the way through to the clip in front of mid-wicket, isn't there? And that's where Anderson, he makes you sit up and take notice, because you think, oh, that looks good.
Well, thus far he's very much played off the front foot. I mean, that has as much to do with the length of the bowler's bowling as anything, but he seems comfortable enough doing that. As Roland Jones is in again and bowls, and Anderson again forward in defence, pushes up to mid-off. End of the over then, Derbyshire 283 for 5, continuing along their merry way. Anderson 22, Rees has 9.
Yeah, I think that's one of the interesting things today for Anderson, is that Middlesex, we talked about Patterson opening up on a shorter length yesterday and going at 5s for his first 5 overs. Middlesex then having to go to a fuller length for the rest of the day to keep that scoring rate down at 2.5, get control of things. But in bowling on that slightly fuller length, you are then bowling into the area that is Anderson's strength. Because I'd probably say if you were to try and bowl in an area that he didn't want, it might be just short of a length indeed. But this is not the pitch for it. So, yeah, just full of a length on the front foot. Anderson should be in his happy place, but a strength can always be a weakness, can't it? As here's Patterson with 2 slips and a gully. He's around the wicket, bowls, and Rees whips that one back over the bowler's head. Well, there's a little bit of intent from Rees. We saw him not quite connect with one over mid-on in the last over from Patterson. This one goes straight back over the bowler's head, and 4 it is. Extraordinary shot.
Not entirely convinced that that's where he was trying to hit it. Really.
No, yes, looking at his shape,
He was aiming a bit more leg side than that, really.
Yeah, I agree. But he got hold of it at least.
He did get hold of it, and the outcome for him was the same.
Yeah, good hand-eye coordination on this one, if not quite the way his body was setting up technically. As his Patterson in bowls, that's left alone by Rees on a length outside off stump. Yeah, I think it was very much like the one that only just chipped Cullen at mid-on in the previous over. I think both this one and that one were more looking over mid-wicket, weren't they? And he did have a leading edge in that last over as well. He's 13 from 46. I wonder, is that on his mind at all? It shouldn't be too much, because Derbyshire's best chance is going to be to go big in this innings, and that gives them control of the game.
I think given the time that's been taken out of the game so far, I think you're probably right.
Patterson in bowls, and Rees eases into the offside. Because Middlesex's big hope is 1 turns into 2 this morning, and they wrap up the final 5 pretty quickly. Yeah. Zach Crawley will probably have a say about that, because he won't hang around by the time he gets out there. But yeah, Anderson's 22 from 45, Rees is 13 from 47. That's not out of keeping with the innings as a whole, and they are facing a second new ball at the moment.
Yeah.
And the opening pair fresh on the second morning.
Slight delay there as the mid-wicket's being sent back to deep square leg.
3 balls left of the over. When does he bump him? Or does he bump him at all?
Well, interestingly, they went to the short ball for a while with Lloyd, and eventually it worked, didn't it?
There's a chap. What's he doing? I think he's reading the board. He's not even looking at the cricket. Is he a steward? Ah! He's got a suit on. He's turned facing the other way. There's a board on the far side, which looks like a board of honours, doesn't it? A roll of honour.
Yeah.
Something on the far side. As his Patterson beginning the over, or continuing the over, sorry, it's pushed back to him and there's no run. Whatever it was, he was stood there just quite happily, minding his own business. But Rees said, no, you're too close to being in line. So a whistle from Roland Jones he'd have picked up. There he goes. Is he a steward or something? He's suited and booted, isn't he? There's a tie on, which made me think it was a steward, but...
He's just a spectator.
Member of the committee, maybe. So that's the members... the members' pavilion over there. The committee room, I think, is still on the top floor in the middle. That's the old pavilion here at Derby. Patterson in bowls a bumper. There it is, and it's hooked fine of Fernandez, who's racing, but he won't get there. So the ploy was for the bumper, but 4 more. Rees enjoys that one. He moves to 17.
Very controlled stroke there from Rees over the top of the bounce, hit it down, and behind square. Fernandez, as you say, was fielding in front of the umpire on the rope, and it wasn't that far to his left, but he had no chance of cutting it off. He's just gone behind the umpire now. Actually, he's just changed his line. It's a well-controlled stroke from Rees, brought in 4 runs.
Patterson in, bowls just full of length outside the off stump. It's left alone by Rees. He has 17. Anderson will have strike on 22. Derbyshire 2-9-1 for 5. And 24 overs on this second new board. Had 104 of the innings.
I guess the other factor in this game as it develops is how keen either side it is to try and win the game.
Yes.
And how they perceive that in terms of their overall ambition for the season as well. And the argument, from my point of view, would be that there's nothing to lose in trying to win the game because you're in the second division and you will still be in the second division even if you don't win this game. As Roland Jones starts again and bowls, and Anderson pushes at this one. Bit of a prod, really. It was a nothing stroke, and balls through to Davies, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I mean, from a neutral perspective, clearly from a Middlesex perspective, but from a neutral perspective, the best thing to happen would be for these final 5 wickets to go relatively quickly. In terms of that game, because as you say, somebody then is going to have to twist at some stage, otherwise, assuming that Middlesex go at the same rate as Derbyshire and the innings plays out in the same way. Now we must wait for both sides to bat to judge that, but...
Roland Jones in again, bowls, and that takes Anderson on the pad. That's going to be close, not out, says umpire Redfern. May have been slipping down the leg side, but Anderson was beaten. That one might have nipped back on him a fraction and caught him nowhere higher than the knee roll on the front pad.
Just drifting down, maybe, just looking at the replay now.
Possibly, yeah, it's tight. Wouldn't have been surprised had that gone in the bowler's favour. But Anderson gets away with it.
On a slow surface, a hybrid as a bowler, you kind of hope, oh, go on, umpires, give us the benefit of the doubt on that.
A bit of benefit, yeah. Anderson survives, and Roland Jones tries again. And Anderson this time drives up to Patterson at mid-off. And there is no run.
That's pretty out, looking at it.
I think so.
We're looking at that where we've just managed to freeze on the moment of impact.
The only thing looking at that is whether there's a bit of an inside edge on it.
That is, of course, a possibility, yes.
But just with the naked eye, and I appreciate we're over mid-on here rather than straight, just the way everything happened, it kind of looked out.
Yeah.
Anyway, Roland Jones in again, bowls, and Anderson very freely drives on the up to mid-off. And there is no run. So 2-9-1 for 5 then, Derbyshire. In the 105th over. A very pleasant morning here at the county ground. The sun is out. Very little breeze. It's a pleasant day to be watching cricket of any description, really. Certainly county cricket. As Roland Jones tries again and bowls, and Anderson takes his bat away from this one. It bounces a bit outside the off stump. Shaped to play it, and then just removed his bat at the last moment.
I've managed to freeze it a little bit further on for moment of impact, because you quite rightly said potentially high as well, because you can see it's hitting at the top of the knee roll. But as we know nowadays with DRS, top of the knee roll, you're generally out. And even I always go back to the Steve Smith one at the, was it the Cricket World Cup or the Champions Trophy? And it was just clipping the top of his pad, let alone the top of the knee roll, and it was still hitting.
Well, that's if you're watching Hawkeye.
Yes, exactly.
As Roland Jones bowls, and this is flicked off his pads fine by Anderson. There's a chase round the boundary there for Fernandez. Is that Fernandez on there?
Cullen.
Cullen,
Cullen.
sorry. And they take 2. End of the over. Then Anderson up to 24, 293 for 5.
Well, as we don't.
Reese has 17. So my rule of thumb is, if it hits above the knee roll, I genuinely think it's too high.
Benefit of the doubt. Yeah. Unless you're backed right up on the stumps. Yeah.
And I might be going off message here, but I'm still not convinced by Hawkeye.
Well, I was going to say,
Some of
you
them just
do
don't look out.
You do get more dismissals now. Spinners nowadays get more dismissals now than they ever did. Because that was the thing. Imagine how many wickets Shane Warne would have got if
Yes. Yeah.
the benefit of the doubt was so heavily with the batters. But Hawkeye now has changed things. Here is Patterson around the wicket. He bowls to Reese, who defends to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, and just finishing up on the Anderson one, I reckon if you go upstairs, it is at least clipping, which is umpire's call, and the umpire's call was not out. So, that last replay that we've just got there, that last freeze frame, I reckon it's hitting leg. It's how much of leg is it hitting, but it's hitting high up on leg, so the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter. Here's Patterson. Bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump. 2, 9, 3 for 5.
What it does also show, Hawkeye, is the number that are missing the stumps that
Yes.
you think are hitting
Yeah.
because of the angle. And a ball doesn't have to move much or actually be travelling at much of an angle for it to appear to be in line, or indeed be in line. But actually, by the time it gets to the stumps, it's missing. So when you go back to some of the umpires, such as Dickie Bird, who was renowned as a not-outer, I'll come back to it in a minute.
Patterson's around the wicket. Defended by Reese off the back foot.
There was you start to look at it on Hawkeye, you kind of think, well, actually, he was maybe getting more right than wrong, even though he was renowned as a not-out umpire.
Patterson again. It's turning in front of the advertising mat at the city end. 2 slips in the gully go down. Patterson bowls, and that is chipped again towards mid-on. This time it falls short of the fielder. Well, they've got something going here against Reese, haven't they? Or Reese has got something in mind. Again, he's looking towards mid-wicket with that, but on each occasion he's hitting it to mid-on at best. There was the one that went back over the bowler's head for 4.
There's been 4 or 5 now that have ended up going in the direction of mid-on or straight in the air. They haven't gone to hand.
It goes back to what the feedback that was given to us overnight, that it is a pitch that is on the slower side.
Yeah.
Even though the consistency of the pace of the ball and the bounce, the consistency, the bounce looked good from our angle, the actual speed of the ball off the surface is on the slower side. They're bringing in a short mid-wicket now for Reese. And I almost think that that's the wrong move, because maybe it'll stop Reese playing, because it feels like if he keeps playing that, he's going to get out sooner or later. As in comes Patterson, he bowls, and that's clipped leg stump half volley. Oh, nasty stop on a bobbling field down below for Fernandez there. He's done a really, really good job of stopping that, and that, I'm not sure he didn't wear that on the chest, did he? I think he may well have done. Holden just checking you're all right, Nathan. Had to really throw his body in front of that one, Fernandez. It was coming in a real place, whipped off the leg stump half volley by Reese, who's taken 2. He's on to 19.
It's a very good piece of fielding by Fernandez, given the bumpiness of the outfield.
Yeah, there was a last kick, definitely, I think, that just hit up onto the chest. As forward goes Reese, pushing to cover. As it was, he wasn't in position because it was moving so quickly, he was getting around. And then when that last kick up got
one
to
of
him.
those that can very easily take your teeth out.
Yes, the dentist
because
job.
he was having to dive to his left to get behind the ball without quite knowing where it was going to bounce.
Yeah.
And as you suggested, about 3 or 4 yards in front of him, it kicked, didn't it?
Yeah, no, not nice at all. End of the over, 2.95 for 5. Anderson 24 and Reese 19. Anderson will have strike. Cullen's warming up, by the way, so how far he'll be before replacing Patterson. But Feels like Patterson's got something going on against Rees here in particular. He's beaten the bat. He's got those, if not leading edges, near leading edges. They've certainly been miscontrolled drives and clips into the onside.
Roland Jones in for his 6th over of the morning. And bowls, and that's driven in the air, safe, and it will go away for 4 by Anderson. Again, a free swing of the arms. And the ball was in the air for a while, but perfectly bisected the extra cover and mid-off. And Anderson collects a boundary. It does drop well. I do like that. Look at that shot.
It was a slap, wasn't it?
It is really, yes. It's not a classic Wally Hammond cover drive, but he gets sort of into position, and with a free swing of the arms, hits it through the offside. Interesting with Anderson, because of course he came from Middlesex at the back end of last year, and has fitted into this side quite well, and has already scored. I think he's scored 100 already. Actually. Certainly got runs already for Derbyshire.
Well, it is. It's extraordinary turnaround because, again, ageing myself, I do remember him coming through the ranks and them talking about this 80-plus youngster that they had, Anderson, as a bowler. And
Roland Jones comes in, there's a short extra cover in place now, and Anderson comes forward and defends, and aforementioned short extra cover will do the fielding.
Again, it's funny on the extra cover there. Sorry, Dave, you still had a point to make, but just on the extra cover, a bit like the mid-wicket for Rees, with covers you do so often sometimes say, well, you kind of leave the covers on offer in the hope that they'll nick it through, because that last one that he drove at in the air, it was risky. But does it take the shot out of the equation now, which is a wicket-taking, a mode of dismissal for Middlesex?
As, Roland Jones tries again to the right-handed Anderson, who bowls, and again is forward, playing straight back up the pitch, and Roland Jones sticks a foot out but doesn't stop it. There is no run. I think the point is that obviously he came through the system, the academy system at Middlesex. But for whatever reason was released last year, and I just wondered if you know what the background to.
Well, Ryan Higgins pretty much, because they're pretty much holding the same position. So the funny thing with Higgins is he left in 2017 because James Franklin was the captain and was the all-rounder. So Higgins was being blocked off from the first 11 by the skipper.
Roland Jones bowls again to Anderson, who beaten outside the off stump this time as he comes forward.
Now, one of those great things, if you could turn back time. And this is without any disrespect to James Franklin, who's a wonderful cricketer, but for the long-term planning of Middlesex, you'd have said, actually, if we're going to lose Higgins here, we better get him in, because you know the hindsight of it is look at the wonderful career that he's had, and they've now finally got him back, Higgins, from Gloucestershire, after 7 years away. Similarly, Higgins' return then blocked off Anderson, so Anderson heads on to Derbyshire.
As Roland Jones bowls to him, and that one bounces and beats the outside edge of Anderson's bat. May have taken it away very late, but he was beaten by that one. But certainly something in the pitch for Roland Jones there, and just an indication that this pitch isn't straightforward, really. Maybe slow enough for the batsman to adjust.
Yeah.
But the bounce is a little uneven.
Roland Jones bringing him forward, ball after ball. Roland Jones always will just extract a little bit more bounce than a batter will expect. Not so much as he used to. He used to do it regularly. But every now and again, he'll still get one, just with a bit of bounce.
He's in now and bowls, and Anderson stands tall and drives off the back foot up to mid-off. There is no run. That is the end of the over. 107 overs bowled.
Look at the replay of this one, Dave. It also, and this is where we're not sat in line, so today we are getting the replays up. That has jagged off the surface. Look at that go. Not only bounced.
It bounced and actually hit the seam as
yeah,
well.
and it's moved away.
Oh, that was a good nut, that was.
And it's, to some extent, Anderson, looking at it straight on, he has... Oh, no, he did play it. I was going to say, he hasn't followed it, but he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, bounce and leaving him, so... Now, here's a man who they said he was getting the most out of it, Cullen, because he was getting a bit more bounce from the city end yesterday, where it's slightly uphill from the city end. It's not easy to notice, is it? But if you sharpen your eyes a little bit, you can just see that the ground dips down to the city ground slightly.
Interesting, because I've been watching cricket here for I don't know how many decades now. never really considered that there was a slope.
The slope,
on the
yeah.
ground, no.
Yeah.
But similarly at Chesterfield, I don't know if you've ever commented
Yep.
at Chesterfield, but they always talk about uphill and downhill at Chesterfield,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I've played on that ground,
Yeah.
and I never noticed it. It's very slight.
Cullen around the wickets, replacing Patterson. He bowls, and Rees pushes back up the track, and there's no run. Well, it's funny. There's a slope at Canterbury, which is probably bigger than the slope at Lord's.
Right.
However, I did ask a few about this, and we were down at Canterbury, and I said, but I don't feel that it affects the play the same way the slope at Lord's affects the play. Why is that? And they said that actually the square perhaps isn't as... The way that the slope works at Canterbury, even though it's a similar shape to Lord's, here's Cullen bowls. This is driven up to mid-off, just wide of the fielder for a single, and that will bring up the 300. And of course, that is with it the second batting point for Derbyshire. 300 for 5. I'll come back to the slope in a moment. 300 for 5. So bonus points are still in play for 2.4 overs, which is the other thing of note here. Middlesex need one more wicket for a second bowling point. The third batting point for Derbyshire, you can pretty much forget about that. That's 50 runs away. Unless Anderson does something quite brilliant here, which he is capable of, Anderson. Equally, Rees has been trying to push on somewhat. But, yeah, this partnership now, they came to, it's worth 51. So the applause for that one we missed slightly as this ball's clipped away down to deep square, long leg. And they've taken 2. Good bit of fielding down there by Zafar Gohar, just getting around to making sure it didn't get past him. 302 for 5. So yeah, partnership 53 now, but Middlesex need one more wicket. So when this partnership came together at 249, Middlesex at that point would still have harboured some hope with the second new ball of maximum bowling points, but now they're having to be careful to get the second bowling points as here's Cullen in, bowls, solid forward defence for Anderson to short extra cover and no run.
Just having a look at, I did watch Cullen yesterday, and he went through this spell of bowling short, particularly to Lloyd.
Yeah.
But he's a big strapping chap with a
He is.
broad pair of shoulders on him, isn't he?
Yeah. He's got the build for it, doesn't he?
He has.
He's got the look for it. The shame for Anderson is he hasn't played first-class cricket for a couple of years, which, ironically enough, we were talking about the quick bowler of Derbyshire back in 2007. I've forgotten his name again.
Lungley.
Lungley.
Yeah.
This is Cullen in bowls, and this is pushed just wide of mid-off for a single. Because I think he was an under-19 international, wasn't he, for England, Lungley? I think he was certainly highly regarded. Then he had his back trouble. He came back and he took up the 5 for in that game, bowling with good pace at Southgate. And Cullen here, similarly, he's missed 2 years of first-class cricket, although he's got some white ball cricket in that time. But it is really good to see him running back in and bowling fast and bowling well. I spoke to him last night. He said, Kev, I took none for 70 yesterday. I said, yeah, but come on, your figures did not reflect how you bowled. Because he was, as you said, he was asked to bowl the bumper.
Yeah.
He was asked to bowl the short stuff and see if he can pick up the wickets that way, which is more costly. Cullen bowls one that doesn't quite get up to Rees there. Now, there's something we haven't said often in this. You noted one a couple of overs back where the bounce was a little naughty, but that one there didn't quite get up to Rees. He must have got an inside edge on that on the back foot. We'll have a look at the replay now because it felt like... having kept low as it did, that he was in line. Oh, he's well outside the line of off stump. That's what it was. 303 for 5.
Interesting yesterday that as the game meandered on, that Middlesex only used 5 bowlers. I don't know
Yes.
if there's anybody else in the side who might have been able to turn their arm over and just mix it up for an over or two and try something different.
Well, I think because we pondered on this at one point yesterday, and I think it was that period of over 70 up to 80 where you thought, well, I wonder, can you get somebody on just to try something different at this stage? But where Middlesex was so keen to keep control of the rate, Leas Deploy would have been an option. Nathan Fernandez would have been an option. Both left-arm spinners as well, like Zafar. Well, actually, they had such a good... The key to it all was keeping that control of the scoring rate, that I think they probably were right to stick with Zafar and whoever was at the other end, just to keep the scoring rate down to the second new ball, rather than just release a bit of pressure and which sometimes a part-time bowler can pick up a wicket, but also it can just allow some runs to flow.
So, change of bowling from the racecourse, and Roland Jones is removed from the attack, having bowled a 6-over spell, to be replaced by Higgins. Right on over the wicket, bustling into the crease and bowls, and turned off his pads by Anderson behind square. They'll take one and they will settle for one as well. Ryan Higgins, medium pace really, certainly of lesser pace than the other three bowlers we've seen so far.
Bit of swing on that first one. I'm just watching the replay. As we say of Higgins, if anyone will swing it in the Middlesex attack, it'll be Higgins.
Yep.
And there was a bit of in-dip in that one. But he'd say the pace of the surface isn't the greatest. Higgins, he'll surprise you, but they sometimes have the speed guns at the ground, don't they? And there was a match last year where he was actually somewhere around the quickest of the lot. I think Roland Jones is bowling a little bit quicker now than he was when he returned from injury. You know, you build yourself back up again, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, it would have been around that time, and Patterson wasn't in the side for that one, and nor was Cullen. So, yeah, Higgins will be
Sharper than the second string who were in on the day.
Yeah, and then in this one, he and Roland Jones will probably be of about the same pace, but of course Roland Jones delivers it from a much greater height.
He's in around the wicket to Rees, who plays into the leg side, where interestingly there are two short mid wickets. Obviously one straighter than the other. In fact, we've got a 5-4 leg side field for Rees at the moment with a long leg, deep square leg. These two short fielders on the leg side and the mid on. There's a mid off, an extra cover, backward point, and a single slip. I'll come back to this in a minute as Higgins is in and bowls, and Rees comes carefully forward and just plays it down to this single slip, who is possibly at second slip but extremely close, well in front of the wicketkeeper. Again, another indication of the lack of pace in this pitch, really. He's almost close enough to wearing a helmet. Higgins bustles in again, past umpire Redfern, balls around the wicket to Rees, who clips off his hip into the leg side, and they will take a single. Gentle run through for the batsman there, and Rees will go to 21 from 62 deliveries. Anderson has 32 from 61. So this pair between them have faced more than 20 overs for 53 runs, plus whatever extras are involved as well. Over the wicket now, Higgins. Into Anderson, who drives up to mid-off. It's a nice looking stroke. Again, plenty of time. There is no run. As, Roland Jones does the fielding there.
He can do a lot of damage, Anderson, if he gets in and stays in. 32 from 62 so far, but yeah, again, that drive, and on a pitch where Middlesex are bowling on a fractionally fuller length, he could be a real danger to his former county.
Higgins in bowls, and that's flicked off his hips. They'll just settle for one. Down to long leg, a slight misfield down there.
Patterson will forgive him at the end of the spell, won't we?
Yeah, nothing dangerous.
He's got some real in-dip going here, Higgins. Just saw the previous one. We'll see this one again in a moment. But
That's interesting, because you can't see that from the angle.
well, that's why
we're
today,
looking
yeah.
at.
Because nothing was happening at a great pace yesterday, it felt as though there wasn't that much sideways movement. But actually now, you know, having a chat with them and getting a stream up to watch it straight on rather than watch it with our own eyes. From an angle, you can just see there is that little bit more. Here's that drive from Anderson. Watch this one swing into the middle of the bat.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Big boom. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But because it's not happening at any great pace off the surface, the batters are playing what sideways movement there is with a fair amount of time. I think, like I say, my main focus yesterday was, seemed to hit the gloves regularly. It was like, okay, reasonable pace pitch, but actually it's slightly on the slower side as Cullen begins a new over, and that is whipped in the air in front of square for 4. A square leg would have had a dolly, but there's only a mid-wicket and a long leg in what is a 6-3 field for Middlesex. So Anderson's on to 37, 310 for 5. Didn't quite get over the top of it, did he? But no fielder there, so no problem. Up to the pavilion gate it rushed. Partnership ticks along to 61. This is the last over with the bonus points in play. So Middlesex have 5 deliveries left to find a second bowling point. One of the things that we discussed yesterday was obviously Middlesex inserting Derbyshire. And I'm guessing on a hybrid, they thought probably with a bit of grass, and it was green yesterday morning. As Cullen's in, bowls, and this is run away. Oh dear, down to the vacant third. And the reason I say oh dear is because it's cricket law, isn't it? They've just moved gully to deep square, where Anderson's clipped a boundary, and having moved gully, he's just eased that through the gully region to the vacant deep third. And it's back-to-back boundaries for Anderson, who's on to 41, 314 for 5.
Half cut, really, just waited for the ball and guided it down to third man. And it fairly raced away over the outfield. But as you say, they had just that ball moved the man from that deep gully position, really, into the leg side as a result of the previous stroke that had been hit through square leg.
Slip crouch down. Cullen's response to Anderson is full and straight, and he defends to short extra cover. Game of intrigue again on this second morning. Nearly an hour gone. Bonus points are nearly done. Anderson and Rees have made a reasonable fist of this partnership now. 65 from 128. Anderson doing the majority of the scoring with his 41, Rees 21. Both from a similar number of balls, 66 for Anderson and 62 for Rees. Cullen in bowls, and that's worked out to the deep square boundary this time by Anderson, right over the top of it. He wasn't whipping that, was he? With the one that went in the air earlier in the over for 4. End of the over, is it? No, it's not. They're just changing. It's Anderson. He's tying his boot. He whipped off the gloves, threw them to the ground, threw the bat down. Usually you're thinking it's end of the over, but no. Just tying his lace, and the field changes for the left-handed Rees. 2 deliveries to claim a second bowling point for Middlesex.
Ooh, the tension.
Cullen around the wicket, he bowls, and Rees is solidly behind this one, and there's no run. It doesn't feel like it's going to come, does it?
Well, it doesn't, but you never know. And it will be interesting to see if it doesn't after this over, whether Derbyshire attempt to up the scoring rate a little.
Yes. Well, ahead of Middlesex in the table at the moment, aren't they? Undefeated Derbyshire.
They've had a fairly positive start, really.
Cullen bowls, and that is defended to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the 110th over. It's the end of the bonus points, so Derbyshire take 2 with the bat, and Middlesex take 1 with the ball. Derbyshire are 315 for 5.
The scoring rate still not reached 3 and over. I think it's fairly obvious that Derbyshire's intention here is to just bat as long as possible, really.
Well, 400 got mentioned in the close of play interview last night. Or I can't remember if it was with Fletch or just afterwards, with the ECB reporter asking the question. But
and runs on the board are always useful.
Well, they are. I mean, what was 400 a target last night? You're 315 for 5. He starts to think of 450.
Long way to go for that.
It is.
Higgins will continue. The bearded Higgins is in, and Bolton Anderson comes forward, defending up to mid-on.
There's a lot of beards.
There
is a lot of beards on display in the media centre we were establishing yesterday. Fletch was
of course, actually, I haven't really thought about it. Yeah,
Fletch was the trendsetter, but I meant of the Derbyshire locals, to which Fletch cheekily turned to me and said that I had the hair of a teenager but the beard of a 70-year-old. Which, thanks, Fletch.
Backhanded compliment.
Yeah, there was a compliment.
Higgins bowls. Anderson tries to force into the offside, but doesn't really time it. There will be no run.
I took the greater slant as you've got the hair of a teenager, i.e. it's a mess.
Well, I haven't thought of it in those terms.
Get a haircut.
It's more of a mess of hair than his.
I'm assuming he's tuned in on the road now, which...
Yes, hopefully he's left and he's on his way to Burton, so
Yes.
come in the back of the box and clip me around the ear. Higgins bustles in again and bowls, and Anderson comes properly forward and defends back to the bowler. There is again no run. One or two people still coming into the ground. It's filled up a little since we started at 11 o'clock. Modest, I think it would be fair to say, crowd. You can't see, of course, how many are sitting at this end of the ground these days.
No.
And there is a new stand away to my left, which I think is now open.
It is, yeah. There were a few sat in there
Which will
yesterday, I
be
was told.
housing the number. Yeah. There's, Higgins bowls and Anderson again pops forward, plays up to short extra cover, no run.
Oh, the swing is still there. I was watching that on the replay. Higgins getting it.
But you can never tell at a county ground, regardless if it's this one or not, how many people are actually in it.
Yes.
There's always people wandering around, and they'll be in the bars and they'll be in the cafes. And
Well hidden.
absolutely. Yeah. So there are always more people at the game than there appear to be. Higgins tries again, the bowls, and Anderson this time goes back and tries to force into the leg side, but doesn't time it, and again there is no run. Umpire Redfern just passed the ball there to have a little look at. Nothing doing. They tried to change the ball yesterday, didn't they? At one point, but it was refused. Higgins is in, bowls again. That's way down the leg side. A good take by Davis on the second bounce. Made that look very easy. As Higgins strayed way down the leg side, appeared to be swinging further away, and Davis, tumbling over, collected it cleanly on the second bounce, just in front of him. End of the over. Derbyshire continue to amble along, 315 for 5. Anderson has 42. Reese 21. This partnership is now worth 66. What time did you finish last night? Because at one stage you were on I think about 32 overs in the first session.
Yeah, it wasn't far off. They were close to finishing on time last night. Only a little bit of overtime yesterday evening. Can't remember exactly, but it was one of the bad ones. Here's Cullen. He's around the wicket. He bowls, and on the back foot, this is pushed up towards mid-on, but mid-wicket shuffles across to collect. Higgins in place.
Middlesex very much down to a single slip now and a gully. The close fielder is at short mid-wicket.
Slip and a gully in place. And Cullen is in, bowls. Oh, played off the back foot by Reese. Ball trickles away into the onside. Bright day still here. The sun hasn't fully won through the hazy cloud cover that's over Derby just yet, but again, tomorrow is going to be the real scorchio for this one. So here's Cullen past the umpire, he bowls, and Reese is forward, defending back up the track. Midway through his 20th over, Cullen.
Was the feeling at Middlesex at the start of the season that promotion's a realistic ambition?
Oh yes, I think so. Yeah. I think with the additions of Patterson and Gohar, I think Middlesex have probably plugged the last two gaps in the side. They needed a senior spinner to help the development as much of the younger spinners. As Cullen bowls and up on his toes, Reese eases this tobacco point and there's no run. Now the man that is kept out of the side with the next in line, should we say, for the spin is Luke Holman. Now whether he could play as a batter, because he's a phenomenal batter. He's a genuine all-rounder. But with the arrival of Zafar, whether that asks Holman, who's actually on at the moment, there he is, deep backward square, just popped on for somebody. Who's that going to be? I'm going to guess Patterson at the end of his spell, maybe. Is that Patterson at mid-on? Fernandez is at long leg. He wore that one on the chest down here. Holden was previously down here. Yes, it's Holden who's gone off. Here's Cullen, This is turned to mid-wicket and Higgins, no run. But, yeah, Holman, he goes really nicely in white ball cricket for Middlesex and T20 in particular. And he's made an impact in the championship game as well, but Ian Salisbury, now the coach, spin bowling coach at Middlesex, he'll be working hard with young Luke Holman. Because I remember a couple of years ago saying, well, who's working with Luke Holman? Who's in with him day in, day out? Who's helping him develop? The fast bowlers have it, the batters have it. Dutch came in for a little while. This has worked. Back around the leg side for a single by Rees to end the over. And it's Holman who fields it. He's on to 22. Cullen on for 83 from 20. So, yeah, because he really burst through Holman. He thought, wow, they found a great leg break bowler here. He took 10 for down at Hove to win the match on what had been looking like a pretty benign and flat pitch prior to that, because Middlesex hit their highest first-class score, as it was at the time, in that game, and Robson and Stoneman recorded the highest opening partnership for Middlesex, beating off the top of my head, it was Gatting and Langer who had the previous one. But anyway, and then in that match, everybody was writing it off. It's destined for a draw, this. But Middlesex was so far ahead that Sussex had to bat for so long just to avoid the follow-on. Yeah. They thought, well, it's not really. And then they missed the follow-on, thanks to Holman. And then he went on and helped wrap them up in the game. So, yeah, it was a stunning breakthrough, and he's a fine batter as well. But certainly with the arrival of Zafar Gohar now, I mean, Gohar does, and he's perfect timing. Comes into the attack now, doesn't he? He qualifies for England soon. Won Test for Pakistan many moons ago, but has been plying his trade in England for a few years now. And there is the thought that he may well be a contender to get in the England side as a spinner. If he does, then that opens the door to Holman once again. But as I say, if you're Luke Holman and part of the Luke Holman fan club, which I think most Middlesex fans are, he's a really exciting young player because he's an all-rounder as well, not just an exciting young leg break bowler. It's try and force your way into the side as a batter as well. And there is the feeling that he's got the ability to bat in the top six. 316 for 5.
The aforementioned Zafar is into the attack. So a brief spell for Higgins there. Could be won about 3 overs, I think.
There's a bizarre anomaly with Zafar Gohar in that on the scorecards, so the one to your right, the scoreboard, which we can see in our commentary box, also on the screen for the stream, it says Zafar, but on his back it says Gohar, which is apparently what he preferred to go by.
In which case?
It's Gohar.
It's Gohar.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it did me. I only discovered that in the last game, that he would personally prefer Gohar. I assumed it was Zafar because that was where it was everywhere. It was like, well, they put Gohar on his bat, but he obviously prefers Zafar, but actually it's the other way round.
Oh, he's going to bowl left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees with a 5-4 leg side split, a short leg in and a slip. He's in and bowls the first ball and flights that one nicely. It's actually played down into the ground to the short leg by Rees. Interesting that Derbyshire have picked 2 spinners for this game. They don't tend to do that. Let's go on bowls again, and Rees is down the pitch and hits that high over mid-wicket, and it will go for 4. So Rees used his feet there and picked it up. His man had a deep square leg, but it was about 25 yards to his right. Never a chance of him cutting it off. And, Rees picks up 4. He goes to 26. Umpire Redfern have another look at the ball now. Why that might be, other than that it clattered into the concrete steps, I think, that lead up to the pavilion. There's Gohar bowls shorter and flatter this one, and Rees has time to go back into his crease and turn it into the ground and to the short leg for no run. 320 for 5 then, Derbyshire.
Sounds good, doesn't it, for the hosts?
It does. 112 overs. As Gohar bowls again and again. Rees maybe as a further indication if this pitch has time to go back and play it up to the bowler. Still not reached 3 runs and over as a rate. As Gohar bowls, flights this one up, ball of fuller length turned into the leg side, and a quick single taken as Rees calls his partner through, and very comfortably as well. And Rees goes to 27. He's got a nice flight about him. His first over I've really watched very closely. And he bowls with at a reasonable pace. He doesn't just lob it up. And neither does he fire it in. There's a nice loop to it. As he's in again and bowls, and that finds the outside edge of Anderson's bat. He'll get a run down to a short third man. And Anderson came forward then and just gripped and found the outside edge. Anderson, to be fair to him, played it with soft hands, and it went down rather than up. But nevertheless, an indication that there might just be something there for the spinner. End of the over. Anderson has 43, Rees 27. Derbyshire 322 for 5.
Yeah, again, on a pitch and a day and a surface game like this, it's someone like Zafar Gohar that you look to make a difference. But although there is seam movement out there, and if it seams, it will spin, they say, it's slow seam movement. It's slow off the surface. Batters are in position, and similarly for the spinner, everything's happening slowly. So it is that game of control. It feels like a pinch point at the moment, though, because if they can get through Zafar Gohar in this spell, and indeed get through to lunch. It's 45 minutes to the interval now, wicketless in the first hour and 15 of this session, Middlesex. Then Derbyshire can still have their eye on something quite big here, can't they? As Higgins begins a new over. He's in from the city end, right arm over. That's left alone outside the off stump by Anderson. And again, on the pace of this surface, you look at that ball there. That's taken around waist height by Davies. He's not standing that far forward to Higgins. From the angle we're at, you kind of look at it and think, well, paces are right. But, yeah, from the bowler's perspective, and indeed from the batter's perspective, because they're not scoring at a quick rate, it's not racing off the surface is the key. Losing pace as a ball would on any, but losing considerable pace on a hybrid. Here's Higgins in, bowls. That's punched hard. Just fine of cover. That's a lovely shot by Anderson. We talked about his driving. It's not just off the front foot, it is off the back as well, and a little bit of room to free up his arms outside off. He moves to 47.
It's the first opportunity he's had to attack off the back foot, really. Anderson, everything thus far has been played off the front foot, but short and wide from Higgins wasn't a very good ball. It was hammered away in front of square.
Partnership ticks along to 77. 3-2-6 for 5. Here's Higgins' response. Balls now and tighter to Anderson, who eases off the back foot into the offside, and there's no run. Just seeing a replay of the ball before that it was dispatched for 4. And yeah, it was a short and wide, and it sat up really, didn't it? It wasn't particularly that short, but it was the width and not swinging back into Anderson meant that rocking back got a meaty chunk of it. It didn't even have to be up on his toes on his back foot particularly to it, but again, that's as much to do with the pace of the surface. As Higgins is in, bowls just full of length. It's driven to extra cover. Good tumbling stop by Ben Geddes in there. I think mid-off would have got round anyway, but Geddes lively. The nose of the batter.
I mentioned earlier on whether Middlesex's ambition extended to promotion this year. I wasn't trying to demean it at all, but I remember reading at the start of the season.
Oh, yeah.
I think it might have been Shilberry.
Higgins, shorter run-up. Comes in, bowls. That's punched to point where a scrambling stop is made by Fernandez. One of those cheeky ones that Higgins turns early and comes off a short run-up.
Shilberry, writing in the Daily Telegraph, suggested that the promotion places were Lancashire, plus one of the others other than Derbyshire or Glamorgan. So the 6 of them were fighting for one this place. But it's not actually quite happened like that, really, with Lancashire so far. They've not pulled up any trees.
Something's not quite happening for Lancashire at the moment. Higgins past the umpire, bowls, and forward goes the right-handed Anderson defending. Into the over. 3:26 for 5. Anderson 47, Reese left striker 27. Yeah, something's not quite happening for them there. He was right about Glamorgan. Right down to the bottom, aren't they? And they're struggling a bit. Beaten by Middlesex in the last round.
Mm-hmm.
But Derbyshire above Middlesex.
Well, they've had a good start, and obviously they won the first game against Gloucestershire, which helps.
Forgive me, I should have said unbeaten Derbyshire above Middlesex.
Unbeaten Derbyshire.
For as long as it lasts. Make the most of it.
Absolutely. And in the other 2 games, although they've been on the back foot in both of them, they've responded well.
Yeah.
To save the game both times.
And that's a mark of a good side as well. That's a mark of a side that are pointing in the right direction
and
at
again,
least.
That's something that wouldn't necessarily have happened
Yeah.
in previous years.
Yep.
So sometimes not losing is as important as actually winning.
When Angus Fraser took over at Middlesex, he said, right, this losing business, fine,
Yep.
but we're not going to lose on the 3rd day anymore. We're going to lose on the 4th day.
Yeah, well, that's true. Anyway, Gohart, again, around the wicket to the left-handed Reese, plays to the short leg on the bounce.
Which, from the commentator's perspective, you did interview Gus and say, "That's right, Gus. That sounds like a good strategy." And you walk away and you want to do the
Actually, still lose anyway.
Come on, if you're going to lose, just lose on the 3rd day.
Yeah. As Gohart bowls again, and Reese has time to go back and play to the short leg on the bounce again.
But they're the things you look for because you're looking for a bit of grit and a bit of fight and a bit of determination. Because they're things that, you know, as a coach or a managing director of cricket as Gus was.
Gohart bowls again, and a similar stroke, but evades the short leg this time from the bat of Reese, and he'll pick up a single as the ball runs out towards square leg. He goes to 28, 327 for 5.
That's something you at least think you can ask for your side, even if you think you're missing. I mean, you asked about Middlesex, and I said there's Afa Gohar and Dane Patterson have perhaps plugged a couple of holes in the Middlesex side if they want to be promoted. But, you know, even if you've got a couple of holes in the side where you're thinking, all right, well, we're not going to be competing at the top, but we're at least going to make sure the opposition know that they've got to work hard for the victory.
Yes. As Gohar bowls, ball very full length. Anderson comes forward to and blocks.
And then that starts to turn into something else, which is what Derbyshire will hope on those last 2 games you've just mentioned, the fight they've shown. Unbeaten Derbyshire, sorry.
Unbeaten Derbyshire, indeed. As Gohar bowls again, flights this one up and
Oof.
kind of sweep from Anderson. It was a bit ungainly, and he'll get 2 as there was an equally ungainly piece of fielding out at backward square leg with the foot. Reminds me of the club cricket that will be taking place across the country today.
Oh, yeah.
Many people out for their Saturday game of cricket. As Gohar bowls to Anderson, who again comes forward. And there is no run. End of the over. Another tidy one from Zafar, 3 from it. And at the end of that 115th over of the innings, Derbyshire 329 for 5. Anderson 1 short of a half century. It's 49, and Reese 28.
40 minutes shy of lunch. Have you been? Fletcher was telling us about the lunches on the final day. Have you covered for Fletch on the final day of a game yet?
For the final day.
So you haven't had the burgers yet.
Nope.
He says it's a treat.
Oh, really?
We get all this healthy stuff days 1, 2, and 3. His words. I was quite happy with the bit of chicken and couscous.
Well, I had the chicken the last time I was here, and it was very pleasant.
Yeah.
I have to say, it was nice.
But final day apparently is burgers.
Well,
And Fletch says it's good, really good.
there's no chance of covering it then.
Higgins is around the wicket, he bowls. And this is clipped just fine. The first of 2 mid-wickets catching in there for Reese. And this goes back to Patterson's opening spell from the City end, where Reese clipped a few aerially and 1 just short of mid-on. But got away with the ball and got a good few runs in there as well.
I didn't see Jules' wicket yesterday. He was caught by deploy. Was that in the slip corner?
Yeah, that was line length regulation, early innings stuff. And I tell you that we did note a good way in to the day, halfway through the day, boy oh boy, that was a big wicket, because if Jewell had got in and got going, and indeed they got Madsen 49 with a beaut from Roland Jones. Higgins around the wicket bowls as it's turned to the first of the 2 mid-wickets, which is Eskenazi. Just one slip in place now. Yeah, big wicket that.
Other than that, there's only 2 catches, one that was at mid-off, the other one was at long leg, and there's been 2 bowls. It just all says to me that it's a slow pitch, and, and actually the field is in front of the bat are probably more important than behind it.
Well, it's just one slip now, isn't there? Leas deploy. Backward point, no deep third. There's a cover and a mid-on, which makes it a 5-4 field on the onside. We'll have a 6-3 or a 5-4 to the offside, but this is a 5-4 field on the onside with 2 close catches in at mid-wicket. Here's Higgins in, bowls, Rees pushes back to mid-on. The other thing they've done here is they've dropped, perhaps as a result of the 2 mid-wickets feeling that the first of those can cut off a single to what would be mid-on. They've dropped mid-on back to a deep mid-on. And again, I mean, look, just playing devil's advocate on it here, which helps to paint the picture somewhat sometimes for a listener. In the where they blocked off the covers for the drive of Anderson and they brought in the mid-wicket for Rees, but he was kind of offering you a chance until he did that. And you wonder with the deep mid-on as well, is that going to stop him attempting the aerial clip as this ball's turned just fine of mid-wickets. 3:30 for 5, but Middlesex want to do this at a good economy as well, is on their minds. So was it Illingworth where he said, well, just toss it up, he'll hit you for a couple of sixes and then he'll get out, and he'll say, well, I'll get him much cheaper than that. So we'll stick with what we're doing, thank you. What Middlesex are doing at the moment is keeping that scoring rate down. More orthodox field for Anderson, but still just the 1 slip. Shortish extra cover in mid-wicket, the 2 other closest catchers as forward goes Anderson to Higgins, defends. 3:30 for 5.
The slip is very close. Well in front of the wicket-keeper.
Yes, you make
again,
a good
as we were talking
observation.
About
Yeah.
This, the edge not carrying to the slip in an orthodox position as a result.
Well, he's regularly second slip as opposed to slip, and at the moment he's standing where he would usually stand at second, as opposed to where an orthodox slip would stand, which of course is much deeper than both the keeper and second.
Correct. It's very fine as well.
Yeah. He is. Look at where he's standing. Goodness me. Good spot, Dave. Here's Higgins in bowls and just full of length. That's pushed back to mid-on. And there's no run. He's slightly tucked in on what would be an orthodox second slip line. I don't think he's quite... Yeah, he's like looking at the camera. He got a good idea of it. They're almost going without a slip at the moment, aren't they? If you have a look at exactly in line, you could well imagine a slip standing in between that keeper and what is currently second deploy. But he's advanced. There he is. I thought I could hear Dave Fletch for a moment. So I actually get lost. It's somebody in the back of the box next door talking to the scorers. 3:30 for 5. Anderson 49 and Rees 29. Oh, it's the match ref. Is he allowed to be jovial?
I don't know.
The ref's allowed to be jovial.
Any juicy bits of gossip for us?
Oh, always. Won't tell us that.
Gohar will continue to the left-handed Rees. He's in and he bowls, and Rees just goes back and plays to extra cover, and there is no run. It's a slip in place, a backward point, the extra cover mid-off on the offside. Gohar floats this one up again, and again Rees happy just to go back and defend. No run. On the leg side there is a short leg, short fine leg I guess, a mid-wicket, a mid-on who's just a little wider, and a deep square leg. There's bowls this time. Rees comes forward and defends. Again, no run. Sun is out, very pleasant day here at the county ground as goes. And Rees comes down the pitch and hits through mid-off for 4. A shot. Not entirely out of character of the game, and certainly a little unexpected, but he just took a stride down the pitch and drove powerfully threw a very straight mid-off for 4. It was in the air for a little while, but never a danger of a catch to anybody. And Reese goes to 33.
That was a beautiful swing arc of the bat, that one, wasn't it? Really clubbed down onto the ball, but I don't mean that with disrespect to say the drive was clubbed. It was
just, despite the fact he was bowling around the wicket to the left arm, just gave it a bit more width. Reese was able to get down the pitch and swing his arms through the line of the ball. It was a nice stroke.
Well, the thing for a spinner so often is you just want that one ball that puts a little bit of doubt into the batter's mind, and I don't think we've particularly seen that. And it's not Zafar's fault. Zafar Gohar's fault. He's given it every chance.
It was the one edge from Anderson, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Down to short third man. For his
But again,
single.
that kind of all happened in slow motion, didn't it? It was kind of thick edge, high up the outside of the bat. And
Gohar.
Third over now, isn't it, for him?
He's changed his line of attack and he's coming over the pitch, and Reese immediately reverse sweeps him for 4.
Further evidence of it. There's not much doubt in the batter's mind against Gohar at the moment, and for a spinner, you always just want that little bit of doubt in a batter's mind at very least, don't you?
Interestingly, he changed his line of attack, but he didn't change the field. There were only 3 on the offside. Unless there's a map down below us. There isn't, no.
No.
There were only 3 on the offside. Nobody behind square. And Reese clearly saw that as an opportunity and took it.
In some ways, they mustn't mind this too much for a little while, Middlesex, because they do need to get these wickets. Now, obviously, they want to do it cheaply and in an economy, as we've been discussing, but you've almost got to say, well, you know, Gohar, he's brought in to be that frontline spinner. Back him now to see if he can get one over Reese, as he clearly is up in the race. 37 from 87 now.
Persisting with the 6-3 leg side field, one of whom is a slip on the offside. There's now a backward point and a mid-off, but there's a huge gap at cover. As Reese just waits for this one from Gohar and then turns it off his hip into the leg side and will still take a run. He now goes to 38, and Reese has upped his scoring rate in recent overs after a slow start this morning. He now has 38. Anderson 49. Partnership was worth 90. 339 for 5.
Yeah, that was a better placed field, actually. Thinking as you spot it there, that backward point, stopping the reverse sweep. It leaves a lot of gap, a lot of space between backward point and mid-off. But what they're effectively saying to the left-hander is with the left arm spinner, left arm over, is right, well, there's space there for you, but Zafar's not going to drop it short for you to cut. So if you want to get to that area, you're going to have to drive inside out, find a way of giving yourself a little bit of room, which again will come with an element of risk. So that's the ploy. 2 mid-wickets go down as Higgins around the wicket bowls, and it's turned to the first of the mid-wickets getters. There's a slip as well. 339 for 5. BBC's Radio Derby and Radio London live here at the County Ground in Derby, live on the BBC Sport website and app. You can pick up the commentary as well by clicking on the links on the club's website, where you'll also find a stream of the game, a TV stream of it if you're at home. Do be careful though, because comms cam is involved in that as well. Although you're relatively safe, there's no Dave Fletcher today. No grumbling in the car on the way to Burson, Dave. You can come back and get me back tomorrow. Here's Higgins bowls, and leading edge from Reese along the floor to cover, no run. Looks at the outside edge of his bat. All's well. Comes and prods away at the surface though. Again, there is seam movement, there is swing, but it's slow. And an experienced and well-respected Middlesex attack, toiling here. 339 for 5. Higgins sets off, bustling approach. He bowls full, straight, and it's defended by Reese. 38 from 91, Anderson's 49 from 85. Partnership's worth 90 now, very, very good. Second morning for Derbyshire. They're just taking this away from Middlesex again. There have been a number of points in this innings for Middlesex where, from their perspective, you think, right, you add 2 to the score now, then Derbyshire haven't particularly got away. but this partnership is taking that away from them as Higgins is in, bowls, and forward goes Rees, easing into the offside. Now again, we must wait until both sides bat. Middlesex will obviously be coming out, trying to at very least match whatever Derbyshire 2, but that will take time. We're in the 118th over of this innings, and within 30 minutes of lunch on the second day. Higgins, top of his run-up, he turns at the City end. First of the 2 mid-wickets has just gone a little wider as forward goes Rees, defending into the offside, or perhaps the second of the 2 mid-wickets has just gone a little straighter, which is Eskenazi. Ponderous with his hands behind his back, he comes over for a nasser with his mate Geddes, the other mid-wicket. Deep mid-on is Patterson, the mid-off is Roland Jones. Cover is Cullen, backward point is Gohar, slip is Deploy, long leg is Holden, deep square is Fernandez. As forward goes Rees, just slightly squared up by this one, but keeping the bat face open to ensure that he doesn't offer that leading edge to cover. And a dot ball ends the over. 3-3-9 for 5. Okay, I'm Kevin Hand. Dave Jepson is alongside me on the mic today for this one, and I feel like for just a couple of overs here, we're going to be like a Swiss clock, Dave.
Fair enough.
I'll leave that with the listeners to figure out for themselves.
Yep. Gohar is going to continue from the racecourse end of the ground. To the right-handed Anderson, who's on 49. Some discussion with his captain, is Gohar at the moment. Now retreats to mid-on. Short leg and a slip in place. Gohar around the wicket to the right-handed Anderson. He's in, he bowls, flights this up, and Anderson comes forward and defends back to the bowler, who he misfields off his own bowling. And it's collected for him by Lewis Rees. In again. Bowls, and again, Anderson, almost a carbon copy of the stroke, just comes forward and is happy to defend into the offside. There is, again, no run. So Derbyshire moved on this morning. At no particular great pace, but importantly for them, have not lost a wicket yet, as Anderson comes forward and almost gets drawn in to a false stroke, as he thought for a moment about driving there. But it was a little wider, but it bounced a bit, and Anderson was able to check his stroke in time. Just for a moment, may have been inducious. Anyway, he waits this one and forces off the back foot to backward point, where there is no run. Gohar doesn't waste any time getting through his overs here. In fact, that was a feature of Middlesex's bowling yesterday. They were pretty good with their over 8 as he bowls again, and that's edged down to slip, but doesn't carry. And more of a guide really than a genuine edge, but bounced in front of the slip. And slip is not stood that deep, really. Another indication of how slow this pitch really is, I think, as this one's flighted up. And Anderson happy to defend in the offside. That is a maiden over. Anderson remains on 49. Rees has 38. This partnership is worth 90 for Derbyshire. And they are 339 for 5. Just looking at Higgins has actually got 25 overs for 52. He's been very economic.
Yep. They do. They all pride themselves somewhat on that 2.5 and over. We're discussing it with coaches as you do over the years. You know, if you've got a quartet of seamers, you kind of ask 3 of them to be your metronomes and then one to try and be something of a battering ram, which is what Cullen was asked to be yesterday, with it dropping a lot of bumpers as his Higgins beginning a new over. A forward defence from Rees, it's pushed back and there's no run, which so at one point it seemed to be getting a fair bit of pace out of it and a bit of lift and bounce at that City end with the old ball and put that to him overnight. And he did say that, yeah, it might have just been coming up the hill at that end. He was finding a little bit more joy. But were he given the new ball to bowl like that and asked not to be bumping but to put 6 on a spot, then it'd be interesting to see how it goes. He'll get his chance at some point to do that. As Higgins is in, bowls, and this is worked back got a square on the leg side. Long leg comes up. It's Holden down there below us. There's the odd look up and a wave every now and again. Max, as he meanders down at long leg. Wonder if he's got a little knock on a finger maybe, which is banishing him to long leg. Gun fielder Max Holden. Often at backward point.
So when I covered the Gloucestershire game a couple of weeks ago, I was talking to our colleague from Radio Bristol.
Oh, which one? Ed Seaborn, was it that day? Or
I think it was, yeah. Came out with this most amazing stat.
Oh, it wasn't Ed then. Useless stats from Ed usually.
Well, I'll come back to it in a moment.
Here's Higgins. On slip his deploy. As this is punched off the back foot to mid-on, no run.
That Hammond, for Gloucestershire, apparently fielded the ball more than anybody else in the county championship last year.
That's a Seaborn stat.
And so he's keeping record of these things.
Well, it's Seaborn. He goes. You never see him outside of a cricket ground. He goes home and he locks himself up with the streams. Good old Ed. Not sure where Middlesex play Gloucester. Is it a couple of rounds away, maybe? He's good fun, isn't he? Here's Higgins in bowls, and this ball's eased away into the onside and the zone, despite the stats.
I know it must come through all these analysts, I guess, or however they do it. But because the players themselves don't wear these little GPS things like footballers and rugby players, do they?
Oh, I think they have started to now.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, I think they are a thing now. I'm not sure if they all wear them, the fielders. Certainly the bowlers, they've started to get it to the bowlers because then they can see if they're going into the red zones. All the other things. Yes, here's Higgins from the City end. He bowls. Oh, Anderson takes a step to that. And with a very large gate, he whips the ball to square leg. He was in no real position to play that shot. We'll have a look on the replay in a moment, but it was a little dicey, that, from Anderson. Gets away with it. There's one to come the over. Higgins immediately with his hands over his face, aghast that ball didn't get through. Will we see the replay before Higgins runs in live? Is the question. 3:40 for 5 it is. Yes, we will. Only just. But, yeah. Here's Higgins in. Bowls. Edged away. Well, now, it was a scoring shot that he was looking for, but I don't think he meant it to go that fine, and he moves to 50 with a thick edge past one slip, who's standing or would be second deploy. There's no deep third. There's nobody around to point. So it was safe enough, and thick edge brings an 8-4 and a 50 off 95 balls for Anderson, 53 not out against his former county. 120 overs bowled, Derbyshire 3-4-4 for 5. He was attempting a scoring shot for sure, but not as fine as that, Dave, I think it's fair to say.
It was a thick outside edge, wasn't it? Rather than a
back foot punch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which was the stroke he was attempting. Nevertheless, 50 to Anderson. And he's batted with assurance, really, through the morning. Very little. The occasional edge accepted. He's looked very assured and his driving, in particular, something to be admired. Gohart continues, and Rees comes down the pitch and hits him high over mid-on for 6. Out towards where the new stand is, away to our left. Can't see the flight of the ball all the way there. And the partnership reaches 100, 101. No?
And they've upped the rate because it's at 192 balls. They were, well, Rees has upped his scoring rate, hasn't he? 45 off 97.
And 350 up for Derbyshire as well there. as well for 5 wickets. As Go High's in again. And, this time Rees happy just to defend back down the pitch. There is no run. So the partnership worth 101 in 193 balls. Derbyshire 350 for 5. No extra bonus point, of course, because we've passed 110 overs. And Rees plays this ball into mid-wicket. There is no run. And Derbyshire continue to grind. One suspects they're just going to bat as long as they can here, really, aren't they, I think? That must be the plan.
Yeah.
There's Go Hard bowls. And then again, Rees happy to play into mid-wicket for no run.
Well, one thing they haven't got in a score of 350 for 5 yet is a centurion in this match. And I think one or both of these would be very keen to make sure, well, they'll both be keen, but Derbyshire will hope that at least one of them goes on to 3 figures here, which will put them in a very good position.
There's Go Hard bowls. And Rees happy again to defend into the leg side. There is no run. Well, with the exception of Jewel, who went very early yesterday morning, everybody has got in. Even Guest made 24. Madsen 49, Kane 73, Lloyd 93, Rees now 39, Anderson 53. There's Gohar. Changes the angle of his attack again and goes around the wicket to Rees, who just goes back into his stumps, waits for the ball and pushes it into the leg side for a single. And that will complete the over, the 121st of the innings. Rees will go to 46. Anderson has 53. Derbyshire 351 for 5.
Return for Cullen at the City end. Are they to go back to the battering ram approach and ask him to bump a few? Will that be the ploy? Ball's now 41 overs old. So it's still got a little bit of life in it at this stage to plod away on the top of off.
It was interesting yesterday that Cullen went through this spell of bowling the short stuff at Lloyd. But in actual fact, it wasn't Cullen that took the wicket of Lloyd in the end. It was Higgins.
Yes.
With the short ball down that long leg. I don't know whether he kind of softened him up a bit.
Yes.
And Higgins bowling at a lesser pace actually lulled him into a stroke that he didn't need to be playing at 93 with time on his side.
Yeah, I think you're right. 2 slips crouched down at two mid wickets crouched down as Cullen around the wicket bowls to Rees. It's turned to the first of those fielders, which is Higgins. Geddes is the second mid wicket. Rees the 1 slip. Rees, my apologies. Deploy the 1 slip behind Rees.
Have you ever had a look at it? Ever had a close look at a hybrid pitch?
Yeah. Yeah, have you?
I haven't, no, so I don't quite know what they look like, really. Are they obviously different to a grass pitch?
Here's Cullen bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run. To a trained eye, yes, but you wouldn't necessarily just walk past one and give it a glance and go, oh, that's a hybrid. And I think that's the point, isn't it? That they're close enough to the real thing, but it's that knitting together, isn't it, of the artificial surface in there, which, well, it keeps a pitch together. It means that where we play, for example, Lords, who will host 6 or 7 teams a summer now, plus all the other matches that they play there. It's Cullen bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track, and there's no run. It's holding these pitches together, particularly if you're using them for a second time in the season, or hybrid pitch where you could probably get quite a few games out of it. You might play a championship game on it and then play a couple of white ball games not too long afterwards. Whereas usually a championship game...
Going back a while, there was a conversation that there was too much cricket being played at Lords and they were struggling to accommodate it all.
Well, that's it, yeah, exactly. And that's just in terms of the calendar, as this ball's eased into the offside, quick single to take, and Rees off the back foot, and there's no run. No, they absolutely are, and that's where the ground staff. So how do you expect us to prepare tracks for all of these games?
Yeah.
There's no preparation time. If you've got this number of games, then how on earth are we meant to prepare a square?
Because we can't get on the ground to do it because you're playing on it.
Yeah, and I asked actually Carl and a couple of his Staff Carl McDermott, the head groundsman at Lords, said you can't have been, come on, you can't have been happier than back-to-back those two pitches you've had, Lancashire and Glamorgan. I mean, they're absolute belters. You can't have had two better pitches, particularly early season, back-to-back at Lords. I think it was his 7th season. And, of course, you know, it takes time to make changes, doesn't it? And affect a square as here's Cullen in bowls. And this ball's pushed up to mid-on. Quick single taken by Anderson. He moves to 54. And he said, Kev, the answer's quite simple. It didn't rain in March, which meant we had time to prepare the pitches. Yeah. We had time to prepare the square.
Absolutely.
That was echoed by a couple of his staff who said they'd never known a pre-season like it to get the square prepared at Lords.
They would have been watering.
Yeah.
They'd have had to have been watering, even in club cricket up here. In fact, myself at my local club ended up watering a pitch before the start of the season because it just got so dry.
Yeah.
We needed to put some water on to roll it.
It's Cullen to Rees, and the ball's turned to mid-wicket. There's no run. 3-5, 3 for 5. Yeah, I did go out one of the days at Lords, whether it was one of the mornings, can't remember, and had a look. And it was incredibly dry, the surface. Wow, you know, April, first couple of weeks of April, and it's this dry. But that then, as we say, it allowed them to get out there and prepare. And the one thing is you're not going to have lightning fast surfaces because although they're dry, it's still not that middle of the season hardness which goes all the way through the surface and deep underneath. There'll still be a bit of moisture underneath and a bit of softness to it. But yeah, that's really been the answer for the preparation. And in answer to your question about Lords and the number of games that are played there, and there's always this headline that comes up: Middlesex looking for a new home. They're not. They're looking for a second home, aren't they? You know, it's a home away from home, I think is the way it's been phrased at times. But it's been forever thus in that way for Middlesex. But you do have the 100 men, the 100 women, England men, England women. You know, there is more cricket or more teams than ever before to host at Lords nowadays.
Gohar begins a new over around the wicket to Anderson, who drives on the bounce to short extra cover. There is no run. Is the old ground looking in good shape?
It is.
Yep.
The two new stands, the Compton and Edrich.
As Gohar flights this one up and Anderson drives again into the offside. A little square at this time, but again, there is no run.
The Warner, which has been rebuilt as well in my time. Yep. And soon to be the Allen and the Tavern stand to be rebuilt.
As shorter and flatter this one from Gohar, but again pushed into the offside for no run.
But yeah, the Compton and the Edrich now. Befitting of those names, I'd suggest. Yes. Whereas the old ones, they weren't much to look at, but equally they weren't seen as great viewing lines.
Gohar bowls and Anderson defence.
For the spectator, and apparently they were pretty cold on the bottom tier as well, because the wind would really whip through them, whereas now...
And there's no sun in there either.
Well, exactly, yeah.
Gohar flights this one up, and that's swept, and that will be 4. As Anderson stretched forward with that front leg and swept the ball through mid-wicket all along the ground. And the ball, as often happens at the county ground here, crosses the rope and then continues on its merry way for about another 30 yards or so. So it's a fair old fetch back there for the fielder. Anderson up to 58, Derbyshire 357 for 5. So I think in my time of watching cricket at Lords, I've seen every stand rebuilt at least once, other than the Allen stand.
Ah.
As this is cut away by Anderson for a single.
Yeah, they're nice stands, the Allen. Sorry, into the over.
Yeah, and the over, so 358 for 5, Anderson 59, Rees 47.
Yeah, they're still nice enough stands, the Allen and the Tavern, but when you compare them to the other stands down, particularly, of course, in this day and age, what is very important is hospitality boxes, corporate boxes. There is a stark difference between those and the others now, in terms of the feel and the look of them.
I think that the Tavern's been rebuilt in my life. I remember that.
Yes,
and the Mound stand. In fact, I think the Compton and Edrich have been rebuilt twice.
But yes, yeah.
But the first time they were rebuilt, they were very similar to the stands that were there previously. There's no discernible difference to the eye.
Were they two-tiered before as well? They were, yeah. Cullen beginning new over. He's got no slip now for Anderson, who's forward, pushing back up the track to the bowler. So the line of attack is very much wicket to wicket for Anderson. He does have a deep square and a long leg. They had 3 out there yesterday. Forgive me, I'll come back to our conversation in just a moment. But yeah, it's just 2 out. Where he was going for the bumper yesterday, they had 3 out on that leg side, but just 2 out now. Tightly knit field on the offside, so I'd imagine it is, with no slip and a deep third in place. It is a case of, and they're going to drop back a deep cover now as well, actually. But I think it will be very much wicket to wicket is the order for Cullen. He'll have the odd bumper, of course, for his own armoury as he's in now, bowls, full straight, and it's driven back into the stumps at the non-striker's end, which denies Anderson 4. That was a lovely straight drive from the right-hander. Middlesex get away with that one.
2 straight.
Yep.
Hit the right-handers off stump at the far end. So the new Compton and Edrich stands, I think, complement the media centre.
They do, yeah,
perfectly.
Yeah.
Really, it really is quite impressive at that far end of the nursery end of the ground now.
Yeah, it does look lovely. It's a lovely shot. When you consider it's opposite one of the most lovely buildings in the world, as here's Cullen bowls, Anderson punches out to deep point for a single. Anderson moves to 60. There is talk about the media centre being rebuilt, isn't there?
Really?
1999 World Cup, wasn't it open for? Sure, it was 1999 that it was open. Was that the year of a World Cup? I'm relatively sure it was. Yeah, it's had a bit of a refit inside, but still going all right. The lifts are still... I was going to say up and down, but occasionally they're not, is the point.
Yeah.
Cullen with a slip and 2 mid-wickets. He's in bowls, and that's turned the first of the mid-wickets by Rees around the wicket to the left-hander. Yeah, they were both down last week at one point. The drama as to how the soup was going to be brought up for lunch. The big, what do they call them?
The tureen.
Yes. Some poor soul had to drag it up the stairs.
The lunches are always excellent at Wars, I seem to remember, in the media centre.
Yeah, soup, sandwiches, fruit.
Yeah.
Cake for tea with more fruit as an alternative. Nobody touches the fruit, surprisingly, as this ball's not got up from Cullen around the wicket to Rees, who rocks back to pull. It strikes him on the pads and leg by as a signal, but on each occasion so far that we've looked for a replay for Rees, when we think a ball's not got up to him, or it hasn't got up to him and struck on the pads, he's usually been a long way outside the line of off, as he may well have been here. We'll see in a moment. We've just got a slight delay on our stream. Cullen again turning. Hits the crease now, he bowls into good line and length, defended by Anderson. Here's that one that didn't get up to Rees. Oh no, it's still behind. We'll come back to it. Would it have been the 4th ball of the over then, would it? Oh, that was the end of the over, yes, it may have been the 5th. Here we go. Oh, stream's gone a little bit on it, so you can roundabout line it up, but yeah, he's a long way outside the line of off, isn't he? Yeah. 360 for 5, top ball ending the over then, and Cullen is none for 86 from 21. Rees 47 from 109, and Anderson 60 from 106. Derbyshire 360 for 5. 5 minutes to lunch, Dave.
Absolutely.
What do you reckon it'll be today?
Don't know.
Chicken again?
Possibly. Chicken, maybe beef.
That was a good chicken yesterday. I like that.
We are well fed, I will say that. As Gohar continues around the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who pushes into the leg side for 1.
There was some question about it being chicken and rice with dark gravy.
Dark gravy?
Yeah, for the chicken and rice. The rice was a flavoured one as well, tomatoey. Feel to it. I was happy. I was happy.
Never knew there was such a thing as dark gravy. As Gohar bowls and Anderson drives back down the pitch, and Gohar deflects it onto the stumps.
Well, it was phrased that way in the instance that if you were to say, right, what colour sauce do you think you've got with your rice and chicken, you probably wouldn't go for gravy in the sense of, you know, traditional dark gravy.
Okay. Gohar shorter and flatter. Anderson goes back, forces up to long off.
There was the wonderful.
And that is a single.
There was the wonderful day. Sorry, my apologies. I thought that was a dot ball, so I was interjecting. There was the wonderful day here that will always be remembered, where they'd forgotten the press lunches, and it was something like day 3, possibly day 4. It was lashing with rain. It was going to be washed out that day, and they'd forgotten all about the press lunches. So the message was sent across: is the lunch still away?
Gohar is in, balls to Rees, who pushes up towards mid-off, and we're going to say Roland Jones is quite deep there and wide at mid-off, and there's a gentle single for Rees, who will go to 49, 363 for 5.
So they had to send what they had left in the kitchen at that point. Now, bearing in mind, it may have been day 4. It was certainly day 3 at earliest.
Gohar bowls, full of length, and Anderson drives up to mid-off. And they are able to take a single. 363, 64 for 5, I think they'll go to.
So they delivered a plate of sliced beef, lovely, lovely, roast beef sliced, a plate of
Gohar bowls around the wicket to Rees, who plays to mid-wicket, no run. 364 for 5 then at the end of the over. Anderson 62, Rees 49.
a plate of sliced roast beef, lovely, a plate then of what would you call them for if you had to have a hamburger? The buns that you'd have for a hamburger. So it was a plate of buns, just the buns, nothing in them, cut in half, and then a pot of gravy.
Ah.
So it was kind of put the 3 together and make yourself a lunch. So put the slices of beef inside of the buns and then pour gravy over the top of it.
That's actually not the worst thing in the world, is it, really?
Yeah, actually, I was quite fine with it, but it was as much how you went about eating it as opposed to what it was.
A bit rather messy.
It was very messy, but those who often lunch with me know that that's the case anyway. So, although we have to be careful now with the comms cam. We gave Gus Fraser a mention a moment ago. There was a tomato soup at Lord's last season. He, like I, was wearing a bright white top, and he managed to spill it all the way down the front. Was it last season? Might have been the season before. Absolutely covered in soup for the rest of the day then on the comms cam. Nathan Fernandez with the first bowl of the match. He's left arm around from the city end, and this is driven by Anderson down to deep mid-on for a single. Anderson moves to 63, 365 for 5. I think this is very much the point where you throw the ball to somebody else just before lunch on the second day. See if you break the concentration. And perhaps even you might think, well, give them a couple of overs, just see if they do something a little bit silly. And they're slowing it down here, Roland Jones, now as he comes in to chat to Fernandez. They're just trying to build a little bit of, not so much build pressure, but break the concentration. Irritate Rees, I'd imagine. He's on 49. There's a deep mid-wicket setback. There's nobody there on the single, just fine of what is a pretty wide and full mid-on as Rees rocks back and accepts that single to the gap. It seemed a little obvious that left arm over to the left-hander and a comfortable single for his 50. He moves to 50 from 113 and he raises his bat. 6 fours, 1 6, and a fine innings with the strike rate moving up towards 50 itself. 3C6 for 5.
Patient innings from Rees as well.
Single down the ground for Anderson to long off. 3-6-7 for 5.
Barring a mishap in these last 3 balls of the over, Derbyshire will have come through the morning session unscathed.
It did seem odd that they gave him such a comfortable single there, left arm around to the left-hander when he was on 49. As this ball's full and turned exactly through that spot again for a single. We're thinking about 2. Up comes Holden to collect through to the non-strikers, and they have a single.
It was a bit remiss of me, but I didn't take a note of where we started this morning.
2-6-7 for 5, was it?
So that was 101 then.
Fernandez around the wicket he bowls, and this is cut to cover. No run, 2 to come of the session, 1 to come of the session, sorry. At 1:01 on the second day.
30 overs in the morning session.
Fernandez bowls, drags the length back on that, and rocking back, Anderson cuts a single out to Holden. And that is lunch on the second day. And Derbyshire 369 for 5, Anderson 65, Rees 51. And I don't think there's much doubt, as the confirmation of Rees's 50 is read to those around the ground, I don't think there's much doubt, Dave Jepson, who that session belonged to.
Absolutely, Derbyshire went along their merry way without necessarily increasing the scoring rate much over yesterday, but Anderson and Rees, seldom in trouble, have added 102 without mishap. Very much Derbyshire's session, and they will hope to continue that well into the afternoon. It looks as though they're going to bat as long as they can, put as much on the board as they can, and see what happens after that. But well done to Anderson and Rees. They've added 120 in this 6-wicket partnership so far, and Derbyshire will lunch at 369 for 5. Thank you very much to you all there. We're going to take a little break and have our lunch, and we will be back in around 40 minutes to bring you the afternoon session.
However, you must remain off the square. Any
me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
for the afternoon session on the second day of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Middlesex. Derbyshire will resume their innings at 369 for 5. They went through the morning session without losing a wicket, and Anderson moving on to 65 and Lewis Rees to 51. That partnership, which spanned overnight, is now worth 120. And Middlesex, in contrast, toiled away throughout the morning session without ever really looking like taking a wicket. One or two edges, particularly off the bat of Anderson, that either fell short of the slip or went through a vacant third man area. And one or two leading edges from Lewis Rees that evaded fielders at mid-on particularly. But other than that, the pair were largely untroubled on what appears to be quite a slow pitch, where you have time to adjust, even if the ball does something slightly untoward. There is a bit of uneven bounce in the pitch, and as we saw with Higgins particularly, there's some swing in the air for him, and occasionally there's a bit off the seam. Anyway, we're about to get underway, and it is go hard to bowl. Oh, and very nearly takes a wicket with the first ball, as the ball just doesn't bounce, and Anderson going back into his stumps nearly gets caught out. So immediate evidence of this uneven bounce with that first ball after lunch. As he's in again in bowls, and Anderson this time comes forward and defends. It didn't quite shoot along the ground, but it kept very low. Yeah,
it wasn't far off shooting.
Yeah, did keep very low. Past the inside of the bat and the outside of off stump. Gohar is in again. Bowles flights this one up. Anderson drives to cover. Slight misfield, and then there's a bit of miscommunication as Anderson wants the single, but Lewis Rees sends him back correctly. Misfield wasn't really far out of the grip of the fielder. I think it's Fernandez there. Gohar is in again. Bowles and Anderson. Time to go back again. Plays into the covers, and there is no run. Derbyshire added 102 runs in the morning session. Gohar bowls again, and again Anderson is forward defending. And there is no run. Just the slip in place now. Mid on, mid off, deep. There's a single to either of them if they want it. Gohar bowls, and Anderson, with a little flick of the wrist, plays this late down towards short third man, but there is no run as Cullen does the fielding. So end of the over, a maiden, the 127th over of the innings, and Derbyshire remain 369 for 5.
Yes, welcome back to the County Ground Derby, where it's brightening up again. We've had this hazy cloud all day, haven't we? It's actually probably more consistently covering Derby as we speak. But Derbyshire in a very good position. 369 for 5, 47 overs on this second new ball. And Middlesex in desperate need of a breakthrough from somewhere. They're going back to Cullen. And by the looks of it, they're going back to bumpers. So they are indeed. Look at this field. It is a 5-4 field on the onside at the moment, but you wouldn't be surprised if it switched to a 6 soon enough. They've got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep square. In fact, they're going to have a deep mid-wicket now as well. There you go, 6-3. So mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square. Backward square leg is deep but not all the way. In fact, he is. He's getting back now. And long legs. There's 4 on the rope on the onside. As Cullen will be right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees. And from the city end, he begins the over with a bumper, which is sharp and past the nose of the left-hander through to the keeper. The 3 on the offside, a mid-off, deep point, deep third, and Sue Redfern, who's running from point from square leg to point now because she realises She is in the hitting zone. Or could be, if deploy Reese decides to engage with Cullen, who's turning now top of his run-up. And he's in, bowls, another bumper, and this is hooked fine, and it bounces nastily. That second bounce there was really noticeable. It was straight into the ground. The hook went fine, and down below is Nathan Fernandez charging around from long leg to fine leg. I did worry that bobble was going to... Might have actually slowed it up a touch, but there we go. 370 for 5. Reese has a single. He's off the mark. Now, do they all switch from one side to the other? This is quite the walk, isn't it? How are they going to do it? It's going to be a 6-3 field on the onside for the right-hander as well. So they're doing their best to not switch boundary to boundary at the moment, is the orchestration of Leas Deploy down below us. It's taking quite the working out.
It's going to slow the over rate down somewhat, this, if they take a single off every ball.
Well, yes. Although you'd hope everybody knows their position now for the right-hander and the left-hander. They orchestrated it for the left, now they've done it for the right. So everybody remember where you were. Just switch it. Here's Cullen. His third ball, the 128th over, is short and hooked by Anderson down to fine leg. So it's chin music to start the afternoon session here at Derby on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London. We're live on the BBC Sport website and app, and the stream's available to be picked up via the Derbyshire and Middlesex websites. Dave Jepson is alongside myself, Kevin Hand, for the day's play today, as the field has switched for that left-hander. Oh, and it's changed slightly. Mid-on's gone to a second mid-wicket, as here's Cullen in, short, and this is hooked fine of deep backward square, where a scampering Leas Deploy is in position early, and that's because he doesn't trust the outfield. You could see he was really determined to get around and be in the line of that, so that he could focus on the bounce and not be worried about the line of it. But field switches again for the right-hander. 3 singles off the 4 balls of the over so far. The first was a bumper that was left alone by Reese. The right-handed Anderson awaits as Cullen charges in, bowls, and oh, now what's he got on that? It struck something soft. In fact, it may have struck the helmet, which comes off immediately. It deflects to square leg, but they're calling for the concussion check from the physio. So Cullen with the bumper, the hook from Anderson, and we're just watching the replay now for side of the helmet. He was through the shot, which backs up what they were telling us, that this pitch is a little on the slow side, because he's completed the shot and it's hit him on the side of the helmet. Not where he'd be side on facing the bowler, but where he had turned in the shot. So it was the other side to that which would face the bowler. Just one more look at it to make sure I'm right. Yes, there it is. May have been the grill, which is why it was rather soft. So the helmet itself kind of produces that deflection, much like a bat, doesn't it? That it kind of zooms off a little bit more, but I think the grill cushioned it slightly on its way to square leg. The fact it went square leg tells you it was a relatively full-blooded blow. But he seems all right. The helmet did come off relatively quickly, but I think we'll be fine after a quick concussion check. 372 for 5, and 1 ball to come of the over once this is done. 53 Reese, 66 Anderson. Dave, what do you reckon?
Well, it's going to slow down the over rate even more. For one, Physio's out there having a conversation with Martin Anderson, who's now taken his gloves off as well.
It'll extend our day. It won't slow down the over rate, will it? 'Cause they'll stop the clock on as such on this, won't they?
Oh, right.
So it won't go over rate, shoots up to -4. They'll get given time by the umpires for this and by the scorers. But what it will do is extend our day. It will slow the day. But yeah, fortunately, I think he's okay. But then, of course, with these things, it's. I was going to say it's quite clear when it comes to concussion, but it's not, is it? He'll have to have his check, and on you go or don't. But the Cullen ploy works.
And a new helmet.
Yes.
I presume it's a new one out of a box, and it can't.
Or perhaps one that's just not been struck before. Right, that's been struck, get rid of it. So as long as the one that you're bringing on, you're telling us you've never been struck on the helmet with this lid.
So batsmen's helmets are literally throwaway, aren't they, these days?
Ooh. Isn't everything, Dave? Isn't everything
hit
these
once,
days?
thrown away. It's an expensive item to throw away after one hit, if it's not fractured in any way. I understand the protocols, of course. I'm not necessarily criticising this, but
Well, if you're struck on the grill, you're allowed to replace the grill and keep the rest of the helmet. But then they
sure,
come as
it
one
probably
anyway, don't they?
disfigures the. Well, the grills always used to be a separate part of them, didn't they? They used to be.
But I mean, you
screw-on.
buy it as one, don't you?
You do buy it as one. That's correct. Yeah.
Although I'm sure you can buy replacement grills, but probably it's cheap to buy the whole thing again. But anyway, they're working away on a helmet out there at the moment, which is clearly the new one being adapted for Anderson.
It looked at it as innocuous as a blow to the helmet can be.
Well, it did.
It looked fairly innocuous at the time, but Anderson's taking his time here. He's inspecting one of the two helmets that have been brought out as replacements, deciding which one to try on. There we go. Happy with that one? Well, Reese has removed his helmet while the conversation goes on.
And on.
And on. Indeed. In actual fact, I'm not very happy with that helmet. I'm taking it off. Just in the strap, I guess.
Well, this means the concussion check was okay anyway, because we're basically delayed by the helmet change
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at the scores elsewhere while this goes on and on. Nottinghamshire 300 all out. Sussex 169 batting first in that game. Tongue was left not out on 39. 4 for Robinson, 4 for Seals. Sussex's first dig. All done for 169 with Carter top scoring with 46. 37 for Coles. Hudson Prentice 30. And 4 for Hutton, 5 for Tongue, who's followed up nicely then with that unbeaten 39. Nottinghamshire's 300. That game is at Trent Bridge, isn't it? Just down the road, I'm pretty sure it is. It is. Surrey 109 without loss in reply to Somerset's 283. Worcestershire are 0 for 1, leading Durham by 26 in their second innings in a well-advanced match at New Road. And at Gloucestershire, Gloucestershire 252, Leicestershire 199 for 5 in reply. We're good to go again. Here's Cullen. 6-3 field still. It will be bumper theory again, and he's around the wicket to Anderson this time, and he goes full and straight, and it's dug out by Anderson. Yes, no, throw at the stumps. If he hits, he's home. Oh no, it's hit him on the helmet, has it? The throw coming in. You can't believe it. Everybody's got their hands on their face. There's a chuckle or two down below, but Middlesex are all aghast. He's just been struck on the helmet with a bouncer, and now running to get back into his ground. The throw strikes him in the helmet. On the same side it would be as well. So on comes the physio again. Higgins has run up, I think it is, and put his hand on the back of his old mate Anderson, a former Middlesex player, of course. And everybody had their hands over their face. They just couldn't believe it. The throw, he had one chance, well, I say he had one chance. He had one stump to aim at there, Higgins. I think Anderson would have been home, but shying hard and fast as he could, Higgins. The throw missing the stumps, but bouncing up and hitting Anderson on the side of the head.
I think the throw landed in the old foot marks of the pitch next to it, which is why it maybe bounced so much.
Well, that wasn't much of a concussion check, that one. Do you not have to have the concussion check if it's a throw from the boundary?
So does it not count as a helmet change if you get hit in the helmet by a throw?
There he is. Let's see if we can see the actual throw itself on the replay. Higgins, let's have a look, see if they've got it. Higgins picks up, throws. No, it doesn't. You can't see it, but what you can see is Higgins' reaction and the reaction of everybody else who covers their face, as if to say, can't believe it. And Anderson himself, helmet off, struck on the side of the head. But he's okay, no concussion check and no change of helmet.
As Gohar starts another over, bowling to Reese, who turns into the leg side. There is no run. I'm due for an update at 2 o'clock, so I'll run through this over and then leave you to it, if you don't mind, Kevin.
Oh, Dave, he points on the replay here. Look, when he's talking with Higgins, he points just under.
Gohar bowls, and this is pushed by Reese into the offside, and there will be overthrows here as In fact, there won't be overthrows because Anderson had run through the crease at the far end, but the throw came in and again hit those old foot marks and scuttled along the ground, avoiding both Gohar and the fielder backing up. And Roland Jones did very well to get around and prevent it going for an additional 4. All a bit scrappy since lunch. As Gohar bowls and Anderson drives up to deep mid-off for a single. The bowl bouncing its way across his bumpy outfield.
I'll quickly show you just so you know. Look, that's where he points to, where it hits just under the...
So it's hitting right on the back of the chin, yeah.
Yeah, the back of his chin.
Back of his jaw, really.
Back of his jaw, that's it, yeah.
As a Gohar bowls and Rees just plays into the leg side.
So as such, it didn't hit the helmet. Right. Unfortunately, I assume it didn't hit the jaw itself either, because that would have been an almighty blow if it hit underneath the helmet throw coming in like that. It must have just, whether it grazed the grill onto the neck.
Gohar bowls and Rees goes back and almost gets caught out by one that hurries onto him a bit, gets a thick inside edge into the pad. And there is no run. So Anderson been in the walls a bit since lunch.
He puts the helmet back on. I'm watching the replay of the stream of it now, and he kind of a shake of the head as if in disbelief. It's like, how has that just happened?
Gohar bowls and pushed away by Rees into the offside, no run. That completes the over. And Derbyshire 374 for 5. Anderson 67, Rees 54. This partnership now worth 125. Right, I'm going to wait for my cue in for an update to our listeners on Radio Derby, and I'll rejoin you in a moment or two.
Dave Chepsom, alongside myself, Kevin Hand, today on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London, on the BBC Sport website and app. We're live at the County Ground in Derby. This Division 2 fixture, unbeaten Derbyshire, just ahead of Middlesex in the table. Well ahead of Middlesex in the match at the moment, which you don't usually find me saying in the first innings of a game. As here's Cullen starting up a new over with a bumper, which is hooked in front of mid-wicket for 4 by Anderson. Well, you won't like him when he's angry. Anderson moves to 71, 378 for 5. Yeah, they've disgruntled Anderson. Sometimes these things kind of wake you up, don't they? They jolt you into a zone. Will that be the case for Anderson here? We shall see. Cullen, 6-3 field, stepping in. Set on the onside for the bumper, which is bumped again and pulled again through mid-wicket for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Anderson. He's on to 75, 382 for 5. And, well, as I say, Cullen came off the field yesterday, and when I asked for the interview, he said I was none for 70. I said, well, yeah, but you were asked to bump the ball a lot, which leaks runs, which is what it is doing again to him at the moment. As Middlesex set a clear plan for Blake Cullen, and you can hear the support from the field for the youngster, who's being asked to run in hard and fast and bend his back here and send down some chin music for Anderson and Rees. Back-to-back boundaries, just testing that theory on this hybrid surface, which not the quickest, which has resulted in only 5 wickets so far in the game. Anderson around the wicket now to the right-hander. Another bouncer, another hook, but this time to the fielder at deep square. So a single is taken. Brings Rees onto strike. Cullen, I'm sure, given a few words of encouragement from his teammates. Big athletic fielder, as Dave was saying a little while ago, broad-shouldered. He places his mark down, switching from around the wicket to over. He runs in now to the left-hander, who hooks over the top of this one, just a single to deep backward square. And this is almighty a nuisance and annoyance, I'd imagine, to Middlesex right now, as they've gone with the bumper theory. But at the moment, Derbyshire navigating it and steering it relatively happily. And it does take an awful lot more effort to run in and bowl short ball after short ball, because especially on a hybrid where it's a little bit slower, you don't want to just be offering it up there for the hooks, as we saw earlier in the over from Anderson. Here's the fifth ball of the over, which started with back-to-back boundaries, and it's Cullen to Anderson, who hooks him again, and it's a single to deep backward square. So on we go with the field switching again now for the left-hander. Will Cullen be over the wicket or around it to Rees? He's going to be over the wicket. So deep mid-wicket, deep square, long leg and fine leg as Rees awaits. He hooks fine to the fine leg off Cullen, and a single ends the over. 12 off it, started with back-to-back hooked boundaries for Anderson, who's on to 77. Rees will keep the strike with that single. He's 56, and Derbyshire are 386 for 5. Back to Zafar Gohar. So it's spin at one end, bounces at the other. Thompson, Chappell, Tickner and Morley to come. I don't know if on a commentary with Dave Jepson I'm allowed to say that Tickner and Morley sound like a firm of accountants. Here is Gohar, left arm around, he bowls to Rees, who drives a single just in front of the shortish mid-wicket, and long on collects one more to the total. 3, 8, 7 for 5 is the score. Sue Redfern, umpire Redfern at this end, just checking the follow-through, I think, of Gohar there. He's left arm around. Balls now, and that's driven to Fernandez at cover. Slip in place for Gohar. Deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on, deep mid-off, and deep cover. 4 on the single. This is punched off the back foot by Anderson, and a single's taken out to deep cover. 3, 8, 8 for 5. 131st over of the innings. 30 overs to a third new ball for Middlesex. Gohar in, bowls, and back and across goes Rees, trying to find a late cut and find room backward of deep gully, backward point, inside edge though, down onto the ground. The ball goes nowhere at all. Gohar quickly through these deliveries, snapped wrist from Rees on this drive, but only as far as extra cover. The partnership is worth 139 now. And, you know, against the second new ball as well for Derbyshire, this is a fair effort. This is a flatter, quicker delivery. Now, where did that go? Attempted cut from Rees. And did he cut it? Must have cut it into the ground again, did he? This time up and over the keeper. Was waiting and wondering whether it had, see if there was bye signalled, whether it had bounced out of the glove of the keeper. Let's see. No, bounced down and up over the keeper. I think he might have nutmegged the keeper with the bottom edge through the keeper's legs, and behind him it trickles away for a single retrieved by Higgins. One more look at it on the replay. Let's have a look. Cuts it. Yeah, I think it's gone down and between the legs of the keeper. 3, 8, 9 for 5. Zafar Gohar, 1 for 89 from 30, 6 maidens. Rees keeps the strike. He's on 58. Anderson's on 78. Cullen begins his 25th over. And he's right arm over with the field set once more for the short stuff. And there is the short stuff, and he strikes Rees, who will take a leg by, attempting to hook. He struck somewhere around the ribs or the back. Was he threw the shot through too early? Talked about the pace of the surface. We saw that with Anderson when he was struck on the helmet. He was through the shot and he was struck on the other side of the helmet. And attempting the hook. And it struck somewhere around the ribs, abdominal area. But Ferrell's chest guard has clearly cushioned that blow for Rees, because he's not revealed any pain at all. Cullen around the wicket to Anderson, bumps him, hooked. And, oh, fine it goes for 4. I'm not quite sure that that was fully where Cullen intended it to go. I think in between long leg and fine leg, it's gone far finer than he intended. But 4 is the outcome, and he's on to 82. Took a little step to the leg side. So welcome back.
Back in the room.
Here's Cullen. Around the wicket again, bowls, and there was an extra bit of effort in that, Cullen. Davies had to really move to take that one. And he'd put that more a little outside his nose, hadn't he, as opposed to the one where Anderson stepped back and hooked him fine with the last one. He didn't follow him with this, he really put it across his nose at great pace. Angry.
So perhaps the notion that this bumper war would result in a stalemate has actually allowed Derbyshire the opportunity to hit a boundary or two as well.
Well, indeed. There's Anderson awaiting Cullen, and he hooks hard and it hits deep square at quite the pace. It went through what is a square leg, deep backward square perhaps, just getting around, it cushions off. They've taken 2. The scoring rate is up and above 3 for the first time, I think, in the innings.
Yes,
395 for 5. Well, that's what
possibly only for 2 deliveries.
That's what partnerships do, though, isn't it? 146 the partnership now, 261 deliveries. Cullen in, bowls, another bumper, attempted uppercut from Rees, who chastises himself at missing out on the uppercut. Through it goes to the keeper, 395 for 5. Where are we hearing them? They're over there. Oh, we might have to turn down the queue a little bit. Or is that mic still on? I don't know. No.
Queue. They've left the queue on the line.
Does that mean we'll hear Dave Fletcher in a minute?
We may do at some point.
Cullen from the city end, a bumper, hooked down to long leg where deploy Fields. 396 for 5. Bumper theory, what do you reckon, Dave?
Well, I'm not a fan of it myself personally anyway, so it's not something that I would personally advocate, but I do believe that if you get to a situation where absolutely nothing else is happening,
yes,
you've got to try something else.
Well, the definition of stupidity, so you've got to try something different, but then you equally reach the point where, with the bumper theory, when have you got to try something else other than the bumper theory? So
yeah. Other than that 1 over from Fernandez, they've still only used the 5 over 5 bowlers, and I think I would have gone onto my occasionals or part-timers by now, just to try and break the concentration as Gohar comes in and bowls. Played it to a mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I think we've moved it far enough away now that the cue's not going to affect us.
Can't hear it.
But you'll have to ask me to pass you the headset next time.
Yep. As Gohar bowls, and there's a reverse sweep from Rees, and a very quick single is taken, and Anderson gets home. The throw just misses the stumps. As the ball was reverse swept by Rees to backward point, which became backward square leg. And wasn't that far away from him really, and the throw came in, but Anderson, quick off the mark, had made his ground. Gohar around the wicket. As he then bowls, and that's off the pad. And Rees has come a long way down here for a throw, and there could be trouble as it hits, and I think he's gone. He is, and Rees is run out for 60, and Middlesex finally have a breakthrough. Derbyshire lose their 6th wicket at 397. Lewis Rees run out for 60 after a partnership of 148 with Martin Anderson, and you almost suspect that that was the only way that the partnership was going to be broken, the way it was happening, but it came off the pad of Anderson into the leg side. Rees was very keen for the single and went a long way down. Anderson never moved, and Rees had to turn and get back, and unfortunately was short of his ground. A direct hit, aiming at a couple of stumps perhaps.
Cricket's a silly game, isn't it?
Bizarre, really, given everything that we've watched for 2.5 hours, that suddenly something like that should happen. But that is the beauty of this game, really, is that you never know what is around the corner.
Boy, oh boy, they'll kick themselves. And hats off Jack Davies there, who was the man who scampered, throwing off his right glove, picking up. He fielded at not quite 45. Well, it's more square leg, isn't it? He was running towards square leg. Probably made it halfway to what would be an orthodox square leg position. Picked up the ball, turned and threw quickly at the non-striker's end. Having thrown down the glove, so he'd have had his inner glove on as well. Yeah, there was only one chance, and that was a direct hit, which Davies, the wicket keeper,
If you look at
executed.
the replay, see how far down the pitch Rees had gone. It doesn't show it on there.
Yeah, I mean, we can see how far out he was.
Clearly out.
I'll find you the replay that you're looking for there. He was a fair old way down.
He's gone
There we go.
there we go. Always
There you go.
goes over halfway down, isn't he, really?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, he's gone almost 2/3 of the way down. Really.
I guess in Anderson's defence, had he have set off immediately, he probably would have made it even with the direct hit. But in that sense, there probably wasn't a run. Is that fair? If you're only probably going to make it, then in this match situation, you don't take a single there, do you? And risk
I'm
it.
with you. I don't
You
think
risk
there's
it,
a run
yeah. Not really worth the risk. It.
there. And after the initial hesitation, Rees kept going.
Yeah.
Anyway, Gohar bowls to Anderson, who plays into the offside. There is no run.
Well,
The new man at the crease is Alex Thompson, by the way.
After all the bouncers, I mean, struck on the helmet by a bouncer, being struck on the helmet by a return throw coming in, is it the run-out that dislodges the concentration?
Anderson comes forward to this delivery and pushes into the offside again. No, a run.
Or does it focus the concentration?
Well, the old adage that one brings two,
Yes.
we're about to find out.
Middlesex will hope it's one brings four, but
Gohar bowls, and Anderson gets another one that shoots through on him as he tries to cut, and he gets a bottom edge. And I might do Davis a big disservice here, but that might have been a half a chance. But in fact, might have hit him on the foot, looking the way he's hobbling down the pitch to the other end of the ground.
yeah, he's hopped
It's
away
not
from
a
it, hasn't he? Yeah.
It's not a chance, really. It hit the bottom of the bat, and technically was still a catch when it hit Davis on the foot. But it would have been an impossible thing to take, really.
No, look at that. That's watching the replay now, down into the
Yeah.
somewhere
They're
between.
in a position, it's almost on the arch of the foot.
I was
really.
exactly going to say that. Just around the
Yeah.
arch of the foot below the ankle.
That'll be sore. That will.
And he hops away then up to the other end.
Be careful when he takes his boot off. He can put it back on again later.
Well,
But it's one of those that catches you right on the bone that hurts.
not nice. Here's Cullen. Thompson's first ball following the run-out of Rees. And the field is set for the bumper once more. There's nobody in front of square on the offside. As in comes Cullen with the bumper. Ducking underneath it is Thompson. So there's a deep point, a gully, and a fine deep third. Then there's a fine leg, a long leg, square leg, a deep mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, and that's it. So nobody in front of point on the offside. Cullen in, bowls a bouncer up over the top of it. Thompson, he's not for ducking. Decides he's riding the bounce on a slowish surface, as we've been describing. Even against the pace of Cullen. Game relatively well set now that it's a case of, well, Derbyshire, they're close to the 400, well, they're 3 shy of the 400 that they talked about overnight. So could they even get to 500? You know, Zach Chappell comes in and starts throwing the bat, quick 50 from him, and all of a sudden there's 500 on the board as this ball's short and Thompson rides the bounce to mid-wicket and there's no run. But my point being, 400 or 500, it's a big score from Derbyshire, and you all of a sudden then just start to think now, well, is there a Derbyshire bowler that finds something more in this surface than anybody did for Middlesex? And you think of Chappell straight away, I think, in terms of, he's an X-factor bowler, isn't he? That he can just sometimes come up with something absolutely brilliant out of nothing.
Yes, and I guess there's an element of scoreboard pressure in there as well.
Indeed. Cullen's around the wicket to Thompson. And Thompson again looks to ride the bounce on the back foot. He's struck on the hip guard and they get a leg by. Backward square on the leg side. No Sam Robson for this game, of course. He's on paternity leave. Best wishes to Sam, who will undoubtedly be tuned in. Or maybe both Sam and the baby are having a nap at the moment. So hello to Mrs. Robson if she's tuned in while the other two nap.
So let's not forget his wife as well.
Well, hopefully he's not making his wife suffer the commentary. But maybe she doesn't want to move at the moment. I suppose Sam and the baby are asleep, so she's not moving. She's sat there and having to listen to us. I don't know what's worse, listening to us or waking up the baby. Here's Cullen around the wicket, bowls and a bouncer, which Thompson sways inside through to the keeper. 397 for 6. But yeah, no Sam Robson, so Eskenazi and Nathan Fernandez, who've gone all right at the top the last couple of games, a couple of 50s there. So, yeah, they've done their best. Max Holden's weighing it up. What he'd be doing at the moment, I think that's what he's telling Ryan Higgins. And Higgins is saying the same thing. Either that or they're weighing up their overhead smash at the moment at mid-on and mid-wicket. Although paddle's all the rage now. You can still have an overhead smash in paddle, I think. Lots of cricketers playing that at the moment. So here's Cullen around the wicket. He bowls. There's another bumper. Ooh, when he followed that one. Thompson, I wondered, had he got a little tickle on it? But it dies through to the gloves of Davies, and it's the end of the over. 398 for 6. Anderson 83. Thompson 1. Sorry. How's the scoreboards are in disagreement here. One has Thompson on 0, and one has Thompson on none. But they both have Derbyshire on 398 for 6. Do you think the little one to our right has given that leg by as a run to Thompson, whereas the big one opposite us? There we go. They're both on 0 now for Thompson, so it was the leg by which had scuppered slightly. 398 for 6.
So I think the pattern of the match is set.
Yes, that was what I was trying to get to. You just said it better than me.
Derbyshire are intent on batting once and batting as long as they can. And seeing if they can bowl Middlesex out twice, I guess.
Yeah, I mean they're just annoying.
Appears to be the plan.
They're annoying Middlesex now, aren't they? So
they are.
That is a brilliant
keeping them in
thing
the
to do.
field as well. And I've never done it, but I just imagine if you've been in the field for, say, 5 sessions, and then you've suddenly got to go out and face a new ball.
Yeah.
Must be a fairly trying time.
Yes. Yes.
Really. Anyway, for now, Gohar is going to continue from the racecourse end of the ground to bowl to Thompson, who comes forward and defends. Back to the bowler, who does his own fielding. There is no run. And they seem quite happy to bat as long and as deep as they can, Derbyshire, without rushing it, as Thompson pushes this one up to short mid-wicket, and again there's no run. And just take the time out of the game. Gohar is in again and bowls a little flatter this time, and that's hit off his pads. That's a nice shot from Thompson. In fact, he might. Will he get 4? No, good piece of fielding just out there. Deep square leg, they'll take 2. Throw comes back in as well.
400 up.
And the 400 is up for Derbyshire. Indeed, Thompson off the mark with that couple. Gohar is in again outside the off stump, and Thompson leaves well alone. He's a big imposing figure, is Thompson, for an off spinner.
Yes.
Very tall. Gohar flights this one up nicely, and Anderson comes forward almost exaggeratedly onto one knee and defends into the onside. So it's actually an excellent piece of fielding for the run out by Davies as Gohar bowls. And Thompson just waits and pushes this away on the offside. No run. End of the over. Derbyshire 400 for 6 then. Anderson 83, Thompson 2.
It was. It was. It was really good.
To get across to the ball that quickly. Remove his glove and then throw the stumps down at the bowler's end.
Yeah, turn under throw. It was excellent.
To bowl from the City end, Nathan Fernandez.
Ooh, Nathan Fernandez from the City end. Spin at both ends for Middlesex. So they're going to stop flogging poor Cullen. Ask him to keep banging it in short.
I should imagine Lewis Reese is sitting in a corner on his own at the moment in the changing room.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's moved the game on a little further, and it's going to go a little further now because Fernandez is back into the attack. So we've got left arm spin from both ends.
There's Fernandez then with that deep, well, he's got long off and long on, deep points and deep square. Left arm around. Oh, full toss, which nearly results in a stumping down the leg side. It drops out the gloves of Davies, who it looked as though he tried to take the bail off without the ball. I think he thought he had the ball because he's whipped the bail off, but the ball had gone elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. It was a full toss down the leg side. It's not an easy one to take for Davis.
Yeah. Fernandez lands this one. Oh, and he nearly chops on. Late cut from Thompson. Trickles past the leg stump through to Davies. It's all happening all of a sudden, Dave. It's Fernandez. He steps in, bowls, and it's driven back to him. Good tumbling stop. That'd be good for him to get some overs under his belt here. He broke in as a left-arm spinner in the T20, then played last summer as a batter, and this summer it's only been batting as well. So the lesser-seen spin of Fernandez now as he comes in once more. And this is driven down to long on for a single by Thompson. By Anderson, my apologies. He moves to 84. So it was Anderson who was nearly stumped and nearly chopped on.
Yes.
It's me, sorry, I was saying it was Thompson. Well, that would have been a way to go for Anderson, falling over. It was one of those moments where you thought it almost had to be the tail ender, and that's what threw me at the start as his. Fernandez to Thompson at last. Bowls now with a nice bit of flight, and it's turned to Holden at mid-wicket. Higgins in place for the Derbyshire number 8. Higgins at slip. Crouches down now, and Fernandez twisting the ball in his hand as he steps in. Bowls a little bit shorter and back rocks Thompson to punch a single to deep cover. He's on to 3. And he keeps the strike. 4-0-1 for 6. Scoreboards are in disagreement again. 4-0-2 for 6. Thompson moves to 3. Keeps the strike. Anderson 84. 136 overs bowled. Remaining today 56. And there's another note. 24 overs until tea. 25 past 2 just coming up to this bright but not sunny Saturday afternoon. Hazy cloud continues over Derby.
The faintest of shadows, but not blazing with sunshine. As Gohart continues. And bowls goes through Thompson and is out. Caught behind. As he went back to defend, found the outside edge, and Davis took a straightforward catch. So Derbyshire lose 2 wickets in quick succession. Thompson is caught by Davis off the bowling of Gohart for 3. And Derbyshire 402 for 7.
Is this when the fun begins? Chappell's going to make his way out now, isn't he?
Well,
is it Chappell in next?
Regardless,
Yes.
one suspects, regardless of team instructions, he will continue to play in his own uncomplicated way.
Seeing a replay of the dismissal and no, good bit of turn there for
Strained a bit, certainly, didn't it? But it was
Could he have been playing front foot?
bit of a nothing stroke, really, from Anderson, from Thompson rather. It was almost as though he was trying to take his bat out of the way.
Yeah, he was in no man's land for that, wasn't he? Really,
Yeah.
you should have been on the front foot. However, I do think it was a well bowled or good length, and it did turn.
Strained, yeah.
But I do think the reason why I'm hesitating to say is he should have been on the front foot, because even had he been on the front foot, that had a fair bit of turn. But of course, if you are on the front foot, you have a chance of smothering the spin.
And He can get a good striding, can Thompson? Given,
Yeah, well, there we
given
go.
his height.
That was the answer to that one. Zach Chappell then. This will be fun. Anderson, well, he's got a bit of a job to do, though, because Anderson's on 84 against his former county, and I'm sure he would dearly love to find another 16 runs for 3 figures.
Gohar picks up his second wicket of the innings, 2 for 92 he has. BBC website slightly behind that. As he comes in and bowls to Chappell, who comes well forward to the first ball and defends it away. I need to do another update shortly, so we'll do it. I'll leave you to it after this over, Kevin. Gohar is in bowls and Chappell again defends. Back to the bowler, no a run. Field much more orthodox now after that little bumper spell. Gohar bowls. Oh, that one keeps low on him as it hurries through. There's a lot of dust being kicked up from the creases out on the pitch as well. I suspect it's dry. Suggests it's dry out there. Slipping a short leg in place. As Gohar is in and bowls, and Chappell again props forward defending. And there is no run. I do kind of get the impression with Chappell that he's just itching to open his shoulders. As Gohar bowls, and he comes forward and allows that to pass through to Davis. End of the over, a wicket maiden for Gohar. He's picked up his second wicket. He has 2 for 92 in 33 overs. Thompson, the man to go, caught behind by Davis in that over. Anderson has 84. Chappell yet to score. Derbyshire 402 for 7.
BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio London together here. That's the county ground in Derby. As here is Nathan Fernandez. Oh, one of our devices is talking to us. Is it me? Might be me. Here goes Fernandez. Left arm around, he bowls, and this is driven down too long off for a single. Anderson back on strike on 86. The scoreboard's a little awry at the moment. Here goes drive down to long off again for Anderson. Slip in place for Chappell. In comes Fernandez. This is driven to mid-on. Single taken. 406 for 7. Fernandez, flatter delivery, push to extra cover. On 87, be desperate not to give this away. Gets a cutaway as far as backward point, but a good tumbling stop there. There's that running around Higgins. Last ball of Fernandez, third over, and that's driven nicely by Anderson down to deep mid-on. Anderson's on to 88, 407 for 7, 138 overs bowled. And a good day for the hosts, a good game for the hosts so far. Well, the second half of today goes still 54 overs, haven't quite reached the halfway stage today. It does feel much like the pitch that everything's in slow motion on this one. Should have had that for For those who are just joining us, it is a hybrid surface. So when I say that the pitch is slow, that's no disrespect to the ground staff here at Derby. It's a reflection of hybrids cricket pitches up and down the country, which most are feeling is probably not the way forward for championship games. It's punched away into the offside, fielded at cover. Anderson on 88, T20 or 50 over or 100, any of that on a hybrid fine, but yeah, not for the championship. Here's Gohar bowls, and on the back foot, Anderson eases into the offside once more. Commentary team today for this one, Dave Jepson and myself, Kevin Hand. As Gohar bowls, flatter, driven back to him. Looks to shy down the stumps, and what's Gohar pointing to there? Is it something about Anderson coming up the middle of the track? Not sure. Gohar bowls, Anderson eases a single fine of cover. And he moves to 89, 408 for 7. How long can Chappell resist? Deep mid off and deep mid on. Chappell on the back foot punches to extra cover where Fernandez fields. One's come of Gohar's 34th. He steps in now. Bowls with a lovely bit of flight and a equally lovely forward defence from Chappell, who skips from one side of the track to the other at the end of the over. Make sure he doesn't end up in the danger zone. He's on 1 from 8. No danger of Chappell holding out at the moment, with Anderson 11 away from his century. 89 from 151 deliveries, 408 for 7. And it'll be Fernandez to continue at the City end. Done for 12 from 3. 408 for 7, Derbyshire. Put in yesterday by Middlesex, fancying the look of the green stuff on the top of this hybrid yesterday morning, probably feeling that was their best bite. One thing is there isn't a huge amount in it for the spinners, so in terms of batting first, batting second, or indeed batting last on this. Fernandez is in, bowls, it's cut late. Fine at the backward point. There's no deep third, so it's a long chase just to pick it up over the rope for Patterson from deep cover. Higgins not able to get there. So yeah, deep gully patrolling an awful lot of ground there. Fernandez bowls. Oh, nearly chipped back to him by Anderson. The cries of catch. Fernandez falls to his right to take the ball on the bounce. Never a chance getting a hand underneath it, but just a little bit more bottom hand in that from Anderson, and that would have been a fine wicket for Fernandez, who comes in now, bowls a lot of flight, and it's picked up. A low full toss over mid-wicket for 4, and Anderson is propelled into the 90s as he moves to 93. 400 and he moves to 97, my apologies. 416 for 7. Dave Jepson's doing his update next door for BBC Radio Derby. He might need to be quick here because his man's on 97. Here is Fernandez in, bowls, flatter delivery, cut hard, just a single. That's a deep point, so he's on to 98. 417 for 7 now with that single. And Chappell on strike with 2 balls to go with Fernandez's 4th over. And he comes from the City end, bowls, and Chappell rocks back, he hits it in the air, there's nobody there, it goes out to deep cover. It would have been a dolly for an orthodox cover or a cover point. Looped into the offside. Anderson's heart would have been in his mouth as well as Chappell. 418 for 7, and in good time Dave Jepson puts back on the headset because Fernandez is about to bowl to Anderson on 98.
He is indeed. In now balls, and Anderson cuts late, and that will be his 100 as that will run away behind square for 4 runs, and Martin Anderson will go to a thoroughly deserved and most enjoyable 100. 102 not out, 156 balls. And congratulations to him. Takes his helmet off, his replacement helmet, and waves his bat to the pavilion and then around to the spectators. So congratulations to him on 102, and he's held this together well throughout the day. First with Lewis Rees, and then now with Zach Chappell as well. Derbyshire 422 for 7. Started to accelerate a touch here.
That'll feel good.
It will. It will.
Against the former county.
Yep. Gohar to continue now to Chappell. Starts the new over from the racecourse end, driven back to the bowler. There is no run.
We must not, much like Derbyshire, may not get ahead of themselves here, but in terms of tea, what is it, 18, 19 overs away after this?
Gohar bowls and Chappell goes back and forces up to deep mid-off for a single.
Would there be any thought in their mind about pulling out before tea and having a couple of overs at Middlesex, or would they think, no, actually, we'll pull out just before stumps and have a go at Middlesex? They're 7 down. Maybe they'll just take what they can
It's
get.
a long
from
way
here.
to stumps, I'll say that.
Yes. Being a
7
bit
down.
mischievous,
Gohar
yeah.
bowls and turned into the leg side by Anderson for another single. 103 to him now.
Yeah, I'm being a bit mischievous, but
yes, I see what you're saying, but excuse me. I suspect not. I suspect they'll just go to the end of the innings, won't they?
yeah,
They may try and
I think-
accelerate
yeah.
the end of the innings, really.
Well, I think at whatever point they think about pulling out, you just think, well, go on, just get going and keep going and see how many get. Because it looks like a slow burner, this one, doesn't it? So as many runs as you can get, as quickly as you can get at this stage, could be quite crucial.
Gohar ball to Chappell, who shows no intent of speeding up the scoring rate there. Just blocks it back to the bowler. 4-2-4 for 7. Derbyshire have added 157 runs today in 44 overs. As Chappell reverse sweeps for 4. A very much shot of enterprise. Nobody obviously down there at the 3rd man boundary. He will go to 7, 428 for 7. So there are signs of acceleration in this innings now. Gohar in again and bowls, and Chappell drives up to long off rather. There's a single. He goes to 8, 429 for 7. End of the over.
Yeah, 429 for 7. So 20-3. Will the game become 20-4? Well, it won't be time for tea, that's for sure, because it's still 51 overs to bowl today, so another 19 before the interval. Although they do have spinners on at both ends, so maybe I should give them a little more chance of getting through their overs. The over rate is -2. So here is Fernandez, left arm around from the city end. He's bowling to Zach Chappell, the right-handers forward, defending. 18 from 15. Chappell in no particular rush at the moment. Fernandez again, and Chappell forward. Wristily drives back to Fernandez, almost Anderson-esque that from Chappell on the drive. Slip is Ryan Higgins. He's crouching down now as Fernandez comes in, bowls, and a lovely drive over the top of it, smothers any spin, any potential spin, and down to long on. A single is taken, Chappell onto 9. Anderson on strike on 103 from 157. It was the last thing that Derbyshire didn't really have in this innings, was somebody just to get to the 3 figures. And they've done it now. How much further can he go, Anderson, against his former county? Fernandez bowls, he drives out to deep cover for a single. 430 for 7, and how many left at the over? Still 2-2 to go. Fernandez to Chappell and a single down to long off. Happily milking the bowler at the moment. On to come of the over. They haven't quite had that acceleration in the match just yet that we've been waiting for, but they have upped the scoring rate, no doubt about it, up to 3 and over from what has been 2.5 for the most part. As Fernandez comes in, bowls, and another drive down to long on. For a single, Anderson will keep the strike. That's the end of Fernandez's 5th over, none for 30. Anderson 105 from 159. Chappell 10 from 18, but it's Anderson keeping the strike. The partnership is already worth 31 after a pretty big partnership between Anderson and Rees. Quick coming and going for Thompson.
It's like partnership between Anderson and Rees broke the Derbyshire 6th wicket record partnership against Middlesex.
Oh,
Overtaking the 130, added by Michael Divenuto and Graham Welch at Lords in 2002. A stat provided by the erstwhile Derbyshire statistician Dave Griffin.
hey, thank you, Griff.
And another interesting fact provided by the Derbyshire scorer next door, Jane Huff, that there have been 5 wicket maidens in this innings.
Oh, they have, haven't they?
As Gohar bowls, and Anderson plays back to the bowler. There is no run.
I thought you were going to say another interesting stat provided by Griff. Well, he has to provide one in the first place for there to be another. I'm assuming he's tuned in somewhere.
As Gohar bowls, it's pushed into the leg side. They think briefly about the single, but it's not there. There is no run. So 433 for 7. Gohar bowls flights this up very full. And again pushed by Anderson to mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. Gohar bowls again, and again, Anderson happy just to play it back to the ball. 433 for 7. Well, it looks a long way away when Derbyshire were 5 for 1 at 10 past 11 yesterday morning. Here they are, still batting in the second afternoon as Anderson goes back and cuts away into the offside. They'll get 1, and that's all they'll get. The ball is fielded and thrown in. Score advancing by 1 to 434. Chappell now stands at the crease and waits. And comes well forward and drives slightly on the up into the covers. There is no run. Completes another over. 36th over by Gohar. He has a figure of 2 for 101. Joined the Centurions club in that over.
Yes. I doubt any of the others will. Certainly Patterson and Roland Jones will hope they will not. 26 and 24 overs respectively. 63 and 69 conceded. Oh, helicopter. Very close by. Closest we've heard on in this game. Did we see it? Has it just gone straight over our head?
Just behind us, I think.
Noise reverberates around our media position as here comes Fernandez from the city end. Bowls and a sweep from Anderson. Only connects with the pad, loops up into the onside. Would have been comfortable for a short leg, and they'd all be yelping right now, but I don't think there was any bats involved. Fernandez bowls, and that's driven down to long off for a single. Anderson on to 107. I like seeing Fernandez given a go here. Well, for 2 reasons. Don't flog the quicks at this stage. You know, Cullen really was asked to bend his bat there, wasn't he? Hard work running in, bowling bumper after bumper like that. Well, a fair few of them yesterday as well. As this ball's full and driven down to long on. Fernandez to Chappell. So he moves to 11 from 20, partnership 34 from 44, and they're just doggedly defying Middlesex at the moment. But either or both of these could open up at any time. Fernandez bowls, and another sweep, and he's bowled. Anderson departs for 107 for 166 balls, a century against his former county. But young Nathan Fernandez has the wicket. Left arm around, he beats the spin, he beats the sweep of Anderson, who is met by a couple of his old mates, including Lewis Deploy, who runs up and gives him a pat on the back, which is lovely from Deploy, a man who went in the other direction at the beginning of last season. Anderson heading off for Derbyshire. He's applauded off by the crowd here, and by a group of Derbyshire staff on the far side of the ground. Can't quite make out who's over there, but up the steps he goes. And we're disappointed to go, undoubtedly, but what a job he's done in between. I'm sure he'd have loved to have reached the moment to really open up against his former county. That never quite came. They wouldn't have been far off it either. Had it have been Chappell to fall, then you'd imagine the message would have been sent to Anderson, go on, let rip, and we'll have a go at them before tea. But, well, that may still be Derbyshire's choice, but Middlesex will hope that they take all of that out of Derbyshire's hands now. 4:36 for 8, and Blair Tickner is on his way to the middle. He'll join Zach Chappell, and I think the resistance, I talk about the inner resistance of Chappell as opposed to his resistance to the bowling of Middlesex. The inner resistance of Chappell may be unleashed now with just 2 wickets standing. But first of all, Tickner has a couple of balls left to face of Fernandez's sixth over, yes, 1 for 32. And a sweep, whether it got a little bottom edge on the sweep or not, through to the keeper. He'd opened up the stumps to the bowler. It opened up a pathway through, which the ball duly found. And here's Fernandez then to the new batter.
Well, end of a fine innings that for Anderson.
Fernandez bowls, bit of flight, and this ball's turned to mid-wicket, there's no run.
The end of the innings is approaching, one feels, really.
Yes, one way or the other.
Yes.
'Cause you'd imagine that Chappell will start to really cart the ball around now as Fernandez comes in, bowls, and onto the pad. Who's yelping? How's that from somewhere? Leg side delivery from left arm around to the right hander, who replays a little scoop, an upright scoop. Well, I'd like to see him do that. Tickner has none from 2. Chappell has 11 from 20, and he has the strike after Anderson out in that over now. Just gone from Fernandez, who has 1 for 32 from 6. Anderson falling for 107. Bold attempting a sweep. And Derbyshire 4-3-6 for 8 with 16 overs to tea.
So I guess if they can get to 450, they'll be happy with that. But I should imagine they'll go to the close of the innings as well now. I can't see a declaration coming particularly.
I mean, Chappell could bring up the 450 in this over if
Well,
he connects with a few, couldn't he? So I think I'd
suspect
just
there
say
may
to
be a
him,
licence for him now.
yeah, in a slow match, I think you'd say to Chappell at this stage, if you can get 30 or 40 quickly here.
Yeah. As Gohar continues and bowls to him, he's happy to defend back to the bowler.
But what he might be advised to do is see off Gohar and take on Fernandez, rather than taking on the senior spinner. Shorter boundaries on that side as well, whether Middlesex change the ploy, if that's what Chappell does.
Gohar comes in and he comes down the pitch and he's missed, stumping. As Chappell took a couple of steps down the pitch and aimed a huge blow back in our direction.
Let's have a look. Was there a little tickle on
Missed
something
the
there?
ball, and Davis didn't take it cleanly.
See if the replay will show us any sort of inside edge or anything. No. Turn and bounce, though. Did you see that? I'll bring it back to you in a minute after this ball.
Yeah, let's go our bowls, and Chappell this time happy just to turn it into the leg side for a jogged through single.
There you go. Fair bit of turn and bounce there. Boom.
Yep.
I mean, it was only the bounce that saved him, because it went over the top of off stump, didn't it?
missed chance. There's a new batsman, Blair Tickner, just prods the pitch and settles into his stance. And Gohar comes in and bowls to him. Right forward, pushing into the offside. There is no run. So I think Chappell made his intentions clear with that delivery 2 balls ago. As Gohar bowls, and that's cut away by Tickner straight to backward point. There is no run again. Coming down the pitch and aiming a mighty blow at Gohar, so I don't think he's going to hang around much now. As Gohar is in again, flighted up, and Tickner happy to just push it into the onside. No run, end of the over. And Derbyshire 437 for 8, then Chappell has 12, Tickner yet to score.
That was a birthday wicket for Nathan Fernandez. Thank you, Ollie Thorpe, in the Middlesex office, reminding me, as he did this morning, that it's Fernandez's birthday. He's reminded me as well now. So, yeah, Nathan Fernandez, really a breakthrough season last year for Middlesex, but this year now it's trying to solidify that place. Here he comes, left arm around the wicket. Bowls, and this is driven back to him. There's no run. Born in 2004, so he's just turned 21. In again, Fernandez, he bowls, and a little bit of flight, driven back to him once more. Tails up now for Fernandez. But this is the one, isn't it? Fernandez versus Chappell. We've seen him charge Zafar Gohar, but you'd imagine he'd be far better advised to take on Fernandez. And fair to say, no, there's probably not much in it in terms of shorter boundary, but Fernandez bowls. Reverse from Chappell, and a reverse sweep for 4. Against the vacant deep third. Higgins comes down to collect.
Intelligent use of the field placings there from Chappell. It's the second time he's used that stroke in the innings for profit.
As I just look up his stats, I'm reminded that he made his T20 debut, his Middlesex debut in May 2022 in a T20 against Surrey, and he took a wicket with his second ball, which came in the power play, and he removed Sunil Nareen. He is to Chappell on 16. Chappell backs away and punches hard off the back foot to extra cover, where fielding's done by Pengedes. Fernandez, 2 balls left of his 7th over. Drive down to long off for a single by Chappell, which should just about keep him the strike if Tickner's going to block out. 4-4-2 for 8. Well, that was the chat at the close last night that 400 would be nice. Closing on the 450. As Fernandez comes in. And tickle from Tickner. Out to deep square, so he'll have the strike. End of the over. Tickner's off the mark, 6th ball. 4-4-3 for 8, Derbyshire.
Continuing to press on here.
Yeah, what have we got? 14 overs to tea. What do you reckon? 3, 4 overs before tea? 5 maybe? Might take 2 in at tea with you. Take 5 overs. So what would that be? Back for another, was 15 overs to tea.
Well, I guess we've got an indication
14.
of the intention if they get to 450 and don't declare.
I mean, I'd be amazed if we don't just see the nod given to Chappell to say, start hitting. As long as you keep going, because all of a sudden, if you're at 500 in a flash, you've seen how long it's taken Derbyshire to get to 450.
Yeah.
It's just another little milestone that pushes them away from Middlesex.
Comes Gohar and bowls to Tickner, who forces it back down the pitch to the bowler. No run. Gohar in again. Bowls, and that one keeps a bit low, and Tickner gets an inside edge on it really. And the ball runs out on the leg side for a single. 444. 4-8. Tickner now has 2. Gohar is in again and bowls, and Chappell coming forward drives up to deep mid off. Ball bobbling its way across its outfield. For one more, 445. Gohar in again, not wasting any time here. Gohar getting through this. He must do an over in a couple of minutes. Gohar, I think.
Well, I was going to say I'm desperate for a cup of tea at the moment, but anything could happen in the next few moments. We could have 2 quick wickets.
Yep. As Gohar's in and bowls, and that one keeps low and gets a bottom edge. And is fielded at slip.
I mean, I think this is pretty intelligent cricket from Gohar as well. Just get through the balls quickly here against the tail enders. Just rack up some quick, quiet overs. Kind of puts the pressure on one of them to go and sky it.
Comes in and bowls, and that's just turned round the corner by Tickner, but no run.
Gets
End
the
of the over.
Gets the over 8 back as well, Dave.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And they might obviously not have much of a chance to correct the over 8, depending on how the game plays out. We'll certainly hope that they will. Derbyshire not having a second innings would result in a pretty heavy defeat for Middlesex, so I'm sure that's not massively on their minds in that sense.
Do you know how accurate these over 8s are in terms of subsequent fines?
Yes, pretty very accurate, I'd suggest. Here's a full ball pushed back to Fernandez and there's no run, but what happens at the close is it might say -2 on the scoreboard over there, but then the scorers will go and see the umpire and say, so this is what it is, however what also needs to be considered is, and then the umpires will say, yeah, you can have 30 seconds for that, you can have 30 seconds for that, and all of a sudden it's naught. It's not -2, so this is driven down the ground for a single by Chappell, who's moving to 19, i.e. this has been missed or this hasn't been considered, so we just need your approval to say, dup, dup, yep, there's another 2 minutes, and all of a sudden the over 8's 0. Fernandez, left arm around, bowls, nice bit of flight and an open face to backward point from Tickner, no run.
I do like the idea of having 2 spinners in the attack at the same time.
Yes, for many reasons.
Yes, well, yeah, indeed.
Fernandez bowls, this is cut to backward point, no run. Commentators thinking about their tea. And the run paid overtime. Fernandez, lots of flight, a swing and a miss. Big swing and a miss from Tickner.
Sort of bottom edge in that one.
Might have been through to the keeper, just outside off. Bobbled a bucket out of the gloves of Davies, didn't it? He was almost down on one knee, but swinging it back over the bowler's head, which is quite the thing to do. As Fernandez bowls and forward goes Tickner, defending into the onside. The point being it wasn't the most comfortable of positions as he's had the big swing and miss.
No.
4-4-6 for 8. Chappell 19 and Tickner 2. Partnership 10.
And Derbyshire continue along their merry way.
Yeah. Sun's threatening to break through properly for the first time today. There was a serious shadow out there. It's been mostly watery sunshine, as I think perhaps you may have even described it earlier, Dave. Faint sunshine. They can see a sharp shadow on the track from Tickner, who's tending to some gardening out in the middle. Already seen Gohar attacked by Chappell with one charge down the track. Will he come with another?
We're about to find out as Chappell waits and forces them into the offside for 1. They run it quickly, looking for the second, but it's not there. I'll take the 1 anyway. 4-4-7 for 8. Chapel up to 20. Go hard in again to Tickner, who comes forward and drives up to mid-off. There is no run. I'd always assumed that the two scoreboards were in sync because they were updated at the same time, and that might not be the case. As Gohar bowls, and Tickner a little tucked up for room here, forces up to mid-on. Gohar again bowls, and Ticknell opens his shoulders and hits it straight down the ground for 4. Flighted up by Gohar, and Tickner needed no second invitation. Opened his shoulders and hit aerially straight down the ground for 4. 450 then up for Derbyshire, 451 for 8. Tickner now has 6. Chapel, rather 20. Gohar tries again, and this is chopped away behind square. They come through for a quick single and home safely. The bells are taken off by Davis, but he doesn't have the ball in hand. And the single accrues to the score. Tickner to 7, 452 for 8. Gohar in again to complete the over. Chapel content really to just prod it down the pitch, but Gohar fails to field off his own bowling, and with them mid-on deep, they can come through for a single. 454 for 8 then at the end of the over, is that correct? Just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over maybe. No, 453 is the score. Chapel 21, Tickner 7.
It's got to be tea, hasn't it, that's on their minds. They've got to be
Must be.
thinking about 3 or 4 overs before the interval. So there are 11 overs until tea will be taken. If they want, you lose 2 for the change of
They lose
innings.
a couple in the, yep.
So if you want 5, or let's say 4, 2 at either end, gives both bowlers a couple of goes, 2 at either end. So that's 6 off, so that leaves 5 to hit out now. For Chapel. So here's Fernandez, the left arm round, bowls, and Chapel pushes back. And that may have even been the message. Look, wait, we're going to have 2 overs each. Lose 2 for the change of innings. So just make sure you're still there. In 5 overs time, then you can have a hit. So it's driven down the ground for a single by Chapel. Down it goes to long off, 4, 5, 4 for 8. And there is the old adage about keeping them out there in the dirt. It wears down the bowlers, but it wears down the batters as well. It's a lot of concentration and focus. And you've got to get it all going again to go out and bat. In comes Fernandez, who will be opening the batting, of course. He bowls, and a quick single's taken to ploy at cover, backing up his Roland Jones from long on.
So as an opening batsman, you're already thinking now about your innings to come, but you just don't know when it's going to happen, and that's the tricky time, really.
Yeah. Lots of flight on this. Right up there into the block hole, but leg side and a single turn by Chapel, who's on to 23. 2 to come of the over. 4, 5, 6 for 8.
You're mentally trying to prepare yourself for an unknown point in time.
Fernandez to Tickner, and a solid forward defence. Pushes the ball back to the bowler, exactly that.
Of course, they could go all the way to tea, having not declared, and then
Fernandez, almost a low full toss, but waiting on it. There's a tickle by Tickner once more. Backward to square on the leg side. Single taken, he'll keep the strike. He's on to 9, 4, 5, 7 for 8.
So they could go all the way through to T, having not declared, and then halfway through the T interval declare, because you only have to give 10 minutes notice. So the opening batsmen are sat there having their tea, and halfway through they've suddenly got to get themselves ready.
I think they'd be mentally... they'll be mentally preparing themselves now. Well, Fernandez has to struggle because he's bowling at the moment, but I think as an opening batter, you'd be far happier with that declaration at tea. You'd think, I think you'd be mentally ready, wouldn't you? You'd be coming off and you'd be expecting it. I think as an opener, Sue Redfern just having a look at the ball. So for Gohara awaits. We're on for an on-time finish. Polishing away at something there. Sue Redfern, I don't know if there was a little bit of a scuff or something that Middlesex weren't happy with.
Umpire polishing the ball for the bowler.
Yes, yeah. Well, sometimes they do throw the ball to the umpire to repair something, don't they? Whether it's get the scissors out and cut a bit of a loose seam or something. But I wonder, was there just a little abrasion on there that Middlesex weren't happy with?
Gohar starts a new over, comes in and bowls, and Tickner just defends. A run. And again, bowls, and again. Tickner happy just to defend. A run. Traffic away in the distance, running up and down the Stores Road. As we approach, in fact we're into football now, as Gohar bowls and the ball very full length. And again, Tickner's prepared to just defend. And again, wasting no time. Chopped away on the offside, bit of a hesitation over a single, but it's there comfortably. Tickner is into double figures. He has 10, 458 for 8. Gohar is in again. Flatter delivery. Chappell on the back foot. Flamingo-like with his front foot in the air. Drives it back to the bowler, but there is no run. In again, bowls, and the reverse sweep again, and then this time a very good piece of fielding at the backward point position, really. Prevents a run, as Chappell again connected well with the stroke. This time couldn't get it past the fielder. End of the over, Derbyshire 458 for 8. Tickner has 10, Chappell 23.
BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London. Live on the BBC Sport website and app with Dave Jepson and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one. You can also pick up the commentary on the streams, which are available via the club's websites. So here is Fernandez, one of those who will be strapping the pads on soon enough. At what point, though? Well, it's all down to Derbyshire at the moment, unless Middlesex can take matters into their own hands. Here's Fernandez, left arm around, bowls a big swing over mid-wicket. And I don't think he's got all of it. No, 4 runs it is. It was a measured shot from Tickner. Planted that front foot and hoisted it over mid-wicket. But didn't go at it too hard, did he? Just made sure he had the placement right.
Cleared the fence and managed to hit one of the cars in the car park.
Ooh. Oh, look, there it is.
Very smart, white.
Oh, it's not so smart anymore.
May have a little dent in the front of it.
Down below, you'll have parked out the back of this building. And everybody parks up row by row, and then there's a point where you're no longer behind the building, so you're exposed to the playing area. If you park far enough along, you're...
Well, I park round the corner, actually, so I'm okay. But I understand your point. But
you're in the line of fire, so the thing you must do, though, is always park facing away from the ground. Because if your windscreen gets smashed, if it's your rear windscreen, you can drive home and wait for the repair company to come. But if it's your front windscreen, you've got to wait at the ground. Here's Fernandez. He's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is run to just fine of the gully fielder. He comes around, holds them to a single. It's one of those things that if you've seen it happen, it really sticks in your mind. And it did to me at a club game where I saw a chap and his front windscreen was smashed by the ball, hit for 6. And everybody got in their car and was driving home, and there was he with a smashed front windscreen still waiting for them. As, this is a huge shot. Up in the air it goes. It's going to land safe. Gets away with it. Chappell, not quite as measured as the shot from Tickner, and it swirls in the air wide of long on. Extra cover was retreating as well. And I think there's some conversation as to whether extra cover should drop back and cover should come in, but it remains as cover being the sweeper for the time being. And extra cover in. Long off heads back to the boundary at the city end as in comes Fernandez. And, a leading edge out of the block hole. It was a Yorker from Fernandez, or it was delivered into the block hole. And out of which Chappell tried to turn a single into the onside, but he got a single wide of extra cover. 2 to come of the over. Fernandez to Tickner on 15, sorry. He drives this handsomely down to long off, all along the floor. 4, 5, 4, 6, 7 for 8.
Stroke from Chappell, a couple of deliveries with a rather unceremonious hoik, really, wasn't it?
There he goes again. Single driven down to long on. That ends Fernandez's 10th over, 1 for 53. Chappell's on to 27 from 41. He'll keep the strike. Tickner, 16 from 29. The partnership is worth 32. 4, 6, 8 for 8. How many to tee? 8 overs to tee. So if by our reckoning, 4 to bowl at them, 2 for the change of innings, 2 overs left and they declare?
I think they're going through, really, looking at it myself.
I would say if you're really going to open up, it would be against Fernandez, wouldn't it? They might also be thinking we don't want too many before tea, so don't open up too much just yet.
No.
There's only 2 wickets standing.
Gohar continues from the racecourse end. Been a lengthy spell this now. Chappell attempts the reverse sweep but catches the cue end of the bat. Is no run.
Yeah, it's the bane of the spinner. They always want the ball, but then when it's all going wrong, you can have the ball for as long as you want.
Yes. Yeah.
Get on with it.
Listen to his 41st over. So this is hit to mid-wicket. A good piece of fielding there. Prevents the run. Just with the 2 spinners on, they could get these overs in and be on time, you know. There's Gohar bowls and again hit wide, straight of the mid-wicket really, for 2 this time. By Chappell. Concerted round of applause from 1 or 2 spectators for no discernible reason whatsoever. So applauding the 470. As Chappell goes back into his stumps and pushes up to long on for 1. Chappell now has 30 to his name, Tickner 16. Gohar bowls and Tickner comes right forward, defends. In again, and again no run. Tickner again, this time forces it out on the offside. Just notice that that's the end of the over, by the way. Derbyshire 471 for 8, Tickner 16, Chappell 30. The Middlesex jumpers have the same sponsor on as the ground advertising. I don't know what the significance of that is unless it's a universal agreement.
It's yeah, I think there's a couple that have the same. That's the answer on that one. Here is Fernandez. Now, my reckoning of things, this could be the last over of the innings, as Fernandez bowls and Chappell drives back to him, forcefully but not recklessly. That's only my reckoning of weighing things up if you're trying to double guess Derbyshire's thoughts at this stage. A couple of overs at each end before tea. Here comes Fernandez again, he bowls, and down the track comes Chappell. Heave-ho, it's up in the air, underneath it, long off, and he's gone. Chappell's out for 30, 47th delivery. Fernandez has his second wicket, 4-7-1 for 9, and we all look to the balcony to see if there is a wave, but I think they will go on by the looks of it, and in fact they'd be well advised to, because you lose these 5 deliveries anyway, so you may as well take what you can get. Even if they were to pull out now, it's a wasted 5 deliveries because you'd lose 2.5 overs. So bat out these, if the declaration is being considered, well, at least bat out these 5 deliveries and get what runs you can with them. 4-7-1 for 9, though it is. And Chappell's fine innings comes to an end. 30 to his name. Partnership of 35. He's applauded off, and here comes the final man down the steps, Jack Morley. Push a single and give Tickner the strike, Mr. Morley.
Pleasant little innings there from Chappell, who perished in a manner that he threatened during his innings as well, hitting out to long off, not quite getting hold of it. Hauling out. So Derbyshire 9 wickets down now, and you could yet be right almost by default in that the Derbyshire are all out. So there are some overs before tea. One thing's for sure, with Jack Morley coming to the crease, it will be entertaining in his idiosyncratic manner.
Yeah. A couple of wickets on his birthday for Fernandez as well. As we say, he'll be out there opening in a few moments with Stephen Eskenazi. And there's a little bit of a vying for places at the top of the order for Middlesex, because Sam Robson will be back soon. So, job to do for the openers, and in particular a high-scoring game like this. You don't want to miss out. If there's a batter coming back, you want to make sure you're in amongst the runs. So Fernandez to the left-handed Morley, who'll be left arm over the wicket from the city end. And he will have a pretty orthodox field, actually. There's a slip, and the deepest fielders, a deep square, pretty orthodox for a spinner, and a deep mid-on, not quite long on. Everybody else is up. Mid-off is slightly retreated as this ball is played off the back foot by Morley into the offside. No run. Warming up at the other end is Tickner. He's stretching out his legs. His dot ball turned to mid-wicket by Morley. No run again, so no take the single and let Tickner hit out for the rest of the over. Maybe they only want 3 at them before tea, not 4. You'd surely have 2. The last thing that the Middlesex openers would want would be to go out for a couple of overs before tea, as Fernandez bowls again, and this is driven back into the onside. So the declaration is not going to come at the end of this over, after playing out the dot balls. And giving him the single as long on gives himself a few yards. Deep mid on, I should say. Fernandez bowls. Forward defence, plodded into the onside. So we go on. 4-7-1 for 9. There are 6 overs until tea will be taken. Tickner 16, Morley 0. And the wicket of Chappell, he was caught culling off the bowling of Fernandez in the deep for 30.
The end is nigh, but how nigh, we will soon find out. It'll be interesting to see if Morley has been given the instruction to hang around as long as possible, or whether a quick 10 or 15 runs will suffice. As Gohar bowls, Tickner drive to extra cover. There's now been 6 wicket maidens in the innings. As Gohar bowls, again Tickner drives. But it's a rather ambitious description of that stroke, really. It was a push up to towards mid-on. There was no run. Gohar is in again, flighted up, and driven back in the air for a while by Tickner. Again, no run. Floated up, driven, and they decide eventually to take a run to a deepish mid-off. And it's there quite comfortably. 4-7-2 for 9. Tickner now 17. So Morley is left-handed bat. A fairly interesting style.
Dave,
that belies the accredited coaching manual, I can say.
that is fair. One of the things you always do is the exact opposite of what the opposition want.
There is that to it. That's
And
true.
right now, Eskenazi and Fernandez would be absolutely delighted if Derbyshire took this through to tea.
Yep. They may want to bat on after tea.
Well, indeed, they'd be even happier then, I'd imagine. But shortens that evening session somewhat. But I think by that point it doesn't really matter to an opener.
No,
Actually,
I think
the
you are
10-minute
where you are, aren't
turnaround.
you?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
10-minute
you are where you
turnaround
are.
would irritate them after tea, that's for sure. We had a not too dissimilar circumstance at Canterbury a couple of weeks ago, and Gohart was batting just before lunch, I think it was. And it was the last wicket pair. And had he have seen out, I think, one more over at that point, then Middlesex would have gone back out in the afternoon. It was the third innings of the match. Pitch was forecast, to be fair, from some down at Canterbury to flatten out, and that's what it did. I just thought the last thing that Kent would want to do at that stage is come back out again into the field.
Yep.
And Gohar got out just before lunch, so lunch was taken, and then that meant the openers had the entire lunch interval to prepare, put their feet up, prepare, get themselves in the zone. There's a delay here with regards to the ball. We're having another look. Anyway, lunch was taken. Kent came out after lunch, began their innings, got off to an absolute flyer and won by 8 wickets, chasing 316 on a pitch that offered 16 wickets on the first day and should have offered a few more, but Middlesex just lost their way with the ball in the final session of that day. But that's why, like now, again, as you say, actually, if they did come out again this evening, then yeah, that 10 minutes probably would mess with them a little bit, but the 10-minute turnaround after tea.
Here we go. Go far into Morley, who pushes down to the ground with a short leg. Morley offered a huge gap between a very backward point and mid-off in which to drive. Gohar, no doubt, floating it up, expecting and hoping for that drive instead. Morley tries to swiping over mid-wicket and gets a bit of a bottom edge onto it, and there is no run. End of the over.
I was wondering what he got on that.
Yeah, there's a bit of bottom edge onto the pad.
Because I was thinking, why haven't they all gone up? So I think you're right, a bottom edge onto the pad.
End of the over anyway, 4-7-2 for 9. Tickner 17, Morley, and yet to score.
BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London live at the County Ground Derby for the BBC Sport website and app, live on the streams as well of the websites, carrying this commentary as well. Good to have you all with us, however you've tuned in, wherever you're tuning in from. This is Fernandez with a long off and a long on. Tickner on strike on 17. A lot of flight and a swing hard to extra cover all along the floor. Bobbles up and Higgins gets behind it.
Potential finger breaker, the way he tried to field that then.
Oh, he's out his finger now, doesn't he? So what have we got? 4 overs after this till tea. That's Fernandez bowls, and that's cut hard against cover. So if they pulled out at the end of this over, they'd have 2 at them before tea. Oh, and they've got through the overs quickly, because actually, look at it, it's 25 to... We haven't considered that. Yeah, 10 minutes to take us to 35. No, they'll have 2 till tea, yeah. Here's Fernandez. He bowls, and big swing over mid-wicket. There's a fielder in the deep, and that is the end of the Derbyshire innings. Fernandez has 3 for 53 on his birthday as well. And he may have just ushered the start of, well, he has just ushered the start of the Middlesex innings. He'll be back out there opening up in a few moments with Stephen Eskenazi, you would imagine. 472 and done, Derbyshire. Put in yesterday morning by Middlesex, a hybrid pitch, perhaps not ideal. It's been a bit of a slow burner, but Middlesex have got there in the end. Derbyshire have maximised the runs, 472 all out. And Fernandez strikes again, 3 for 53. They went after the youngster, didn't they? But Tickner falls for 17.
Well, let's see what remains to happen in the rest of this match. But Derbyshire possibly got themselves into a position here where it's difficult to lose, really, given that we're virtually 2/3 of the way through the second day, with nearly 500 on the board, 472. That's going to take an effort for Middlesex to get up to and beyond that. And it can be done. And it'll be interesting to see. We'll know more when Middlesex bat about the pace of the pitch and how easy it is to bat on. A heavy roller is just coming out for its 7 minutes up and down the middle. And a couple of the groundsmen with brushes and trolleys to remark the creases. And that's it. We'll be back very shortly with the start of the Middlesex innings. Derbyshire all out for 472.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
and Lewis Rees.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the county ground at Derby. As we were with us before the interval, Derbyshire bowled out for 472 on the stroke of tea. So that has now been taken, and there are 36 overs remaining in the day's play. The Middlesex opening batsmen out in the middle, Nathan Fernandez and Stephen Eskenazi, and Luis Rees has the new ball in hand and is preparing to bowl the first over.
That was a long 10 minutes, Dave.
From the Riverside. Well, 10 minutes became 20 without us realising it. Yeah.
I am staggered. I don't know whether that just got past Derbyshire as well, like it got past us. Once it hit 3:30, they were within 10 minutes of the scheduled time that tea would be taken, so tea was taken.
Just take this first ball from Rees as he comes in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump and through to wicketkeeper Guest. And there is no run, but I've got to shoot off to do an update, so I'll leave you with it for a minute or two.
Cheers, Dave. Yeah, I just wondered, did it get past Derbyshire as well? It got past us that it had obviously hit 31 minutes. But wait, even had it? Which, well, anyway. Here comes Rees, left arm over. He bowls to Eskenazi, who leaves alone wide outside the off stump. 3 slips in place as a short cover catching as well. But yeah, within 10 minutes of the scheduled tea interval, so tea was taken. Even though there are 36 overs remaining in the game. So had that wicket have fallen a couple of minutes earlier, then Middlesex would have had to have come out for a couple of overs before tea, but because we'd ticked to within 10 minutes of the scheduled interval, by time, tea was taken. Rees in bowls. That's run away. Angle bat, soft hands, and it's 4 runs. Middlesex are off the mark. Down to the vacant deep third. Eskenazi over the top of it, smothering. Quite a full delivery from Rees just outside off. And thick outside part of the bat, but it's controlled by Eskenazi. The Middlesex have their first runs on the board. I'm listening to BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London, live at the County Ground Derby. As Rees approaches, bowls and beats Eskenazi with the ball that holds its line across the left-hander. He replays something of a leave as he lifts the bat up in the air. It was part a stretch, part a think about a leave, I think. He's checked with the umpire to come. He's receiving the ball from mid-off. Shadow to his left, just behind him as he streaks away from us. Bowls and Eskenazi's in behind this one, defending. No run once more. 4 without loss it is, with one to come at the over. So yeah, tea got by us, or the arrival of tea got by us. I just wondered, did it get past Derbyshire as well? Did they not quite realise that it had ticked past the point whereby Middlesex would still have to bat before tea despite the number of overs remaining in the day? But anyway, you never know. And they probably won't tell us either. Here's Lewis Rees, left arm over the wicket. He bowls to the right-handed Eskenazi, who defends, and that is the end of the first over of the Middlesex first innings here, which begins after tea on day 2. 472 all out Derbyshire, having been put in 2 batting points for them. It was a slow burner to begin, but they got it going later in the innings. Middlesex 1 bowling point. They'll be keen to rack up the batting points on this one. But oh, is it not going to be Zach Chappell? Blair Tickner is throwing the ball. I assumed it would be Chappell. Surprised me slightly, but Tickner from the City end. he will have a considerably different distance between the keeper and the stumps, a long way back there. It's Brooke Guest. It's in a slip. And two, and now a third arrives as well. It's taken a moment for them to settle in. Gully's a little deeper. Quite deeper, actually. Backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. A 6-3 field and right arm over. The stomp begins of Tickner. As he begins his run up, he's in, bowls, and this is run away down to long leg for a single. So Fernandez is off the mark, first ball. The birthday boy will not be recording a duck. He's recorded 3 wickets to wrap up the innings. We'll avoid him ahead of the start. Gully's extremely deep. 3 slips, and as deep a gully as I think I've ever seen. As this ball's left alone outside of the off stump by Eskenazi, first ball. As deep a gully as I've seen in comparison to where the keeper and the slips are standing. Martin Anderson it is. It's almost a fly gully. Not quite halfway back, but more than a third. Stomp again of Tickner. Gets himself going, knees up, and then he runs in, bowls, and that's run away by Eskenazi. Similar shot that he played off Lewis Rees, over the top of it, angled bat, soft hands, and a couple of runs. This one backward a point. Anderson collects, retreating from gully. They have 2. Eskenazi's on to 6, 7 without loss. Scoreboard ticking for Middlesex already, but Derbyshire will be very keen to keep this tight. Wayne Madson's just orchestrating things at second. The start of Tickner's run, I must admit, I have not seen before, and it's quite the sight. So he stands on the spot. It's almost like you're jogging on the spot, and then you get your knees up, jogging on the spot. He holds his hands aloft in front of him, then he punts his arms and starts running in. He bowls full and straight, and Eskenazi defends. Distinctive. I can kind of get what he's going at. It's a little bit like the Mark Wood theory, I assume. That it's, you know, rather than having a long run up and using lots of energy, just get yourself moving, get yourself going with a shorter approach. It's not the shortest of run-ups, you see, but yeah, I'll have to count them next time he does it. As he's in now, bowls, and Eskenazi's beaten through to the keeper. Lovely ball. There you go. That's the first one really of the innings. Eskenazi had one from Lewis Rees as well that beat the edge. Tall figure, Tickner. Very broad shoulders on him. Muscular physique on a tall man, and yeah, very round-shouldered for a man of his size. So here he goes. He receives the ball now. I'm going to count them. So he starts with some steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And he's running in now. No, he's not, because they've stopped him. He's got to do it again. Right, let's count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and he's actually running now. Knees pumping up in front of him immediately on beginning his run. It's like from jogging on the spot to knees up. And then delivering outside off stump, it's left alone by Eskenazi to end the over. 7 without loss. And back to Lewis Rees. Down below us. So there are still 34 overs to bowl tonight. It's a sizable session. Which, well, Middlesex will hope will go dramatically one way. Derbyshire, of course, will be thinking there could be a lot of damage done in this time tonight. Middlesex did pick up the early wicket of Caleb Jewell, Roland Jones having him caught. Deploy at second. Madson's at second for Derbyshire and orchestrating the field, which 2 slips, gully, backward point, short cover, Mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket and long leg, and Lewis Reese's left arm over to Nathan Fernandez for the first time. It's a good leave by the young Middlesex opener outside off stump. Tossed around the offside, back up there, just listening to the chatter of the field, catching the thoughts, encouragement, the energy of it. As Reese is in, bowls down the leg side, good tumbling stop by Brooke Guest. Right glove stretched out, preventing it getting away for 4 byes. Just slipped out that one from Reese. Sun's breaking through again. We may even have our first glimpse of blue in a moment. Trying to light a bit of cloud to affect the light, which you can tell by the shadows, really. They just stretch out a little bit more, and the illumination of one side of the whites. With sweaters on out there, still early season conditions, as in comes Reese, and past the edge he goes. Fernandez beaten on the back foot. Does the birthday boy have a present for his own county out there? Middlesex, certainly hope so. Length ball punched away off the back foot, and Fernandez as his first runs off Reese. It's chased by 3. He's lobbed it up over them. There's a slide from, well, it was either backward point or short cover who got there first. You'd think it'd be backward point. Short cover having the longer run. And sliding to flick it back in. He had 2 running behind him. The mid-off and short cover. And as he threw it back up to them, he lobbed the pair of them. So they both had to come skidding to a halt, turn around and run back and get the ball from behind them. Brilliant. They've taken 3. Eskenazi moves to 6. 10 for no wicket. Fernandez has 4. And Lewis Reese is running into the right-handed Eskenazi, who's forward and defending. Back to mid-off. Oh, it's the little things in cricket that we love, isn't it? A slide and a flick, and he's lobbed his teammates. Busy evening on the road at the city end. Outside the ground, there'll be 1 or 2 making their way back from the shops, getting out of the city. As Reese is in, bowls, and Eskenazi pushes back to mid-off, a dot ball. 10 without loss, Middlesex. Eskenazi has 6, Fernandez has 4, and we have 33 overs remaining of day 2. 3 gone in the Middlesex first innings. Welcome wherever you're tuned in around the world to accompany us for this game. We will hope that the final 2 days bubble up to a beaut. Moving day, the 3rd day, as they say. Well, they say it in golf anyway. They've adopted it in cricket now, haven't they? Here he comes. Start the new over. Tickner, he's onto the hip of Fernandez. That's attractively whipped down to long leg. Wristly played. And the single is taken. Zach Chappell doing the fielding. 10 without loss. Applause. Encouragement from around the field as here he comes now. Tickner to Eskenazi. 3 slips and a fly gully, I'm going to call him, as he's in bowls, and Eskenazi defends off the top of off, getting in behind it in his own wristy way that he does. possibly the most distinctive start to a run-up I've ever seen, as here's a full ball from Tickner to Eskenazi. And they run again. Really does have, I'm trying to think who else over the years. There's usually a little something to somebody's that you just know, yeah, there he goes, he's done his little thing again, but this is quite the pronounced jogging on the spot and then knees up. And then he starts running. Comes again. Tickner past the umpire, bowls, and Eskenazi turns to mid-wicket and there's no run. It's almost distracting from a commentary perspective that you're almost hypnotised by it before he's actually started to run in. Just that was the way it began for the batters as well. Distract them by the start of the run-up. We saw Alistair Cook taking off Bob Willis, didn't we, all those years ago in a test match, doing the run-up. Surely one of his teammates, before the season's done, will be doing the same. As Tickner's in. Oh, he bends his back on that one, and a grunt as that's released down the leg side to Eskenazi. Through to the gloves of guests. 11 without loss. Fascinating start here. I'll refocus from the hypnotic approach of Tickner. Because bat and ball should be having quite the contest for, well, pretty much the entire evening session. As Derbyshire will know if they want to make a serious inroad on this pitch, it'll have to be with the new ball. Bouncer again. Eskenazi gets underneath it. A real grunt as he let go of that one, Tickner. I would imagine that Eskenazi relatively happy getting underneath that one as well. Not too perturbed by the short stuff early in the innings. Middlesex obviously went to the short stuff in
Derbyshire 472, Middlesex by 11 from Law, trail by 4-6 block.
Reese is in, bowls onto the hip of Fernandez. Might have been a little inside tickle there, and that ball just looped up, fielded in the onside start of the 5th over of the innings. Reese is third, none for 7, 11 without loss. Fernandez 5, Eskenazi 6. Dave's back alongside me. Dave, is this your first look at Tickner and his run-up?
It isn't quite. It is live.
Yeah. Here's Reese, 2 slips in a gully, bowls. Fernandez on the back foot, strokes away, but it's edged. It's edged. Now, as he played it, I was looking for the ball in front of point. It's raced down to deep third, and Gully didn't move. So whatever way it got by him, over or either side, it did, but he was statuesque, Gully.
I think it just split the gap off a thick outside edge. Quite in control of it.
Reese to turn once more. And he'll make his way in now. Bowls to Fernandez outside off. That ball's left alone by Fernandez outside the off stump. Through it goes. 15 for no wicket. 9 from 9 for Fernandez.
Interesting, these opening overs, that there's a bit more bounce with this new ball and carry through to the wicketkeeper. And it also makes a different sound on the bat. A much more firmer sound.
Short ball hooked hard by Fernandez off Reese. It was a lovely shot. He hasn't quite got hold of it. It felt as though it was high up the bat. There's a slip and a slide and a flick back in. It's a fine effort out there in the field to prevent the boundary. Fernandez has a second all-run 3 of the innings. And that was David Lloyd who managed to get it back in. 2 all-run 3s in the first 5 overs.
5 overs.
Well, I never. Reese, 3 slips, crouched down behind Eskenazi. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. That's going to be very, very close. Oh, they won't give up on this appeal, and that's not out. Well, Middlesex was sure they had Anderson first thing this morning. Umpire Redfern was unmoved, and on this occasion, likewise, and umpire Redfern is moved now to go and check the crease of Reese, who walks back past the umpire with his hands over his eyes, and he needs to be a little bit careful here, doesn't he? That,
Oh, we'll have another look at that one.
I mean, if there wasn't bat involved, that looked just as dead as Anderson did this morning.
Wow.
But consistency is the key. As we always say, umpires keep it consistent and everybody's happy. Reese to Eskenazi, 18 without loss. Last ball of his 3rd over, he's in, bowls, and Eskenazi tries to help it on its way down the leg side through to the gloves of the keeper, and it'll be interesting now to watch the umpire and the bowler, because Reese is not impressed, is he? He's not making eye contact, and not quite a snatch, but not far off. He needs to be a little bit careful there, because I think when he walked back past the umpire with his hands over his face, he was borderline there, wasn't he? Middlesex certainly felt that they had Anderson first thing this morning. We had a good few looks at it, didn't we? And it was a good shout. We'll have a look now at the Eskenazi one. And here
Didn't
it is.
bounce particularly.
No, indeed. Everything looked right about it from the angle with which we were sat. Did it pitch outside the line of
Might have
leg?
been
I
outside
think.
the line of leg stump.
Let's have a look. I'll see if I can freeze it. You'd reckon that's probably pitching in line just.
Tickner from the city end is in bowls. That's a quick delivery. And past the outside edge of Fernandez's bat through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. I could kind of see why it was given not out.
I'd suggest that's 1-1. Anderson for
You think it's
Eskenazi.
out, yeah.
Don't you
Yeah,
think?
fair enough.
No,
Oh,
either
it's
way.
only tight.
Either way.
Yeah, yeah.
I think in terms of however you want to balance it in or out,
Yes, I see what you're saying.
the consistency is there, because that is just about pitching in line with leg, and it straightens, and it probably is going to hit leg as a result.
In comes Tickner bowls short. And almost overbalances there. Tickner on his follow through with the amount of effort he puts into that. And Guest takes it above his head. This is a quick start from Tickner.
Yeah, he's impressive, isn't he?
Yeah. Very tall. I don't know what his height is, but he's a tall chap. Derbyshire desperately looking for early breakthroughs here, really. Tickner is in again and bowls ball of fuller length, but Fernandez is able to shoulder arms and allow it through. There are 3 slips in place, then a backward point. An extra cover, no mid-off. Mid-on and mid-wicket, and a leg slip, really. Anderson, a leg slip. Interestingly, and presumably somebody out of my sight down that long leg, indeed. Zach Chappell. As Blair balls, and that's edged, and will go through the gully for 4. Off an outside edge. Fernandez was playing defensively there. And the ball flew away in the air for a while. The gully would have had to have been fairly close to have caught it had there been one in. There's a case sometimes, or often, for not having a gully but having your backward point on the line of gully, but saving the one. Tickner bowls again. This is short, turned off his hip by Fernandez. Fielded at mid-wicket by Thompson. Certainly a fiery opening spell here from Ticknell.
Well, with Crawley to come, it's an impressive opening.
Chappell.
Sorry, Chappell to come.
As Tickner was in down the leg side, and a tumbling take by Guest. End of the over. Fiery one from Blair Tickner, broke the end of it. Middlesex 22 without loss. Eskenazi has 6, Fernandez 16.
Yeah, fun and games. For, excuse me, fun and games for the start of this one. It's a lively, lively start, that's for sure. Now, Reese takes off his sweater and his jumper and hands them politely to umpire Redfern, which is good to see. I think if he slows it down, he'll understand why there was doubt in the umpire's mind. As much as they may have gone upstairs and it may well have been pitching in line, it may well have been hitting leg. Here's Reese to Eskenazi. He's in, bowls, and edged by Eskenazi, just short of second. They're going up for an LBW. Now, what will be interesting is to see if runs are signalled here. So I thought it was an outside edge, but clearly it was the inside of the bat. No. Yes, I mean, runs are signalled. There's no signal of leg by. Now, Reese now is showing disappointment at the signal of runs for that. Well, what is it? And a shake of the head from Reese. What is he disappointed about on that one? Because if he thought that there was not bat involved, then why wasn't he appealing the LBW?
Well, again, I think we need to have a look. I think the umpire signal came off the glove.
Reese is in, bowls, and forward goes. Eskenazi pushing back, and there's no run. Right, let's have a look at this one then. There he goes. Ooh. Oh, it pitched outside the line of leg, which is why they didn't. Oh no, mind you, that one was just about pitching. What did it clip? The back pad?
Might have hit, the back,
was missing.
Back thigh pad or something like that.
Yeah. So yeah, it probably was leg buys, but there we go. Here's Reese in bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the offside and there's no. But what I couldn't understand was why Reese didn't appeal it. Now it may well not have been out, but you try to get in the umpire's mind.
No, it wasn't.
Was it pitched outside the line of leg? I mean, that would have hit middle and off, wouldn't it?
I don't think that was not out. It's too high. It's not. I think.
Yeah. Well, Reese didn't appeal it. And he's running in now. Balls, and this is pushed back into the offside. Fielded at cover, 24 without loss. He does need to be a little bit careful, though. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get reported for some of the reactions there.
Indeed, need to be a little careful, you're right.
Here is, excuse me, Reese. It's the stumps bowls. This is eased away into the offside, and there's no run. Onside, my apologies.
You have to remember that the bowler always thinks an LBW is out, even though
yes.
when the umpire doesn't.
So, 2 slips, quite a tight gully for Eskenazi. Reese left arm over to him. Short cover crouching down. Short mid-wicket not far away as Reese bowls. Full straight and past the edge of Eskenazi, who plunges forward defensively but beaten. 24 without loss. Eskenazi 8, Fernandez 16. Testing start here for Middlesex.
There's a good opening spell here from both Reese and Tickner testing the Middlesex openers. As there's some pace and bounce with this new ball. Could possibly have been a wicket, but there hasn't. And the openers will be unconcerned by that. Their job really is to see off this opening threat, start to build a significant response to Derbyshire's first innings of 472. Still 3 slips in place and a 4th now being added into the line, well, not into the line really, but deeper. A very strange position. It's Tickner comes in and bowls, and that's it, straight to him. Well, that is remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Anderson placed in this almost non-position at a wide, deep fourth slip, and Fernandez throwing his bat at the ball, edged it high above Anderson's head, and he took the catch. Well, if you got the opportunity to see that, it's well worth having another look, because he had literally just been put there for that delivery, and Fernandez flashed at a wide one. He's kind of stood in no man's land, really. He's not at short third man.
Too early in the innings to play that shot for Fernandez as well.
Particularly given how fiery the opening spell has been.
Yeah.
He just needed to be leaving that. It was well outside the off
It's a
stump.
flat-footed drive, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well outside the off
Not
stump.
got to the pitch of it.
I mean, it's angling across him all the way. There's never a danger it's coming back in, so he doesn't have to play at it. But of course, that's the easy game up here, isn't it?
Well, that is true. That is true.
There, let's have a look, see if they've caught it on the camera that's coming up on your screen to your right. Yeah. I was calling him almost a fly gully.
It's something like that. Yes, it's in that sort of area where he's not
even halfway back.
He's not halfway back for a short third man. He's not fine for that, but he's a lot deeper than the slips. He's finer than a gully.
Yeah.
It's kind of a no man's land area there. Anyway, the bottom line is Middlesex have lost their first wicket.
Well, there was an early one in the Derbyshire innings, wasn't there, for Roland Jones, and then and now an early one in the Middlesex innings for Tickner and Derbyshire. Can they turn one into two, which Middlesex weren't able to do? It was frustrating wait, wasn't it? On the first day for wickets, 5 down overnight, and it took them the best part of 2 sessions to finish them off today. Here is the form batter for Middlesex at the moment, though, Max Holden, with back-to-back centuries at Lords. He's then got a 50 as well in that.
The high stepping Tickner comes in and ball short down the leg side, and it's taken by guess. There's a hint from the bowler that there might have been a glove on it, but nobody else was interested.
Very good tick.
Absolutely spot on. Somebody down below us is watching.
Well, that was lively down the leg side, wasn't it?
It is a quick spell. I don't know what his numbers are generally, Blair Tickner, but
well, he's
sharp enough.
He's got it up quicker, I'd suggest, than Cullen, who was probably the quickest in the match so far. The quickest of the Middlesex bunch.
He's in again and bowls full length outside, and that carries through to Guest, who stood further back than Davis has been at any point today, certainly.
He's a lively bowler, isn't he? He runs back to the top of his mark. He's only barely at the top of his run-up now as he stops to a walk. Builds up the energy, doesn't he? I mean, he builds up the energy before he starts running in. He's almost done an entire run-up before he leaves the top of his run-up.
Again, outside the off stump. That one swings back, actually, after it's past the stumps. And Guest, who started to go left, suddenly had to go right. This is one of the quicker in terms of getting back to his mark and bowling the next ball as a seam bowler that you've probably seen, really. It doesn't waste much time. He starts running on the spot first and then comes up with his hands high. And then he's in and bowls, and Holden this time comes half forward, pushes to Reese at short mid-wicket. There is no run.
Is it getting warm? Is it more humid? The temperature is forecast to pick up tomorrow, isn't it? 20 parts since tea. I've just felt it's a lot warmer up here. Maybe it's just a hot cup of coffee at tea has done it.
Taking the ball short, and that's hooked away down to long leg by Holden for his first run. Chappell does the fielding, throws into Guest. And that is the end of the over. Successful one for Tickner then. He's taking the wicket of Fernandez, who was caught by Anderson for 16. And at the end of the 8th over, Middlesex are 25 for 1.
It's a tasty start, this encounter. We've got about an hour and a half, 2 hours left to play. Two slips, gully, backward point. Short cover, mid off, mid on. Mid wicket, he'll advance a couple of steps, but he's shortish. A long leg. 6-3 on the offside. They're just bringing in, there you go, mid wicket's being brought in closer to a short mid wicket. He won't walk in from there, he'll crouch down, much as short cover is doing. So 5 close catches around the back, 6 if you want to include backward pointers. This is full outside the off stump from Rees to Holden and left alone, still with the right-handed, left-handed combination. The wicket of Fernandez bringing Holden a like-for-like left-hander. And the number 4, also a left-hander. Familiar somewhat, I'd say, to Derbyshire fans. Certainly is deploy.
Had a fine record when he was at Derbyshire.
Middlesex over the moon to have captured him. Rees is in, bowls. Oh, that dies through to the keeper. Now, did that go under the bat of Holden, who tried to chop down on that off the back foot? It would be interesting if that started to become part of the play here.
Quite easily have got a bottom edge into his stumps there.
Let's have a look and see.
He was actually on the move, wasn't he? Holden.
It just doesn't get up at all, does it?
No,
He's gone back and across. He's looked to punch off the back foot, but yeah. Rees is in, bowls, and this ball's worked through square leg off the back foot by Holden, and he'll get a couple. Rees hangs his head backwards. Holden's on 3. Middlesex at 27 for 1. We're into the 9th over of the Middlesex first innings. And there will be 27 further overs to bowl tonight. 36 overs in the evening session because the final Derbyshire wicket fell within 10 minutes of the scheduled tea interval. Although that, again, I paused with that because I looked at the clock when they started again and it was 48. So
oh, really?
Yeah, so 20 minutes before was 28. There's a full ball to hold an outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper.
Well, who knows?
Maybe they only took an 18-minute tea interval. Because I was saying, well, it must have, the wicket must have been taken at gone 3:30.
That's right, yeah.
But it was 48 that we resumed, so. The mysteries of cricket.
The mysteries of the timings of cricket.
Yes.
Absolutely. Not the first time that I've been caught out by that.
Oh, goodness me, and not the last for any of us. 2 slips, gully and short cover. Here's Rees in, bowls, low full toss, clipped to mid-wicket, who retreated. Holden has to get back. There's a huge mix-up, but neither of the Derbyshire fielders reacted. It was stopped at mid-wicket. Chappell came down from mid-on. Both the Middlesex batters were mid-wicket having a conversation about it. And, well, that was extraordinary. I'm just seeing it deflected up to Chappell. Chappell, no, to be fair, he charged in as quickly as he could. He didn't pick it up cleanly when he did get there, but Chappell had advanced his run, and my apologies to him because there's a stanchion in the way that I couldn't see. He'd arced his run in case the fielder at mid-wicket didn't stop it. So he'd started to retreat towards the boundary, hoping that he could cut it off. The fielder did then stop it, which meant Chappell had to get back as forward goes Eskenazi, defending to Chappell at mid-off. And there is no run, but it just seemed, because I couldn't quite see it with the stanchion, it seemed like an eternity for that ball to come back in, given where it had gone. Meantime, the Middlesex pair were mid-wicket discussing it all themselves.
There was a bit of chaos out in the middle, wasn't there? It was, Holden set off. Eskenazi didn't. And then Eskenazi set off
And Holden
as
went
Holden had stopped. So Eskenazi stopped, and then there was the misfield. And then in the end, they completed the run. But it had all the elements of a comic calamity.
Oh, indeed.
As Tickner continues and bowls outside the off stump to Holden, who shoulders arms.
Well, it's changed the pace of things, hasn't it, from the first 2 sessions that we saw today?
Yes. There's a bit more of an edge to it at the moment. Tickner was just throwing the ball back and tried to catch it, just caught it on the end of his finger, which I think inconvenienced him rather. As he bowls now, Holden just waits really and pushes into the offside. They'll take a single. 29 for 1. So I've not been keeping tabs on the general scores, but I understand Worcester were bowled out for 81 in their second innings.
Oh, I'll have to have a look.
They were indeed. Worcester 162, Durham 136, Worcester 81, Durham 22 for 1. Tickner is in. Ball to Eskenazi, who defends him up to Chappell at mid-on. Just running through the rest of those scores because I've got them on now, despite the fact that I haven't put them up today. Surrey 222 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 283 all out. Nottinghamshire 300 all out after Sussex all out for 169 and are now 163. As this is pulled away in the air, down to backward square leg, and it will be 4.
Middlesex's T20 openers of years gone by, these two. They've changed it up a bit now, and Holden drops down the order to face spin in the middle of the innings.
Middlesex 33 for 1. So going back there, Sussex trail Nottinghamshire by 25 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Tickner's in again. The ball's all that finds the outside edge, but they'll get at least 1, maybe 2. No, thinking of the second. Well, Holden's thinking of the second, but Eskenazi's not interested. He'll take the single. He'll go to 13, 34 for 1. And Gloucestershire, in their second innings, 11 for 1, lead Leicestershire by 1 run with 9 wickets remaining. That's after Leicestershire were bowled out for 262 in reply to Gloucester's 252. One Derbyshire Falcons women's result from Kent. Tickner is in bowls and Holden leaves alone. End of the over, 34 for 1. Derbyshire 189 all out in 44 overs. Kent women 190 for 1 in 35.2. So Kent women have won that match by 9 wickets. So there you are, that's up to date. Just have a look. Durham advanced to 26 for 1, so they need another 82 to win, which you'd suggest with 9 wickets in hand should be a fairly easy task, but given the scores in the match, maybe not.
Full and straight from Rees to begin the new over. Forward goes Eskenazi, easing this one's cover. And there's no run. BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London live at the County Ground Derby. Dave Jepson and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one. Pick it up on the streams. Available via the websites as well, with the BBC commentary over the top. 2 slips and a gully. And Rees his left arm over. 2 catches in front of the bat as well. This one's pushed to point. Cover and mid-wicket with the aforementioned. It's a mid-off and a mid-on. Oh, where's the ball gone? They've just thrown it past. Third slip. Is that Anderson?
Threw it to Zach Chappell, and he was busy tying his bootlace up.
Well, I think he threw it to cover. I think he threw it to cover, and cover missed it. And then he looked around to Chappell, and Chappell, fortunately, was a long way out of the line of it all.
Oh, right.
As you say, who wasn't watching it. But fortunately, the throw was well wide of him. I think it was directed to cover, but it was just a limp throw. As here's Rees bowls, and that's driven wide of Chappell, who will get around to Holden to a single. 35 for 1. Eskenazi has 14. Holden has 5 and will have strike midway through the 11th over. comes Reese again. Balls. And that's clipped away through square leg. Mid-wicket races like a thunderous motorbike from,
Fine piece of fielding from Jack Morley.
yes, from a mid-wicket to square leg to cut it off. Good tumbling stop that, wasn't it?
Did well with one hand on this outfield.
Reese turning again. He's in now. And bowls to Eskenazi, who's forward defending. Fielded at cover. 14 to him, 6 to Holden, 36 for 1.
The relevant authorities have decreed that the floodlights need to come on
Oh, that's interesting.
for whatever reason.
Reese up to the stumps, bowls to Eskenazi. Ease is just fine of cover. No run taken. It's at the end of the 11th. I raced through that last. Maybe I'd not noted it was 2 deliveries left, and I said halfway through the over. Anyway, Holden has 6. We'll have strike. Eskenazi has 14, 36 for 1. Reese 6 overs, none for 21. Tickner 5 overs, 1 for 15. That one being Fernandez, caught by Anderson at a deep gully.
To bowl from the City end, Martin Anderson.
Oh,
And there you have the announcement. Preempting.
would you have gone this early? Tickner 1 for 15 from 5. Maybe there's a limit on the number of overs, is there? I don't know, in a spell. But it felt like he was, maybe he's a short, sharp spell bowler, but it felt like he was building up some good pressure.
They might be aware this could be a lengthy innings and they need to preserve
Well, yeah.
energy.
Yeah.
They've got Anderson, of course, and Chappell as the 2 other seamers in the side.
A century against his former county. How will he go now?
And the 2 spinners as well, Thompson and Jack Morley, and even David Lloyd with his part-time stuff. But here we go, man of the moment. Martin Anderson into ball, the first ball to Holden, outside the off stump, and actually gets to Guest on the second bounce. That. I know we're not dead in line here, but when a right-arm bowler bowls around the wicket at the far end, that sight screen at the far end doesn't extend very far out.
No.
We had that issue. There's a chap stood up there at the moment now. As Anderson bowls outside the off stump. That carries through a bit better, but I think the wicketkeeper and slips have all moved up a yard or 2. So it may be that the bowler's arm is coming from outside the designated area of the sight screen in the temporary permanent stand. And there's 2 people stood there now. As Anderson Bolton very wide of the crease as well, and Holden comes forward carefully. Pushes it back to the bowler, there is no run. Without being directly in line, in fact it being at the crease, you can't see whether it covers that angle or not, but look at it from here. Whatever happened to proper sight screens? As Anderson comes in and bowls, and Holden off a thickish outside edge guides this down to backward point, when Morley tumbles away to do the fielding. I don't think they don't have proper sight screens at Lords anymore, do they? I think they cover up seats or something like that. Do they at the far end?
Yes, I think you're right, yeah. Well, there's a sight screen which rolls along the
In the
first
pavilion.
tier in the pavilion,
Yes,
yeah, but then at the other end, yeah.
Yeah. As, Anderson is in bowls, and Holden will get a run as he pushes up to a wide mid-off position.
Although that said, for the test track, the bowling from the nursery end would be between the legs of the media centre, so there's sight screens there, isn't there?
Are there?
Which would block off. Yeah, there must be, because otherwise you'd be looking straight through the legs of the media centre at the far end.
Do they
wouldn't you?
cover it with sight screens?
It must be. Yeah, it must be. I'm sure I've probably navigated my way through them during the games and just not even noticed. But yeah, it must be sight screens down there. Not in
Hopefully
the
not
old
when the
traditional.
bowling's from that end.
Well, indeed. I don't think they're the traditional ones, though, which is your point.
Anderson over the wicket to Eskenazi in bowls, defends.
This is going to be an interesting spell for Anderson. He's already got a century against Middlesex. Will he get something more? Eskenazi's marching towards the pavilion because he wants to change gloves already. There you go. Told you it heated up a bit. Bit of humidity, cloud covers are over, the floodlights have gone on.
And a drink. He's been out there nearly 50 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, it was 3:48.
To bowl for the racecourse
Came
end,
back on.
Zach Chapel.
Zach Chappell replaces Lewis Rees. Number 21 from 6. We heavily believed he had Eskenazi early on. Eskenazi's 14 from 36, Holden 7 from 19. Partnership's 13 from 29. Chappell will be right arm over the wicket to begin to Holden. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, cover. Mid off, mid on. Mid wicket and long leg. Right arm, fast, medium, it says. I think you'd give Chappell fast, couldn't you? Fast, medium? I'd go that someone like Higgins was fast, medium, and then someone like Darren Stevens would be medium.
In a county cricket context, I'd have thought.
If you look at where
Chappell
the keeper's
was
standing.
a quick bowler.
Yeah. Oh, he's lost something. And he's run up. He immediately looked around to see what it was. It was almost as a worm or something. It stuck its head up out of the ground and said, "Oi, Zach." And he comes right arm over. Bowls, and this has worked. Back square on the leg side of his hip. There is a fielder there, but it was fine of him. Long leg comes around, holds Holden to a single. Anderson down there doing the fielding. I called him Zach Crawley earlier, didn't I? That was how I made the mistake. I was thinking, how did I just call him Crawley? That was how. Applause from mid-on. Encouragement for Chappell. Makes his way in, bowls, and Eskenazi angled back, soft hands, in position, all the way along the floor to backward point. Packed top tier of the members' pavilion. There's barely a seat spare up there, is there? Again, that is the committee room, isn't it? Up top. Chappell in bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi. Quick single wide mid off, through to the non-striker's end. Oh, and it's not backed up. They're going to, well, Holden, is he going to be quick enough? Yes, no. No is the correct answer. Much like that run out. I mean, we kind of not forgot about it, but if we cast our minds back to the demise of Lewis Rees in the partnership with Martin Eskenazi.
Yep.
Martin Eskenazi, he's a good player. Martin Anderson. Yeah, that was kind of the beginning. That opened the door for Middlesex, didn't it?
And possibly was always likely to.
When you look at the fact that they went on to 472, they'd certainly have had 550 or perhaps even 600 in mind, wouldn't they? The way that partnership was going is Chappell's in, bowls, this ball's left alone outside off. They showed no real sign until the final wicket pairing, did they, of attacking?
Chappell had a bit of a dart.
Once the final pair were there, weren't they? What was it? At 7 down, who was still with him then? He was still pushing it around then, wasn't he? But when he had Tickner and Morley, so he'd have been with Anderson, wouldn't he? And when Anderson fell, he started to throw the bat a bit. Chappell to Holden. Full turn to mid-wicket, there's no run. There's almost a wide leg gully in place, or an advanced backward square leg. Trying to put it up around the armpit of Holden, get him to lift one to the fielder there. At Lords, with the slope as it is, you do see a leg slipper, a leg gully deployed quite often now to the left-handers. Try to get them strangled. Chappell bowls full straight and beats the forward defence of Holden. Lovely ball that, and well, that was some fast medium. If that was fast medium, I'd hate to see fast.
It was a good one to finish with as it went past the outside edge.
39 for 1, Middlesex. End of the 13th. 15 for Eskenazi, 8 for Holden.
Not entirely straightforward for these two so far. An element of playing and missing. Only the wicket of Fernandez to show for Derbyshire. Anderson will continue from the city end. His second over. He's in and he bowls and is pushed into the leg side by Eskenazi. I'll take one and think of the second because it was a long run in for Morley from the deep square leg boundary, but they decide against it. Score advances by 1, 40 for 1 then. So of course the other thing that's in play for the next 97 overs are bonus points still, which may have a bearing on the way Middlesex approach this innings as well and how the game develops as Anderson bowls. Just dropped into the offside by holding no run.
Yeah, I think Middlesex, they'll be playing it safe the majority of the time. I think they'll think long game here. They won't think bonus points.
Anderson around the wicket to Holden outside the off stump. Kind of come back after it past the stumps.
I mean, the follow-on's what? 323? So I think that will be Middlesex's...
Hadn't really considered the follow-on, to be honest.
Yeah,
but yes.
I think that will be Middlesex's sole purpose in this innings, secure the match, and then... Because once they get to... Should Middlesex get to 4-2-3... That one's left alone outside the off stump by Holden for Anderson. Once Middlesex get to
3-2-3.
3-2-3,
Yeah.
then by the time they've done it, there's almost only one side that can win the match, or there's more to the point, there's only one side that can lose it, because you've then got almost 20 wickets to fall for Middlesex to lose the game. Whereas if Middlesex were to go out and get close and then get Derbyshire in trouble in their third innings in a short chase, time-wise...
Anderson bowls outside the off stump. And no stroke from Holden. Yes, I see where you're coming from. That's almost relying on the batting till lunch on the fourth day.
Yeah.
And hoping that Derbyshire might
Wobble.
fall away.
I mean, the interest will be in how the pitch holds together in terms of... There's been seam, as we can see, and spin.
As Anderson is in again and bowls outside the off stump. Again, Holden happy to shoulder arms.
I think as Fletch noted yesterday, it's quite a dusty one, this. So in terms of a... apologies, that's the end of the over. 40 for 1. In terms of a hybrid pitch, say it holds together, that's the point of a hybrid pitch. It holds together, but it is quite a dusty one, this. So there's not hard marks out there in the foot marks. There are dust patches, which I think... interest anyway as the game goes on, just to see how it goes. But yeah, I reckon bonus points go out the window now for Middlesex. They'll think purely about how few down will they be when they should they avoid the follow-on. Derbyshire will have one thing in mind: enforce the follow-on. Here's Chappell beginning the new over. Eskenazi Says, well, he can't because square leg isn't in position yet. He's still running.
It's a substitute fielder come on for David Lloyd.
Chappell to Eskenazi. That's a lovely shot. He hasn't quite gone fully through with it. And again, that's that mark of the pace of the pitch. It wasn't quite there for him to go hard at it. Maybe later in the innings he would. But in the early stages, and Chappell only into his second over, Eskenazi quite rightly must wait and get the feel, not only of the pitch and the ball, but of Chappell on this pitch with this ball. Chappell turning. He bowls now, and Eskenazi wristily leaves the ball alone outside off. It's like he flips the bat, doesn't he? Rather than the lip. You have now this swaggered leave outside of off, don't you? Which, again, I think is something that's come more into the game, maybe with television. So much televisual coverage of the game. Everybody likes this flamboyant leave, but Eskenazi just flips his wrists and turns the bat upside down.
The biggest exponent of it is probably Steve Smith, is it? Really? I mean, he's a
oh yeah,
extravagant lever.
yeah. Chappell to Eskenazi. Oh, now he's cut him in two, but I think he's taken, and fair play to Zach Chappell there. He settled down very quickly in that appeal, because I think he's cut him in two and taken him somewhere around the stomach.
I think that'd be the inside edge as well. Yeah. We get a chance to have a look at it.
Yeah. I think it's pretty... Because there was a deviation as it went through, but as you said, it beat the inside edge and takes the back hip on the way through to the keeper. Chappell to Eskenazi, gets forward and clips it through mid-wicket. It's a nice shot. I reckon Eskenazi fancied that was coming. Either way, he knew he was going to be on the front foot to it. Wasn't going to get trapped in the crease by the last one. They've turned for a third. Good running. Good cricket all round. Chappell with a lovely ball last up and a solid follow-up, which Eskenazi, you can't read it, but you have in mind what a bowler may well do next ball. You can't premeditate it, but well, you can in T20. 43 for one. Good cricket here at County Ground in Derby. It would make a fabulous 5-day game, this one, I think it's fair to say. But our fear is there may not be enough time in 4 days on this surface. We shall see. As Chappell's in, bowls, and a very solid defence from Holden. Full face of the bat, ushering the ball back up the track defensively. Chappell kicking out a right boot. Stops the ball going anywhere.
Well, I'm an advocate of going back to 3 days.
And more overs in the day.
A bit more overs in the day and restricting the first innings, as they used to do years ago.
Chappell balls, and that's left alone by Holden through to the keeper. 43 for one. I suppose that would be in line with Bazball, wouldn't it?
Well,
so get on with it in the first innings.
Well, there is that to it, but particularly given that the England view of the county championship is that it's irrelevant anyway. So why play any county championship that bears any relation to playing for England?
I can't argue with your point. And nor would I.
Well, you can. But you're not going to.
43 for one. Eskenazi 19. Holden has 8. And we have a fine evening ahead of us here. Still 21 overs to go. 15 overs in already. Was it me or you have forgotten?
It's me.
Shit.
It's me that's forgotten. You didn't miss anything, folks.
A solid forward defence from Eskenazi.
It was. So the floodlight's on, despite the fact that there's some light high cloud. But I guess the sun isn't breaking through at the moment. So Anderson bowls ball of full length, that's flicked very fine, and that will go for 4. To Eskenazi, and the ball makes a real clatter as it hits various things below us. Eskenazi now 23, Holden has 8, 47 for one Middlesex.
We've lost our chap in the best viewing position at the top of the permanent temporary stand. He was well placed up there at the city end.
So we've got somebody sat right at the very bottom now.
Yeah, that's
or
the
sat
second.
on the steps.
Yeah, they're the next best kind of, aren't they, I suppose?
Somebody stood right on the edge of the no-go zone. Anderson is in bowls, and that's down the leg side again. This time, Eskenazi misses. Remains 47 for 1. Two slips and a gully in place for Anderson. Comes in and bowls another one down the leg side. And again, Eskenazi fails to connect. Well, for those of you who are interested in the football, not following, Derby County have taken the lead at Hull in a big game at the bottom of the Championship.
Oh, how's Fletcher's boys getting on?
They were leading 1-0, but they've just been pegged back. As Anderson comes in and bowls. And, Eskenazi defends back up the pitch. With Bristol Rovers losing earlier, had Burton won today, as they may still do, they would be safe, I think. Which would represent a remarkable turnaround. Anderson is in and bowls, and again, Eskenazi happy to come forward and defend back up the pitch. And of the over, Middlesex 47 for 1. It was a maiden. Eskenazi. Was it a maiden? It was 4 down the leg side, I think.
Yes. Yeah. The floodlights just starting to take a little bit of effect now, aren't they? Funny old evening, isn't it? We haven't really had any blue sky today. It's been light and hazy cloud, and now it's...
Maybe it has just thickened up a bit.
Yeah. Funny old day. And then tomorrow we're told to slip, slap, slop. Get the sun cream on.
Really?
I thought that was what the forecast was saying. The temperatures are really going to pick up again. Which again, if this is already a bit of a dry dust bowl out there, then again, that just makes it interesting on the final day, doesn't it? If the side aren't quite safe. Chappell in bowls and driven. That's a great stop at cover. Crisp drive by Max Holden, and Harry Kame low to his right. Stops the ball racing to the boundary rope. So 47 for 1 it is. Come on, big lad. Crying the field somewhere to G up Chappell to make this breakthrough. He's in now and he bowls to Holden. Solid defence. Back up the track again. Chappell past umpire Redfern, he bowls, and that's left alone through to the keeper. 47 for 1. 3 to come of the over by Redfern. Walking away, having a natter. Harry Kame think it is at cover. Sure, in a joke. Chappell in, bowl short, hooked by Holden, hooked hard for 4. This has been a good encounter so far. Holden's responding well to the short stuff. He got a hook away against Tickner. And now he's got 4 away against Chappell. It's double figures. He moved to 12 from 34. Eskenazi's 23 from 49. Middlesex 50 up, 51 for one. Partnership's worth 27. It's just a start. It's a solid enough one at the moment for Middlesex as Chappell's in, bowls, and Holden up on his toes and his back foot defends this one. Back to the bowler, there's no run. Working on the ball. Lewis Rees, who opened the bowling down below us, replaced by this man, Chappell. Right arm over, he's running in now. And the left-handed Holden works off the back foot, just fine of mid-wicket. He'll look for a couple here. Deep squares coming around, and a couple it is. 53 for one. And Holden moves to 14. Is it the end? It is, the end of the over. 17 done. 19 remain tonight. Nearly halfway there, Dave Jepson.
Excellent. Well, the over 8, to be fair, has been pretty good throughout the day.
It's not the kind of pitch where you want to hang around, really, as a bowling unit, is that? So, well,
No.
a lot of hard toil. Let's get through it as quickly as possible.
I guess the slow scoring rate helps the over 8, really,
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, not running as many times to the boundary.
I have time for a delivery or two. I've got to do an update
time's
at
your next
5
one?
o'clock.
Oh,
And I believe that's the last one then.
oh. They're into the football hour at that point, are they? Or the post-match reaction? The moan-ins.
I think they're probably still playing somewhere. As Anderson bowls his first ball to Eskenazi, who drives through mid-on for 2. Goes to 25, 55 for 1. Crowd's starting to slip away now. Seen enough for the day. There's Anderson into Eskenazi. Again, another run. And on the leg side this time, and they'll come back for 2. Indeed, there's Morley again. Has to do the chasing. Advanced to 57 for 1. It's like Burton Albion might have scored a last-minute goal here.
Oh. Or if you had a cough yesterday, Fletch.
I know. Cough yesterday, might have a hangover tomorrow. If that indeed is the case, that's a remarkable turnaround for them this season. As Anderson is in bowls and Eskenazi plays back up the pitch. Right, I need to go and do an update at some point in the near future, so I'll leave you with it, Kevin, and I'll be back shortly.
Cheers, Dave. Dave Jepson. For BBC Radio Derby, I'm Kevin Hand, BBC Radio London, and we are live on the BBC Sport website and app. If you're tuned in by the live streams on the website, if you're tuned in by the BBC Sport website and app, don't forget, you can pick up the live streams on the club's websites. This ball's short of a length from Anderson. It's eased to backward point by Eskenazi, 57 for 1. And don't forget as well, if you want to listen to us on your smart speaker, then ask it to play day 2, the County Championship match between Derbyshire and Middlesex. Anderson, City End here at Derby. He's got 2 slips. A short mid-wicket, everybody else walking in as Eskenazi defends. The only fielder in the deep of those walking in is Zach Chappell down at long leg. Everybody else is up. Anderson in bowls and leg side. Has he got a tickle on it? He has. Anderson picks up Eskenazi. Eskenazi ponders for a moment. He's tickled one down the leg side, a soft catch for the keeper. And Eskenazi hangs his head backwards, looking up at the sky, then looks down, then a shake of the head. He's disappointed as he makes his way off. Eskenazi gone for 27, a solid start that he had out there. He flips the bat in his hand as he walks off ruefully. He'll been eyeing big runs on this pitch. Anderson with a century, now with a wicket against his former county. His old skipper in the white ball stuff, Eskenazi, and in the championship at times as well. So 57 for 2. And Eskenazi and Middlesex, I feel that was a bit of a gimme for Derbyshire, a bit of a soft one. So, cometh the hour. Cometh the former Derbyshire man. What can he do against his former county? Anderson has just picked up a wicket to go with his century against his former county, and now Leas deploy. To complete silence is announced to the ground here at Derby. That's a little harsh, isn't it? I think he was an honourable servant of the county and committed as well. Led to his move. Middlesex, the county that snared him, but there were a good many that wanted to. So, Chappell to Holden. 2 slips, a deep, well no, he's a backward point, I was going to say a deep gully, but he's a backward point as he settles. Harry Kame. In fact, I think that's David Lloyd, my apologies. Kame's at cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg, and Chappell's onto the legs of Holden. A single is tickled down to long leg. They feel that he tickled that for a very straight line off his legs. A full ball. Single taken, Holden on's 15. Middlesex's best batter, out there with Middlesex's form batter. Deploy, taking guard, scratching away at the crease. Mightily impressed all of his Middlesex colleagues upon his arrival in terms of how good his batting ability was. He's got a big job to do here. And they've got a deep gully now for, or the fly gully as we were describing him, for Chappell to deploy. In he comes, bowls, full straight, and it's defended into the offside. 58 for 2. Come on, Chappy boy. There's the cry from somewhere. Very capable. Blasting through a side, Chappell. Off he goes. Past umpire Redfern, he bowls and, ooh, just back of a length. Deploy gets inside the line of it, but it's the inside of the bat. As that ball trickles back up the track. Chappell again. Ball's full, straight and turned, just wide of mid-on. For a single. Plenty of chatter. Around the wicket comes Chappell now. 2 slips. About to crouch down. Holden held aloft behind him. Chappell bowls. That's left alone by Holden outside off. 3.5 overs now for Chappell. The 19th of the Middlesex first innings. 4-7-2. Derbyshire put in Middlesex 59 for 2 in reply. They'll be disappointed with the dismissals are both open as a loose drive from Fernandez. And then a soft strangle down the leg side for Eskenazi. Tickling one through to Brooke Guest. Oh, Martin Anderson as his Chappell bowls. Holden eases into the onside. The Centurion Anderson against his former county. Rips off his hat. He's ready to go again. So it was with the last ball of his 4th over that he picked up Eskenazi. So can he make it 2 in 2? It'd be quite the wicket if he did. Lewis Deploy is the man that he'll be bowling to. Anderson from the city end. Right arm over the wicket. He bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone. Through it goes to Brooke Guest. Good claim. Out to his left shoulder. 59 for 2. It's gone 5 o'clock on this Saturday evening. As Anderson's in, bowls, and that's tickled back. It'll square on the leg side by Deploy. They'll think about turn 2. They will get. Chappell comes around from long leg to deep backward square. Throw in and apologies for Brooke Guest. Well short of the keeper. Sorry. You could hear on our effects mic as he realised he didn't quite release that as he wanted to. 61 for 2. Anderson around the wicket to Deploy. 2 slips in the gully down. Bowls full straight and Deploy defence. They're all scampering around him. I'm guessing there's a bit of chatter. Madson's right up next to him in his ear, I assume. Kane comes in from cover. Both charged up as that ball was defended into the crease. Deploy made sure it didn't go anywhere. Then he picked it up and asked who would like it. I'm assuming they'd come with a different question or a different comment for Deploy. Anderson in, bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. 61 for 2. Fun and games in Derby. Floodlights on, but the sun, milky sunshine breaking through again to our right. Some thicker stuff that led to the clouds, the lights going on have moved away. Deploys beaten, driving at Anderson around the wicket. On shapes away, beats the edge, and Deploy will come to tap at the surface. So let's listen to a little bit of that chatter. Come on, Pasty Anderson. That's his nickname at Middlesex as well. Around the wicket he comes, bowls outside the off stump. Deploy leaves alone. There was that young fast bowler that Middlesex produced through the academy, pushing those last 2 through. Back injury slowing up his progress in the early years. And then turning into a fine all-rounder as he proved with the bat today. Where was he off to? He was walking somewhere and now he's walking back, Anderson. Has he forgotten something from the umpire? Umpire, yes. Please may I have a sweater umps. 61 for 2 it is. We've had 20. There are 16 to bowl and it's just gone 10 past 5, so it'll be not far off time finishing tonight. Doubt we'll see too much spin this evening. The quicks pushing it through at pace here at the moment. 2 slips behind Max Holden. Feel pretty well spread otherwise. As here's Chappell around the wicket to bowl to him. He leaves alone through to the keeper. There's a backward point, a cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-off. Did I get that the other way around? Backward point, cover and a mid-off. Mid-on. Mid-wicket. Deep backward square and a long leg. Chappell around the wicket bowls and just full of length. defended into the offside by Holden. 61 for 2. Chapel in bowls. Forward goes Holden, pushing back. The dot ball. Yes, Chapel. It's Holden on strike at the moment, but I was holding to hear some of the shouts from the field out there. I was wondering whether there'd be an extra word thrown in for Elias Deploy by his former county. He's at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat as Chapel runs in, bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone. Holden on the back foot, shaping about a cut, and then practices one. A little late cut down to the vacant. Deep third. But put your shots away tonight. Pretty much the order for Middlesex. The bad ball, of course, is there to be put away, but otherwise, the fun is to be had tomorrow. As Chapel's around the wicket, he bowls just full of a length, and that's driven to mid-on by Holden. No run again. 15 for Holden, 3 for Deploy, 61 for 2. But yes, strange as it may seem, this game is all about tomorrow for Middlesex. It's not about the next 15.1 overs. The next 15.1 overs are for Derbyshire. They've got them 2 down. How many down can they get them in this session? 4 down at stumps tonight, and Derbyshire would be cock-a-hoop this evening as his Chapel in bowls to Holden. Lovely looking drive, just respectfully stroked to mid-off, and that is the end of the 21st over of the innings. We have 15 to go on day 2. 61 for 2 Middlesex, Deploy 3,
I think
15.
you're quite right there that Middlesex can't really make significant inroads into this deficit tonight. But what they can do by losing a wicket or two is put themselves in a difficult position for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So really their prerogative is to see through the rest of the day, these 15 overs, without losing another wicket, and start again tomorrow. And if they score at 2 and over, then so be it, really. If they say 100 for 2 at lunch, at close of play rather, that would probably satisfy them.
Bit of spin. Alex Thompson. I must say, I wasn't quite expecting this. Anderson went past the edge of Deploy's bat, but 2 deliveries ago from the City end with a fine pace delivery. Followed it up with a good one just after as well. That's the end of his spell.
So sticking with 5 over spells on it. Reece bowled 6, Tickler 5, Anderson 5. Chapel's now bowled 5 as well. So it is indeed Thompson, a right arm off spinner, to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Holden. Is that correct? No, actually, it may not be correct. No, it's Deploy. With a slip and a short leg in place. In he comes. First ball short of a length and played nicely off the back foot into the leg side, but stopped at a straight mid-wicket position. There is no run. Thompson, very tall for an off-spinner, in and bowls again. That's a better length. And Deploy comes forward and defends. Oh dear, somebody's fallen over. Thompson bowls again, and Deploy just puts this into the leg side. There's a run on, very tight, but Holden is home. It's Anderson at mid-wicket. He'll have to go to his left and then switch it to his right, really. Tight run, nevertheless, really. Thompson is in and bowls and driven into the ground. It's extra cover and there is no run. Caleb Jewell doing the fielding there. First time I've mentioned him today. Thompson bowls again. And again, Holden happy to defend. Short leg, it's just gone to a very short, silly point. Immediately has to take evasive action as driven past his left foot to duel again. There is no run, end of the over. Tidy enough from Thompson, just a single from it. Deploy has 4, Holden 15, Middlesex 62 for 2. Trailed by 410.
Yes, it's a lot, isn't it? We talked about that. 323. There's a follow-on target for Middlesex, which has to be their priority. Well, there's the 5 over spells. Reese is back. So Chappell is done. 5 overs on maiden, none for 13. Two left-handers for the left-arm seamer to bowl at. Be looking to nip it away from Leas deploy first. 2 slips. It's kind of a deep gully. Backward point.
Fine backward point,
Yeah.
really.
There's a short cover point, extra cover and mid-off, and this ball's full and defended to the short cover point. Martin Anderson running in. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg warming up down there. Or warming down, I assume, is... Oh, no, warming up again is Tickner by the looks of it. Is that Tickner down? It must be. Looking at the length of the legs on him. Only had one over of Thompson, though.
Trying to keep supple, I should imagine.
Yeah. Actually, he never stops moving, does he, with the start of his run-up? Jogging on the spot. He's full ball to Reese. Fielded. Sorry, to deploy. Reese to deploy. It's fielded at short cover point. Is that your better? How would you describe his start of Tickner's run-up? It's jogging on the spot and then it's knees up and off he goes.
Slightly uncharitable. Show jumping horse?
Yeah. What was it in the Lord of the Rings? The Inn at the Prancing Pony? Is that the one?
I don't know. But
Full ball. Oh, it's hit him on the toe and it's hurt, which tells you, and he's really hurt, deploy. Oh, it's a Yorker, sharp from Reese. He's gone down and he's immediately signalled to the dressing room. Oh, dear. Now, they were about to go up for an LBW, so maybe he's trapped the bat down onto the ball, onto the boot. We'll obviously try to ascertain from the replay what it was. Let's have a look. Well, he's miles outside off stump, so that's why the appeal never properly began. Ball swinging away. And, oh, yeah, I think he's just trapped the bat down on the inside edge onto the ball, and then, or did it land immediately on that boot? Maybe it did. It landed actually.
Full on the boot.
Full on the metatarsals.
That will hurt.
Full on the metatarsals. Oh dear. Yes. We've all had it, haven't we? A Yorker that's thumped onto the top of the boot. And down he goes. Painkillers, ice, anti-inflammatory spray. It'll all be going on. Well, the boot's coming off. Was it you said earlier? You've got to be careful about getting the boot back on.
Boot comes off, that will swell up very quickly.
Yeah, that will. That's... You're spot on. There's no way that doesn't...
If Retire's hurt here. Right?
Well, there's no way that doesn't swell, surely. I mean, they'll be putting a lot of ice onto it quickly, the freeze spray and all the rest. It's right on the top of the foot. I mean, we all know they're metatarsals because of Beckham at the, 2002 World Cup, was it, or 2006 World Cup?
2002, yes.
So, yes.
So another delay in the game. We've had 1 or 2 today. Variety of,
Right, the socks off.
I think he's trying to put his sock back on.
So gingerly putting that sock back on. It's painful just to watch from here, isn't it? We all know that feeling. I remember once I was in the nets. Got hit by a Yorker on the top of the foot, just like that. And honestly, the agony that night, it couldn't sleep for the pain. Couldn't sleep for the pain at all.
It happened to me. I was taken to hospital with a suspected broken foot.
Well, it's not
which
hard.
turned out not to be on second.
Oh, thank goodness. Well, it's not hard to imagine, is it? That
second X-ray.
you could fracture one of the metatarsal there with that ball thumping at that kind of pace down onto the foot. I mean, you think how heavy the ball is, sent down at. I mean, what would Reese be sending it down at? 80, late 70s miles per hour. Whatever weight the ball is, there'll be some physicists out there who can tell us how heavy that ball was when it hit the foot.
Yes.
I mean, that's not a nice blow at all. That's straight onto bone. And those boots don't really protect the top of the foot, either, do they? No padding.
Don't wear toe caps like they used to.
Well, it's almost as though he'd be lucky if it did hit his toe, but it's if it hit the top of the boot, as I suspect it did. That's where the metatarsals are basically unprotected, aren't they? But he's all right. He's back on his feet and he's walking around, which is a really good sign because, I mean, almost anybody who's batted at some stage will know exactly what we're talking about. That ball hitting the top of the foot there like that with a Yorker.
It's hobbling.
Yeah. But you know about it. If that's broken or close to broken, you're not batting right now. So Middlesex will have their fingers crossed.
Perhaps when you do your post-match interview tonight, you'll interview him and ask him how his foot feels. But
will I point to the spot?
Well, don't get too close and tread on it. Yeah.
What was it? Was it Murray Walker?
Yeah. Exactly where did it hit?
There's a full ball which is clipped
So he's
by deploy to mid-wicket. Wasn't it Murray Walker to Nigel Mansell who poked him on the lump on the side of his head? And then, of course, somebody asked Mike Gatting, didn't they? Where did it hit you, Mike?
Nose splattered across his face. Where exactly did it hit you?
Yeah. The Murray Walker one was brilliant, though, wasn't it? Nigel Mansell's face as he prodded him on the big bump on his head. Yes. This is just full of a length from Reese to deploy. Turns gingerly to mid-wicket. Well, there's another reason to get through to stumps tonight. Get some painkillers and some ice on that for deploy. I mean, he'll have to be. That will be heavily iced this evening, you'd imagine. Bit of the wonder spray would have gone on now, wouldn't it, to freeze it all? But yeah, that'll be a night with your foot up and a lot of ice on it, I'd imagine. They're going to need him tomorrow. They need him right now. There's still 13.1 overs remaining, 62 for 2. And Reese is in, bowls and a forward defence from deploy. You can see as soon as he's played the shot.
I'm not sure how long he's going to continue. You know?
Well, it's as soon as he plays the shot, he's all right until that ball hits the bat, and he's obviously building up his adrenaline, his energy for the moment, and then it defends it, and then all of a sudden he starts to switch off, and the pain flows back, and everything gingerly limps around, doesn't it? 62 for 2. Deploy has 4, but he has a big problem with his right boot, or his right foot, I should say, after that Yorker from Reese. Holden 15. It did strike him a long, long way outside of off stump, and it was swinging away from the off stump when it did as well. 62 for 2.
Well, fair call. Blair Tickner is back into the attack after just
was a
one over
strange one,
from
wasn't it?
Thompson. It was a very strange move.
They weren't changing an end, were they? Because it was Anderson and Chappell that were bowling, so odd one, but maybe it was a brief thought. See if something happens, and if it doesn't. That's an orc straight in the field from second slip. Still with the deep gully. Yeah, he is still deep, isn't he?
Anyway, here he comes, high stepping up to the crease now. Bowls and he's bowled him! Bowled him. First ball of a new spell, and Tickner has struck, and Holden is gone for 15. Middlesex 62 for 3. And whatever the reason for the one over from Thompson, it appears to have worked. Tickner's back into the attack, and he's taken a wicket with his first ball. And Holden just played down the wrong line there.
We'll have a look now. We'll get a replay.
A useful wicket for Derbyshire, that.
Very. Middlesex's form batter. An injured batter at the other end. Here he goes. Oh, yeah.
Just did it nip away off the seam a touch? No, I think it just went straight through him.
He was tentative.
He was playing at the crease. He was neither forward nor back.
Incoming batter, Ryan Higgins.
Maybe just nipped past the out. Well, it did nip past the outside edge. Well, what a useful wicket for Derbyshire.
Yes, I mean, useful, that's huge. And now Higgins is out there already. We're only into the 24th over, and they've got the big guns out there, Deploy and Higgins. They've quite literally laid a blow on Deploy. And Higgins, I saw him the other day, and he said, I can do with a run or two at the moment. I said, plenty of runs in the bank already, so it's, you know, when someone like Ryan Higgins is thinking, I could do with a run or two. Checks the field, 3 slips and that deep gully behind him.
It's kind of like a fly slipping away, isn't it?
Yeah. Fly gully, that was the other thing I tried at.
Fly gully. Anyway, right-handed Higgins prepares to face Tickner as he comes in and bowls, and he defends back to the bowler. There's no run, so Tickner has 2 for 15 in his 6th over, which is impressive from the New Zealander. Came, of course, last year, but didn't stay very long after a serious family illness. Had to return home, but thankfully that's all resolved now. And he's kept his promise to come back and play this year, as he comes in now up to the crease and bowls outside the off stump. And Higgins shoulders arms.
Yeah, he looks a pretty useful customer, doesn't he?
He
He's
does.
got a lot about him, pace, height. Clearly extracts bounce. Good fun. It's game on here at Derby. There's a challenge laid down to Middlesex now. Again, that 323 just stretches out a little bit further away with the fall of Holden.
Still 261 distance. As in, and Higgins defends back to the bowl with no run.
They need a centurion, don't they?
They do need a big innings to build the rest of it around from somebody.
You'd look at Deploy, but again, the 12.2 overs seem a long, long, long way away at the moment to stumps tonight because of that injury he's just sustained.
Well, without getting overly excited, Deploy to Deploy surely has to be Yorkers.
Well, yes.
As Tickner bowls a very short ball, and Holden somehow managed to shoulder arms over it.
Well, I think to Deploy now, you've almost got free license, haven't you? Because no matter what you bowl to him now, you're testing out how are those feet moving.
Yeah.
So one, you push him back, fine. He'd probably be quite happy sitting on the back foot. 2, you offer one just outside offer. You got your front foot forward and across to that. As you say, bang one in and another one in the Yorker.
Here comes Tickner. He's in and he bowls him. It's a quick delivery, but Higgins is equal to it. Pushes it up to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over from Tickner. A successful one for him. And the end of it, Middlesex 62 for 3. Deploy 4. Higgins yet to score. Tickner has 2 for 15. The Derbyshire bowling figures all look fairly tidy. Rees 0 for 21. Tickner 2 for 15. Anderson 1 for 12. Chubble 0 for 13, and Thompson just the single over for 1 run.
Lewis Rees. What have we got? 12 overs left. Slowed things down, obviously, that injury, which pushes a little later tonight. Rees, left arm over, he bowls to Deploy. Yeah, he's hampered there, isn't he? Again, everything is set up to that trigger movement, and then react, get the muscle memory doing it. But as soon as the muscle memory has completed whatever the task is laid by the ball,
Put any pressure on the front foot.
well, that's it. Everything then just reminds, as soon as the moment of completion of the delivery, you can just see his mind instantly switches from the adrenaline, the energy of the moment, to the reality of the pain, and it will be agony, you'd imagine. That'll be a heavily bruised foot over the coming days. As here's Rees in bowls. He goes for the Yorker, I think. And every ball feels like an event at the moment for a sizable event for Deploy, who defends this mid-wicket.
His challenge really is just to survive, isn't it?
Well, it is.
Forgetting out, trying to score runs as well.
Well, I mean, again, it's going to be ice the thing the whole night long, painkillers, but then wake up in the morning and see how big how much the swelling is. So here's Reese in bowls, and Deploy defends this into the onside. The magic sponge would be no use whatsoever at this stage. It's the magic spray, the magic cold spray that's keeping Lewis Reese out there with Leas Deploy. Keeping him out there, but in a fair bit of discomfort. Other aircraft, light aircraft, that wouldn't be an East Midlands job, would it? That would be Reese in bowls, defended by Deploy, and there's no one. Is it Loughborough where there's a lighter?
There's a light aircraft one just down the A38 at Burniston.
Oh.
So, which used to be Derby Airport.
Oh.
We're going back pre-war now. So there's one or two dotted around, but that's the nearest one.
Well, we're not far from Agger's territory here, are we? What's the one that he flies in and out of? That's Leicestershire way.
Is he in Leicestershire or is he in Rutland?
You'd be more precise than me, yeah. Here is Reese in bowls and beats Deploy. Jaffa pulls him forward. Ball leaves him just outside off and through to the gloves of Guest, and limbering down the pitch to prod away at the surface. It's almost as though Higgins at the other end comes down to say, stay in your crease, I'll bang down on that spot for you. Save your legs, save your metatarsals.
In fairness to Deploy, although he's incapacitated and trying to play that, it looked like a good ball.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that was... It's the Jaffa that Reese is looking for. He's in again. He goes full straight with that Yorker, and this time Deploy gets the bat down in front of that boot, and everybody breathes a sigh of relief that they didn't manage to strike that foot again. 62 for 3. Deploy has 4 from 24. Higgins 0 from 5, and 25 overs into their first innings with 11 remaining on the second day. Middlesex trailing by 410 have their work cut out.
So the scoring rate is pretty similar to Derbyshire's in their innings, really, at 2.5 and over. For much of Derbyshire's innings, it increased towards the end. Ticknet. With it dander up. Running on the spot. Comes in. Bowls the ball full length, flicked away behind square. There's a man down there. Yeah, they'll take one as Deploy hobbles through. Of course, I'm not sure what the regulations are in terms of runners these days. Whether the Deploy would be allowed one. For an injury sustained in a match?
I think so.
It always adds to the excitement. Potential for a run-out disaster when there's a runner out there. Here comes Tickner to Deploy. There's a ball of good length that Deploy covers up and pushes into the offside, not without some discomfort. Two slips and that fly slip in place. Backward point quite backward. Cover point quite square. And a wide gap up to mid-off. Tickles in and bowls, and that's it. In the air towards mid-off. Bounces in front of the man there. But Deploy not getting over that really. Driving in the air. Harry came at mid-off. It was well in front of him. It wasn't a chance in the end. Just another indication that Deploy is somewhat incapacitated, really. Tickner comes in and bowls. That's down the leg side, taken by Guest. deficit 409 as it stands. I've been staying in Derby while you're here.
Aye.
Yeah.
Town centre, not far away.
Been all right?
Aye.
Good. Tickner's in again and bowls full outside the off stump, and Deploy's able to leave that alone.
You're more often than not done by the end of the day, aren't you? You're ready for... Put your feet up in the bedroom, put a movie on.
Night's just getting going. You do know, and you'll know this as much as me and maybe more because you've done it for a lot longer, that at the end of 4 days, you are exhausted. As Tickner comes up, oh, that was a nasty one. It was a short delivery that didn't really get up that high, and Deploy did well to get underneath it. It's the end of the over. It's 63 for 3.
Oh, he's limping off towards...
Somebody's coming out with some gloves for him, I think, which is possibly more of a message than anything. Tablet in there? No.
Luke Harman having a good chat with him.
Discussion about...
Was there any possibility that he could retire this evening but continue his innings tomorrow?
He could
Retire not
come at the
retire
fall
injured.
of the 5th wicket, is that right?
Is that right? I mean, maybe it
Again,
was a
this is
suggestion offered to him by the dressing room in terms of, should you so wish. This is how it could play out. He's just waved back to the dressing room there, has he? No. Holman's back at the top of the steps and looking back out. Did he also catch a little wave of the glove from Deploy? Here's Rees to Higgins. Forward he goes, defending into the offside. Fielded at short cover. I think Holman is still holding on the balcony just to see if there was a little signal. Can't quite see through the reflection. There's a shadowy figure in the doorway speaking with Luke Holman, obviously retrieving whatever was said, whatever the messages were. They've both departed back inside the players' area there at the top of the steps. Rees is in, bowls, and Higgins drives up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, we said that Holden was the form batter. These are undoubtedly the two big names for Middlesex, Deploy and Higgins. The powerhouse of the Middlesex batting lineup, these two.
What does the remainder like? Geddes? Davies?
Well, Geddes, yeah, I mean, he's again a fabulous capture from Surrey. It was compared a little bit at the moment for Surrey, like the Middlesex dressing room of 81 when they had 12 internationals. So we saw an international sat on the sideline every week. You know, it's not too dissimilar if you're a young player at Surrey at the moment. How on earth do you get into that first 11? So, Geddes, I think Middlesex are very, very happy with that capture. There's a short mid-wicket in place as well as the 2 slips, gully and short cover, as Rees delivers a ball barely on the cut track outside off, and Higgins has nothing to do with it. So yeah, they're very, very happy with him. He's got huge potential as a batter. Davies, wicket keeper, and a fair lower order. Zafar Gohar, ahead of Roland Jones, probably tells you all you need to know about Zafar Gohar if he pushes Roland Jones down to number 9. Very useful bats. Rees to Higgins, bowls, it's punched through the covers off the back foot. It's a lovely shot and it races across the outfield and into the advertising board below the players' balcony over there. They actually don't have much of a balcony now I think of it over there, do they really, to sit out on, or do they? I mean, there's nobody sat on any of it inside the window having a look.
No, they have their own area, which is sort of fenced off from the spectators.
Oh, is that down the bottom?
Where the steps are, either side of that. Those
I
seats
see,
are
yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
players, if they want to
Oh,
sit
there
out.
are. I can see them now. There's a few on the Middlesex balcony there, isn't there? Rees is in, bowls, and onto the pads. That's tickled. No, it's not. It's leg bys, I think. See, Redfern has one hand held aloft as if she is going to signal no ball. Ah, there we go. So it was runs. It was an inside edge onto the pad, I fancy. But a no ball called. And every little helps for Middlesex at this stage. They are, I think they've just gone from, yeah, let's have a look. The scoreboards are in complete disagreement now. One says 66 for 3 and the other says 70 for 3. So, being the man who regularly follows Middlesex, I'll go with the 70 for 3, please.
Yep. Well, I think that's correct. Yeah, it's caught up.
Higgins moves to 6 with the single. And Rees moves into bowl. Deploy turns him just wide of mid-on. It's the first time I've actually paid attention, really, to Deploy running a single. You wouldn't want to see him sprinting through, so Higgins will have to be very... Cause it's easy to get caught up in a moment.
There are no quick singles at the moment.
But if you're on strike, for example, and you turn one, all your natural instinct, talk about your muscle memory. Yeah. And you just nudge, oh, yeah, there's one there. And then you think, no, hold on a minute, there isn't, because it's Lee's Deploy that on striker's end, and he is hampered significantly by an injury at the moment. 2 slips and a gully, short cover, short mid-wickets, and Rees bowls to Higgins. That may well have been the back of the bat. As that ball races down to the deep third, I'm not even sure that was an edge. I think he was turned around by that one, and just the way that it raced didn't even feel like an edge. It felt like the back of the bat, and the noise off it as well was very dull. 4 runs down to the vacant deep third. Well, it is an edge, but edged off the back of the bat potentially. Certainly an outside edge.
Not a chance. It was all along the ground. Fortuitous 4 for Higgins. So somebody else has now come out to speak to Lewis Deploy.
Luke Holman again. So are they messages? You'd feel that is a conversation that's happening between Deploy and the dressing room.
Yeah.
There are 9 overs remaining tonight. Yeah, you can only imagine that that's a conversation being run between Deploy and his coach. Is he okay to continue tonight, or is he going to be better retiring this evening and coming back at it tomorrow if he can?
Tickner's going to test him out again now. Ball's outside the off stump and Deploys able to shoulder arms. For some reason gets a round of applause for a dot delivery. Crowd thinning out now as we enter the last half an hour or so of the day today. And, an interesting, almost throwback day of Championship cricket, really. As Tickner's in and bowls outside the off stump again. Deploys happy to leave it. And Derbyshire extending their innings to 472, adding 205 in 2 sessions to the stroke of tea. And Middlesex now 75 for 3, so we've had 280 runs in the day. With maybe a few more to add. Tickner's in, bowls, and Deploy goes up to defend a short delivery and then has to come back down and jab it down as it doesn't bounce quite as much as he expected. And then there's no run. Bowls and Deploy again off the back foot, forces into the colours. Morley does the fielding this time, and again there is no run. These floodlights, is the rule still that if they come on they have to stay on?
I think so. Sort of funny day in cloud cover though, isn't it? There's another
really
grey band coming in.
As Deploy drives beautifully up the ground for 4 runs. That was a nice stroke. Incapacitated or not, he leant into that straight drive beautifully and hit it just to the offside of the stumps for 4 runs. He goes to 9, 79 for 3. It
That was glorious, wasn't it?
was a lovely stroke.
I guess that's why he's still out there to play.
There's a minimum of foot movement, to be fair. He didn't quite right forward to drive it, but showed it the full face of the bat. Puts an effort ball in. It's outside the off stump and deploys, happy to leave it through. End of the over. 8 remain, is that correct? Or 7 perhaps?
8, yeah. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
If it flicks over, we'll
Yeah,
see. Anyway,
36 to bowl tonight, wasn't it? So 8 more.
28, there we go. Yep. Middlesex 79 for 3, then deploy 9, Higgins 10. Captain Madsen. So in discussion there with his bowler Rees, who's going to continue. He's bowled 9 overs, 0 for 33 so far. Might have had a wicket early on. An LBW appeal was turned down. He and the umpire disagreed.
Rees in bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Higgins. Yeah, we were on for a not far off 6 o'clock finish tonight, weren't we? But the injury to Elias Deploy.
Slowed it down a bit, but we're not going to be too bad. Not too bad.
We've certainly known worse.
Oh, well, the first one I did down here in Gloucestershire was 10 to 7 or something like that.
2007, when we did that game together, was it still 104 overs in the day?
Oh, I can't remember.
110 possibly.
I remembered something about it after we'd started talking about it this morning. I'll come to it in a minute.
Rees to Higgins. Turns to mid-wicket and there's no one, because I remember matches where you were still playing at 7:30 at night.
Yeah.
Go on, sorry, what was it you remembered?
Well, the umpires for the game were a bloke called Steve Garrett, who had not played first-class cricket, in fact, not played any cricket at all, but had worked his way through the amateur ranks to join the panel. And George Sharp, the former Northamptonshire county cricketer. But on the second day, I'll come back to this.
Sharpie was popular, wasn't he? Rees bowls, Higgins drives, only as far as mid-off and cover, who converge to collect the bobbling ball off the side of the bat.
The second day, George Sharp's mother passed away.
Oh.
And he had to leave the game and was replaced by a club umpire until they could fetch David Milnes over from, I think he was at Surrey doing a county second team game or something like that. So we actually had 4 umpires in the game there.
Rees to Higgins, full straight and driven. Only into the covers, no run. That's a good memory from you, Dave.
Well, it's only come to me, but partly because I remember actually interviewing Steve Garrett. It was an interesting story. He started umpire when his lad started playing club cricket, and he umpired quick cricket to start with, and just got bitten by the bug. So it's just an interesting personal story, but that brought me on to the George Sharp story as well.
Rees in bowls, this ball's driven away and through the covers. That's a lovely shot, fine of cover. Cover point, really. Square of the wicket from Higgins. And he moves to 14. Middlesex at 83 for 3.
These two just steadied it briefly. A partnership of 21.
Around the wicket, Rees. Bowls, and this is pushed defensively to mid-off by Higgins. Ends the over. 83 for 3 it is. All the fun at the fair at Derby. It's hanging on in there tonight for Middlesex. 9 from 36 for deploy. 14 from 18, Higgins, but not recklessly. And steadily about his work.
No prime. prime objective here, both Deploy and Higgins, obviously to see the game through to the close this evening and then reassess the situation, not least Deploy's fitness, given that blow he took on the foot. He's continued in some discomfort as Tickner comes in and bowls a bouncer to him and he ducks underneath it. There is no run. So I can find any other scores for you. Sussex struggling against Notts, 155 for 6, lead by 24 with just 4 wickets remaining. That's in their second innings, so Nottinghamshire on top there. Surrey 283 for 6, I'll level with Somerset 283 all out as Tickner bowls. And Deploy pushes into the covers and hobbles through for a single. He might well have found himself in trouble there had the ball hit the stumps. He pushed it into the gap and ran for a normal single, and I think once he set off realised he couldn't actually get there as quickly as he normally could. If the ball hit, there would have been a decision to make. Durham have beaten Worcestershire by 6 wickets. We know about Gloucestershire 252 all out, Leicester 262 all out. Gloucester 72 for 1, lead at Leicestershire by 62 with 9 wickets remaining. So there you go, to date. That's Tickner, bounces on the spot and comes in to bowl to Higgins. Up to the crease now, bowls, and that's flicked away fine. Is there a man down there? There is, just out of shot. They'll take a single. Higgins will go to 15. Score up to 85 for 3. Tickner comes in again to Deploy. Bowls and outside the off stump. Doesn't bounce that much, that, really. Tickner with an exaggerated follow-through. For reasons known only to himself. He's quickly back to his mark, though. Just throwing the ball by Harry Kane. And then he comes again, bowls another short one, and again, Deploy able to get under it, although not entirely comfortably, but he managed it. He was around the wicket, that delivery, but he's going back over now. Tickner's in bowls, ball full length outside the off stump. Deploy leaves it, end of the over. Tickner 9 overs, 2 for 22. Takes 85 for 3, Deploy 10, Higgins 15. 6 overs remain in the day.
Back from getting a cup of tea. And to munch an apple between there, making it and getting back again. Sustenance to get us through to the end. Not a late finish.
Yeah, we're on the last
Not
lap.
too late.
On the last lap now.
Not too late. It's a funny old day, though, because it has mostly been a day of waiting, hasn't it? And waiting as we are. Waiting as we are. For something to really happen. For Derbyshire, they are getting a fair bit going right now at 83 for 3. Sorry, 85 for 3. They'd have certainly taken this if it were offered them. And there's still 6 overs left of this session.
Deploy retires not out on 10.
Didn't quite catch what that was. Morley's into the attack. sure what was announced thereafter. There's a long conversation with the umpires. Oh, and there's applause. Oh, retired. He's retired. Lias Deploy has retired. So Ben Gillies is announced. I don't think it is. I think it's Blake Cullen who's coming out as a night watch. So Blake Cullen is at the non-striker's end as a night watch alongside Ryan Higgins. Just having a look to see that it definitely is Blake Cullen. We're scrambling to double check out there. Pretty sure it is. Here's Morley. His left arm around, he bowls. That's down the leg side to Higgins. Through it goes. Yeah, goes up on the big screen. Blake Cullen up on the other side. Slipping a gully crouch down. Slipping a short leg. And Higgins stands up tall, pushes this way into the offside. And that will bring Cullen onto strike. Marks out his crease now, Cullen. Tall right-handed batter. Had a good day yesterday with the ball. It was pretty tough today. Really asked to bang it in over and over again. What can you do with the bat? He's a very useful bat. He's been down at number 10, so that pushes Roland Jones down to 10 in this game. Higgins is having a chat with Rees at mid-on. It seems a bit of a, well, why this, why that? Quizzical, the pair of them, as they speak to each other. The bat is being surrounded for Morley to Cullen, and he's got a bit of a job to do with 5.4 overs remaining tonight. So that was clearly the conversation that was had with Lias Deploy via the dressing room. There's another conversation now. It's Higgins at the non-striker's end, who's down on his haunches. Middlesex will hope this isn't another injury. Oh no, he's just having a stretch while they get a helmet for a near close catcher. 86 for 3. And
So what do we know about Cullen as a night watchman then?
oh yeah, good credentials. Yeah, he's a solid bat, Cullen.
Is he?
Yeah. Number 10. You could well see him going up the order. Roland Jones over the years got up as far as 8. But down at number 9 now, Roland Jones. Here's Morley to Cullen. And down the leg side, he's tickled that from what Morley thinks is a straight line. And it gets past the fielder at 45 as well. And might just make the boundary. No, the fielder's recovered his footing. Having tumbled to stop it at 45, he's then got back and front rolled over the rope to flick it back in.
Managed 2 dives in one fielding.
Oh, yes. 3 runs for Cullen. A strike rate of 300 nonetheless. There you go, that's what we know about Cullen as a night watchman. Quickly darted in by Morley, this one from around the wicket, and Higgins turns a couple here through mid-wicket. They'll gently come back for the second. 91 for 3. I wonder how that conversation evolved then for Deploy for his retirement.
Well, I suspect that when whoever it was came out and spoke to him about 3 or 4 overs previously,
Yeah,
they said if
Luke
you get to
Coleman.
5 overs to go,
Yeah.
you
Maybe
can
come in.
retire and we'll have a night watchman in.
Yep. Tickle through mid-wicket for a single. 91 for 3. I mean, I'm guessing this was a conversation with the physio and the coaching management staff who said, well, if we get him off and we ice it now, the sooner we ice it, there's only so much the freeze spray could do. The quicker you ice it, the less swelling there'll be. So maybe that was what the message was run back out to him as forward goes Cullen, defending into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. It's the end of the 31st over.
Yeah, maybe the discussion was how long do we think a night watchman we can send out for. And hope we get there without losing deploy, and then we'll save them for tomorrow.
Well,
and
it
see
was
how his
probably
foot is.
probably 16 or so overs out, wasn't it? I didn't note the exact time when the injury happened, but I mean, at that point, arguably, you just send Geddes in. You don't go to the night watch at that point. So I don't know whether it just was an ever-evolving conversation that went to, well, look, if you do want to come off.
Well, I guess the conversation must have started the moment he got injured, really, with the physio coming out.
But at that point, it would be Geddes as opposed to a night watch because
Yes,
it was that far
agreed.
out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
An hour out or so. So, yeah, it was a funny one because obviously we kind of assumed what we were seeing was that conversation happening. For once, we were right, Dave.
We were. Higgins prefers to face Tickner. Comes in and bowls, and Higgins happy to push this back up to mid-on. Where Kame does the fielding, and there is no run. There's a rather loud siren going down the Stores Road.
It does feel like it's been a noisy day for a Saturday out there. Motorbikes, sirens.
Tickner is in again, bowls, and is flicked off his hip by Higgins down to, excuse me, long leg.
Home from home, this for me, isn't it? Sirens racing around everywhere. More delays, helmet going on. Looked like ambulances, those, didn't they? There was at
They
least 2, possibly 3 that raced along, so we hope all is well.
Yeah, just slowed down, hasn't it, as we've got to this
Yeah.
last few overs.
And I guess they're trying to build the tension as well, aren't they? Slow it down for Cullen.
3 slips and a leg slip in place for Cullen. Tickner comes in and bowls the ball full length, and he defends that very competently. It was not a forward defensive prod of a Devon Malcolm or a Phil Tufnell.
He was here on day one, Devon Malcolm. I don't think he was here today, was he?
He was here because I think there's a Derbyshire Cricket Society, and he was the guest speaker.
Ah. What a man.
Taking the ball's a bouncer to Cullen. Very unfriendly fast bowler to fast bowler. Again, no run, 93 for 3. Cullen 3, Higgins 20. Lights on the car park, emptied over in the far corner. Still some hardy souls sat around. Tickner's in and bowls the ball very full length, not quite Yorker length, but Cullen covering up, pushes to mid-wicket.
It's a little bit of a countdown now, isn't it? 4.1, close
Yes.
enough to start counting down. It was 5.5 or whatever it was when he came out, 6 overs. It's about the limit, isn't it, for a night watch? 3, 4, 5 overs.
Of course, if the night watchman survives, there's always the question the following morning of how long he is useful at the crease.
Yeah, well, I think, as I
If
say,
they're just going to block, then is that just stopping the game going forward, or if they play to score runs? There's Tickner around the wicket, bowls into Cullen's hip, really, but he has no problem in getting behind the ball and playing it into the leg side. End of the over, 4 to go.
I reckon he'll have a useful job to do in the morning, Cullen, if he can get there. I reckon he'll be sent out and they'll be saying, look, come on, 20 minutes, half an hour at least, get out there, get in, just because you'll have Reese and Tickner going at it again. Anderson and Chappell change.
I agree. Well, the way the game has gone, this one particularly, Middlesex need to bat as long as they can, don't they, really? So I guess in that scenario, for Cullen to hold an end up for as long as he can would help Middlesex. Change your ball in. Jack Morley into the attack.
His left arm around, bowls, and this is cut away. Out to deep cover for a single by Higgins. 94 for 3. Cullen on to strike. This will be the challenge now for Cullen, not to play a rash shot to the spinner. There's one thing blocking the quicks, but when a slower bowler's tossed it up, don't be tantalised.
Get it above the eye line.
Yeah. 3 go down around the bat. Morley's around the wicket. Solid defence from Cullen.
Flat delivery, that.
I thought he was going to be late bringing the bat down, actually. Looked as though he was
Agreed.
not quite picking it up early enough. The speed of the ball. Morley again. Bowls and good position for this one. Bat down well in front of the pad, pushing back up the track. Morley has a swing of the arms as he steps into bowl, backing up to that. Cullen digs it out. Brave.
That didn't bounce.
Again, pulls and forward goes Cullen, driving to extra cover, no run. Morley. 4 around the back, those 2 slips. Bowls onto the legs of Cullen. It tickles backward a square on the leg side. They were all about to go up with an appeal. Umpire Redfern signals leg byes, so it wasn't an inside edge. There was no leg slip. End of the over, 95 for 3. We have 3 overs left on day 2 of this game. And Middlesex are still trailing by 377 runs.
Thompson back into the attack. Tickner finished his work for the day. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. Certainly the most hostile of the Derbyshire bowlers today, and indeed the most successful. So Cullen to face the off-spinner Thompson with a slip, short leg, a silly point in front of the bat. Short mid-wicket and a leg slip as well. And the deep square legs being brought up to square legs, so making it difficult for Cullen to get off the mark here. There's a mid on and mid off and a cover point as well. Thompson is in and bowls and short of the length and down the leg side, and Cullen allows it through to the wicket keeper. Changing around in the field as they've decided that Caleb Jewell is a better leg slip than Zach Chappell.
Bit of chatter around the back, is there? Like Cullen just stopped and looked behind him. Maybe it was just the lining up to see exactly where they were, slip and a leg slip.
Thompson is in, bowls. Oh, that bowls! Oh! Bounced and Cullen played it down into the ground, but the spin on the ball took it back between his legs and just past the off stump. There'll be another delay now. They need another helmet for the leg slip. Everybody standing around in the field waiting.
As they do.
As they do, indeed.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's to Derbyshire's advantage to slow down these overs tonight, just make it agonising.
Just
out
to
there
eke
for
it out a bit
Middlesex.
further, particularly after that delivery as well.
Wise captaincy here by Madsen. The over rate is level. We've got 2 spin in the match, so they'll adjust that as they need to. It won't be a problem. But yeah, just irritate and irk Middlesex by dragging it out this evening and building the pressure.
Ready to continue. Thompson in bowls and Cullen forward. Drops that dead in front of him. Kills the spin this time. Thompson bowls, and again, Cullen, studied defence. When he's down in front of him, there is no run. Thompson, with his height, will get some bounce. Bowls from a fairly tall action as well. And that's a quicker, flatter delivery that Cullen again dead bats. Thus far, 5 deliveries into this over, he's done his job. With 5 men around the bat. Thompson balls, that's a shorter one, that's pulled away, and that'll be 4. Cullen, given the opportunity to score, does so. End of the over. 99 for 3 then. Middlesex, Cullen now has 7, Higgins 21.
Sun's through at last. It's taken nearly all day, Dave.
Yes, it's threatened for most of the day without actually achieving it, hasn't it, really? There is some blue sky up there if you look closely enough.
Some glints off the glasses on the top of umpire Redfern's hat. And here is final over of the day from this end. As Morley's left arm round, he bowls, and Higgins digs it out with a huge puff of dust trailing behind him.
Might have played that into his foot.
Yeah, no more of that.
No.
This is tickled through square leg for a single. Gets Cullen onto strike with 4 balls to go this over, and this is where the night watch job really comes in, isn't it?
Well, these 4 balls, and then to try and steal the strike as well for the last over, but there's always a bit of danger involved in that.
Goes Morley. Forward goes Roland. Cullen pushing into the onside. He almost looked like Roland Jones, that tall, leggy batter. Long limbs. Long levers, as they say nowadays as well.
Yeah.
Here's Morley working hard on that ball. Slip, leg slip. Silly point and short leg. Morley bowls a quick one, which Cullen defends. 2 balls to go this over. He'd ideally like to get on strike for that final over of the day, wouldn't he? Protect his mate.
I suspect Derbyshire would quite like to bowl it in as well, really.
Cullen? Well, either or, yeah. Wicket's a wicket, isn't it? As forward goes Cullen.
Yeah.
Pushing back up the track. Fielded at mid-on. I mean, obviously they'd prize Higgins
They would.
highly,
Sure.
but a wicket's a wicket. It's 1 less to take tomorrow, isn't it? You go off, you got the night watch out of the way. get about getters in the morning when he joins Higgins in the middle, but yes, of course, they dearly love. Another one comes in, second slip. It's a leg slip, a short leg, and a silly point.
I think I'll just throw this right up.
Yeah, it's
See if you could tempt him.
Morley in bowls, and this is turned for a single, just fine of mid-wicket, so it will be Cullen. Moving to 8, keeping the strike. 101 for 3, Middlesex. Higgins has 22. Middlesex, 371 behind. They need to be 149 behind to avoid the follow-on, which, again, that will be their first target. Once they hit that point, then the game's pretty much... It's hard to lose it from there because of the time gone in the game.
Yeah.
So the game then has a different trajectory, quite stark, the difference in the trajectory of the match by that point. So crucially, get to that 3-2-3.
That is the tipping point. Right.
Last over of the day.
As Thompson comes in and bowls, well, that bounces down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Guest. There's the opportunity of a bye, but it's turned down. And Higgins has absolutely no intention whatsoever of taking a run. He's taking his helmet and his gloves off at the far end and sat on his bat handle. He's not going anywhere. Not even backing up as Cullen plays this one back down the pitch. Well, Higgins played nicely for his 22 here. Not particularly looked in any trouble. Thompson bowls and off a thick outside edge. Ball runs away. There's no run. 3 deliveries to go in the day. Thompson comes in there now, 2 slips in place, bowls, and Cullen covers everything up.
Do you like Higgins with the helmet off at the non-strike?
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
I'm done. We aren't running.
Stood in his crease, leaning on his bat handle with his
gloves off.
Gloves off, helmet off. Not backing up. As Cullen essayed a drive at the second to last delivery
Higgins
of the day.
Completely unmoved throughout all of that, statuesque.
Cullen missed, by the way, and Guest whipped the bails off. So here we go, last ball of the day then. Thompson into Cullen, flighted up, defended back down the pitch to the bowler, and that will be stumps on this, the second day of the County Championship match between Derbyshire and Middlesex here at the county ground. Middlesex will close the day at 101 for 3. That is a deficit of 372 after Derbyshire completed their innings of 470, deficit 371 rather. Derbyshire completed their innings on the stroke of tea at 472. From a Derbyshire perspective, 2 wickets for Tickner and 1 for Anderson. Follows up Anderson's 100 in the first innings. For Middlesex, they plugged away gamely to bowl Derbyshire out, and then 3 or 4 of them got in and then got out. And I guess the big talking point is Deploy, who has retired hurt on 10 after a painful blow on the foot from Rees. So we'll see how he shapes up for tomorrow. Higgins is not out 22. Cullen is not out 8. 101 for 3 at the close. Kevin, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough day tomorrow for Middlesex. It should be a tough day. Derbyshire would surely look at, a couple of quick wickets in the morning. One of them Higgins. Yeah, but even if it's Cullen and Geddes, you're into the lower order. So 101 for 3. I mean, it's an excellent couple of days for Derbyshire so far, isn't it? I think probably you'd say that session was even this evening at 101 for 3 against the new ball, I should say, at the start of the first innings. It's almost like that first morning. You put a side in, you want them 4 down, don't you? So, Middlesex would have dearly loved that to have been 2 down tonight. But obviously, there's an element of it is 4 down because Deploy is severely hampered. And there will be, obviously, when everybody arrives in the morning, the question asked, how's Leas?
Yep, and
he's got a big part to play.
Well, you may well ask the question this evening, but I'm not sure that you'll get an answer. And
well,
maybe partly because they don't really know, because they won't be able to assess it fully until tomorrow morning, and,
mean,
and it
imagine-
will make a difference to the game if he can't bat again.
I'm imagining as the hover cover starts
I
up,
think it is the hover cover.
I'm imagining that they haven't sent him to the hospital for a scan because he wouldn't have batted that long if they were even remotely concerned that there
Yeah.
could have been a fracture there. So we'll see. We'll see.
Kevin, thank you very much for your time. Been a pleasure working with you again after such a long time. I wish you all the best. Dave Fletcher is back with you tomorrow and for the duration of the rest of this game.
Good to
So in
have
the
you with us,
meantime,
Dave.
this is Dave Jepson signing off for Radio Derby along with Kevin Ham.